This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1114, I really admire you. The car turned back to Hamiu Company. Xia Ning took the materials and handed over the procedures to Niu Xiaojun, which made Qin Sun feel relieved. After a discussion, several people decided to stay at ease for 2 days before going to Lu Shaoquan Manor. After all, it is not so easy to get out once you get in. The group returned to the hotel. They had lunch and chatted in the living room of the suite for an afternoon, played games for a while, and had dinner again. Xia Ning noticed that Qin Sun was a little absent-minded. As night fell, everyone went back to their rooms. Xia Ning sent the last person away, closed the door, and immediately asked Qin Sun, "What happened to you today?" Qin Sun was startled and asked back, "What happened to me? You asked me what happened? Isn't it you who did it?" Xia Ning recalled carefully and didn't think there was anything wrong today, and his face darkened. "Don't keep me in suspense. What's wrong with you? Why have you been so sick all afternoon?" Qin Sun sneered, standing up from the sofa, taking off his clothes as he walked. "Do you think you're the only one who's been feeling pent up? I've been feeling pent up too." Xia Ning was horrified, stepped back, and leaned against the door, without escape. I didn't. She looked at Qin Sun, who was getting closer and gradually naked, and her tone became more and more urgent. "I just suspected that you were thinking about Qin Fanshu." Qin Sun was displeased. "I miss your grandma's legs." Xia Ning was embarrassed. "I just suspected." Before she finished her sentence, her mouth was blocked by another mouth. The wild suction in the mouth made her feel that her brain was about to be sucked out by Qin Sun. After a while, her face flushed red. She pushed Qin Sun away with force, and said with heavy breathing, Take a bath." Qin Sun, "Okay." He dragged Xia Ning to the bathroom, and halfway through, he simply carried her on his shoulders and ran over. Xia Ning leaned on Qin Sun's shoulder like a sandbag, feeling like a little wife kidnapped by a mountain king. Inexplicably, she felt a sense of shame that her chastity was being taken away again. And it was taken away repeatedly. In the next few hours, Xia Ning felt great damage both physically and mentally, and felt that the #1 pile driver in Beijing was about to change hands. In the bathtub, on the sofa, on the coffee table, on the balcony. In short, except for the bed. Their sweat almost covered every corner of the hotel suite. Qin Sun was still not forgiving. "Are you convinced?" "No." "I make you unconvinced. I make you unconvinced." "No." "Unconvinced. I make you unconvinced. I make you unconvinced." Again and again, again and again. "Are you convinced?" "I am." Qin Sun finally let Xia Ning go with satisfaction, and let himself go. The night was deep. The two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, Xia Ning opened her eyes, picked up her phone, and saw that it was already 10:30, and she was shocked. She didn't set an alarm last night, but her biological clock was always very regular, and she would wake up automatically around 7 in the morning. Xia Ning sat up, and the quilt slipped off, revealing her beautiful curves. She bent over, and covered her face with her right hand, and shook her head slightly with annoyance. "It seems that I really hurt my bones last night." Color is a steel knife that scrapes bones, regardless of whether it is a man or a woman. Xia Ning supported herself with both hands under the bed and tried to get up. But she felt backache and discomfort in many parts of her body. She thought about it, and then lay down again, looking at the ceiling with her big eyes. Her face gradually reddened. "No wonder he refused to do anything to me before. If he did this kind of thing without restraint, I might really be killed by him." Half an hour later, Qin Sun woke up and saw Xia Ning lying on the bed playing with her phone, which was very strange. Female CEO, "Are you not working today?" Xia Ning didn't look at Qin Sun, still staring at the phone. Her voice was cold. "Hamiu employees can take 5.5 days off." "But I can't." Qin Sun stood up and lifted the quilt. "Yes." He got up and washed up, leaning against the wall and staring at Xia Ning, raising his eyebrows. "Xia Ning?" She didn't understand the meaning of this raised eyebrow, but felt it was dangerous. She sat up. The quilt slipped off, revealing a large area of spring. Qin Sun's eyes suddenly brightened like the summer sun. Xia Ning was very nervous. She grabbed the quilt and covered her chest, and said hurriedly, "Be honest." She looked at Qin Sun's waist warily and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Qin Sun straightened his back and said proudly, "No. On the contrary. I feel refreshed and want to show my skills." Xia Ning's son was beating fast, and there was a hint of begging in her tone. I feel a little uncomfortable and want to rest for a day." After she finished speaking, she saw Qin Sun gradually narrowing his eyes, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And he asked slowly, "Are you convinced?" Xia Ning. She didn't want to answer. As a heroine, she must never give in any relationship between men and women. "Well, last night doesn't count. I confessed yesterday under torture." Qin Sun saw Xia Ning staring at him silently, with an indignant look on his face, snorted coldly, put his hand on his belt, and walked over slowly. After taking just one step, Xia Ning broke her defense, and said anxiously, "I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I'm convinced." She shrunk into the quilt, curled up into a ball, and held the corner of the quilt with both hands to prevent it from being opened by the beast. "I really admire you." Qin Sun's smug laughter came from outside the quilt. "Ha ha ha. Laugh out loud and go out. I am not a commoner." Footsteps sounded. The sound of the door closing and opening sounded. Xia Ning felt that something was wrong, so she still hid in the quilt. When her warm breath made her face burn, she quietly opened a corner. There was no one in the bedroom. Xia Ning lifted the quilt, quietly got out of bed, walked around the suite slowly with bare feet and chest covered, but did not find Qin Sun. She stayed where she was, feeling lost. "You don't recognize me after I put on my clothes? Beast." 10 minutes later, Xia Ning took a shower, put on her pajamas and lay on the bed, picked up her phone, and saw the WeChat message from Qin Sun. "I'm going to hammer you company to fix the bug." Xia Ning replied, "You are diligent today." "Soon," Qin Sun replied. "I have to save some money for milk powder." Xia Ning thought about the intense exercise last night, calculated the days, and was relieved when she confirmed that it was the safe period. Her parents' generation got married early, and had children early. But she was less than 25 years old, and didn't want to take care of a child so early. Especially Qin Sun's child, if he looked 1/10 as good as him. He would not be an easy child to take care of, and he would probably make her an irritable mother. Xia Ning typed, "Keep it up," and deleted it, and replied, "I don't believe it." Qin Sun replied, "Then I find another woman. Let's see if they obey." Xia Ning replied, "Come on." Suddenly, she remembered the car accident yesterday, and quickly sent a voice message. "Be careful, and beware of the killer." After a while, Qin Sun replied with a voice message. "Only my sister can kill me." Xia Ning replied, "Get lost." The chat ended. Xia Ning opened a question and answer community software, known for its intellectuality, and anonymously asked a question. "My boyfriend does it 7 times a night. Is that okay?" Chapter 1115 say, "Are you the killer sent by someone to kill me?" After asking, Xia Ning put down her phone and was stunned for a long time. After a while, the doorbell rang. It was Su Luoluo who invited her and Qin Sun to have lunch. Xia Ning changed her clothes and went to a famous restaurant nearby with Su Luoluo, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun and others. In the private room, Xia Ning noticed that Niu Xiaojun always looked at her with a smile, and asked, "Brother Niu, do you have an eye disease?" Niu Xiaojun chuckled. "Is it good?" Xia Ning was shocked. Her eyes were full of panic. She quickly lowered her eyebrows, and picked up the teacup to drink water. "Is the soundproofing of this hotel so bad?" "Complain. Must complain." Wu Yu kicked Niu Xiaojun impatiently. "You are taking advantage of Qin Sun's absence to bully her woman. Are you going to die?" Niu Xiaojun chuckled. Su Luoluo blushed. Her head was very low, almost buried in the rice bowl. After an awkward lunch, Xia Ning returned to the hotel to take a nap. She couldn't sleep, so she took out her phone to look at the questions she had posted that morning. "My boyfriend does it 7 times a night. Is that okay?" There were already many answers. "No. At most once a month. At most 1 minute each time. Because that's how my boyfriend is." "No. At most twice a night. At most 3 times a week. I'm a doctor. I'm happy again. Sister. Little sister. How pretty are you? 7 times a night. Not to mention the oxen that plow the land. Even the land will be plowed to pieces. Either you are the reincarnation of a fox spirit, or your boyfriend is the reincarnation of a geoduck. Otherwise he is definitely bragging." Xia Ning blushed and deleted the question. She lay in bed and slept for a while. But she couldn't fall asleep. She simply got up and walked to the table to open her laptop. She wanted to work, but she had a sudden thought. She turned on the surveillance of Hamia Company and found the general manager's office in the 9-square surveillance screen. In the screen, Chin Sun was sitting behind the desk. Xia Ning zoomed in on the screen. Chin Sun was facing the computer sideways. Half of his body was sitting on the chair. His legs were folded on the desk. His left hand was on the keyboard, and his right hand was holding a cup of coffee and sipping it. The sound he made when sucking on the straw was very bad, and it made a sizzling sound, just like the unbearable sound last night. Chin Sun stared at the computer screen with his left eye, tapped the keyboard with his left hand from time to time, and sipped the coffee a few times, and sighed with satisfaction. Ah! Seeing this, Xia Ning frowned. Will he snatch milk from the child in the future? Beast. Xia Ning rested his hands on his chin, staring at Chin Sun lazily fixing the bug, and gradually became absorbed, and smiled. He seems to be enjoying his free time. Suddenly, Xia Ning saw Chin Sun looking up at the surveillance camera, slowly raised his hand, and raised his middle finger, and was stunned. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Half a minute passed. Xia Ning couldn't stand it anymore, and sent a WeChat message with his mobile phone. Are you sick? On the surveillance screen, Chin Sun put down his middle finger, picked up his mobile phone, took a look, and put it down again, looking up at the surveillance camera and said, You are sick. Xia Ning was stunned, and sent another WeChat message. How do you know I'm watching you? In the surveillance video, Chin Sun picked up his phone, and took a look, and answered. A man's intuition. I was tired of fixing bugs just now, and wanted to play a game for a while, and suddenly I felt like I was watching anime during evening self-study, and the dean sneaked in through the back door. I guessed I was being spied on. I didn't expect you to be so perverted. Xia Ning frowned, picked up the phone and put it down again, operated the computer with a mouse to open the surveillance microphone, and said, You are the pervert. After scolding, she turned off the surveillance video immediately without waiting for Chin Sun to reply. Xia Ning smiled, as if she had won a battle. Half an hour later, she heard the doorbell ring. It was Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Su Luoluo, and the other three invited her to visit a nearby park. Xia Ning wanted to refuse, but she was worried that they would say that Chin Sun made her unable to walk, so she had to bite the bullet and go. Hamiu General Manager's office. Chin Sun gave the surveillance camera a middle finger for a long time, and seeing no response, threw the coffee cup into the trash can, and took his feet off the desk. He stretched out his hand, and a hard drive appeared in his palm. He quickly inserted it into the computer, and directly copied the Mondstadt and Liyue versions of the original game. Chin Sun pulled out the hard drive, and put it back into the system backpack, and wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead with the back of his hand. Although I didn't do anything, I worked hard. He stood up and walked out of the office, thinking about going back to the hotel. But his steps were getting slower and slower. I was so loud this morning. I kept asking Ningning if she was convinced. What if I didn't have any intimate behavior when I go back later? Wouldn't she look down on me? One cannot sacrifice his life for the sake of face. Chin Sun made up his mind, and gave himself another half-day off. He remembered that when he came here, he saw a park nearby, so he might as well go there to relax. He wore a mask and sunglasses, and rode a shared bike to the park. This is a large park, with rockery, a huge artificial lake, and an island pavilion built in the center of the lake. For winding roads stretched out from the island in the center of the lake. The roads were paved with bluestone slabs, or cobblestones, and on both sides were large willow trees with flying willow branches. There were not too many tourists in the park. Chin Sun walked leisurely, sometimes watching an old man practicing Tai Chi, sometimes watching an old woman walking her dog, sometimes watching an old man flirting with an old woman. A puppy peed on the roots of a willow tree. As he walked, he suddenly saw a bright purple in front of him. Chin Sun looked closely, and saw the back of a graceful woman. The woman was wearing a purple dress with a slim waist, a rounded hip, and long legs. She stood out against the many old ladies in the park. A famous singer on Earth once said, Purple is very charming. But Chinese people do not like purple. Because in traditional concepts, red and green represent auspiciousness, while purple represents evil. So Chin Sun has always believed that a woman wearing purple underwear must be coquettish. And a person who is purple must be very coquettish and evil. Just like Thanos. He is a purple potato. Very bad. Chin Sun stopped looking, looked around and walked forward, and soon passed by the purple-clothed woman. Suddenly, He heard a surprised cry. Qin Sun turned around and saw a purple-clothed woman with a camera on her chest, staring at him with dissatisfaction. This woman turned out to be Qin Fanshu. Qin Sun frowned and said nothing. He thought that he was wearing sunglasses and a mask, and he didn't believe that Qin Fanshu could recognize him. She must have been attracted by his handsome back. What a slut! In broad daylight, in the open air, she dared to act coquettishly in the park. Qin Sun turned around and continued to walk forward, and heard a small curse behind him. Idiot! He turned around and saw Qin Fanshu turn around and walk back the way he came, and shouted hurriedly, "Who are you scolding just now?" Qin Fanshu turned around. Idiot! Qin Sun, you are the idiot. Every time I run into you, nothing good happens. Did you install a locator on me? You can follow me wherever I go. After saying that, he was startled, backed 2 or 3 steps, rubbed his feet, and lifted a stone high, reached out and held it. Tell me, are you the killer sent by others to kill me? Qin Fanshu? Oh my god, you are really an idiot. Chapter 11:16. You just want to kill me, and then take my girlfriend away. Killer? Qin Fanshu opened her hands, looked down at her curvy figure, raised her head, and looked at Qin Sun, smiling disdainfully. I am such a wonderful woman, like a willow supported by the weak wind. How can you tell that I am a killer? What do I use to kill people? Charm of personality? Hearing these shameless words, Qin Sun felt a little physically uncomfortable, forgetting that he was also such a pretentious person. He squinted his eyes, and looked at Qin Fanshu, said contemptuously, Look at the color of your skirt, it looks like it's been poisoned. Who would dress like that? Qin Fanshu frowned. She has always been confident in her fashion sense. She has fair skin, beautiful looks, good temperament, big breasts, thin waist and long legs. What kind of clothes can't she handle? Did you take the wrong medicine? I was walking in the park, and you suddenly walked in front of me, turned around and called me an idiot, and then slandered me as a killer. Did I provoke you? Qin Sun thought about it, felt something was wrong, and shouted, Fuck you. Didn't you call me an idiot first? Qin Fanshu was startled, looked at the stone in Qin Sun's hand, and thought of the scene of him running around with a black bear in Country J, and her momentum weakened a little. She pouted, then looked excited and asked curiously, Who wants to kill you? Qin Sun clearly saw a hint of hope in Qin Fanshu's expression, as if he was eager to die. He put down the stone with a frown on his face. I'm investigating. Qin Fanshu's face showed a look of loss, and he sighed. What a pity. Qin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, Although we haven't found out who it is yet, you are the first suspect. Qin Fanshu said stupid, and saw Qin Sun holding the stone tightly, swallowed another word and said loudly, What right do you have to slander people? Qin Sun's expression became serious, as calm and confident as Detective Conan, and he told the story. In J Country, I encountered danger in the woods, and was almost shot in the head. At that time, you were near me. A few days ago, the plane was almost in trouble due to turbulence, and you were on the same plane. 1, 2, 3 times are all coincidences? Qin Fanshu was silent for a while, his eyes flickered as if thinking about something, gradually frowned, took a few steps back, and said, It turns out that meeting you is so unlucky, then I have to stay away from you. Qin Sun? Qin Fanshu said again. Tell me when you will return to Haicheng. I will avoid you, so that I won't be affected by your bad luck again. Qin Sun didn't expect this woman to be so difficult to deal with, and she could find a breakthrough in his careful analysis and bite back. He said unhappily, Don't talk to me about this and that. Tell me, you are a university teacher, and a young teacher who doesn't do his job properly. How much money can you make in a year? Why do you have to fly on the same plane with me? Qin Fanshu was furious, and took 2 steps towards Qin Sun. You chartered a plane? Qin Sun retorted. What's your status to sit in first class like me? First class is several times more expensive than economy class. The most exaggerated one is more than 10 times more expensive. General university teachers are unwilling to bear such a premium. Qin Fanshu laughed angrily. What's my status? We graduated from the same school, and you ask me what's my status? I graduated from graduate school, and you graduated from undergraduate school, and you studied civil engineering. A sunset industry. How dare you ask me what's my status? Qin Sun saw that she was anxious, and he felt happy in his heart, and stabbed her in the heart again. I mean, how can you, a university teacher, get the money to fly first class? What part-time job do you have to be so rich? He knew that Qin Fengshu's belief in life was to enjoy life. And she often did some part-time jobs to make money. But the money she earned from those part-time jobs should not support her overly generous life. Not only did she have a refined circle of friends, but she also had an overly refined real life. When Qin Fengshu heard him ask this question, she knew that Xia Zheng had given her 1 million yuan as a hush money, and did not tell Qin Sun. She didn't want to say it, or else she would feel aggrieved that she made money by relying on Qin Sun. Qin Fengshu sneered. Why do you care where I make money? I live off my parents. I sell private photos. I take out nude loans. What does it have to do with you? You live by the sea? You're really nosy. She became more and more angry as she spoke, and cursed. Big idiot. You deserve to be hit by a car. Hearing about being hit by a car, Qin Sun's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he took a step forward, only one step away from Qin Fengshu. He looked down at Qin Fengshu and said in a deep voice, How do you know I was hit by a car yesterday? His tone became colder and colder. You still say you didn't want to kill me? Qin Fengshu was stunned. Observing Qin Sun's expression carefully, she found that he didn't seem to be pretending. She didn't expect that what she said casually was actually right. She felt that she couldn't wash it off even if she jumped into the Yellow River. She was too lazy to wash it off. She clapped her hands and said, What a pity. What a pity. What a pity that I didn't hit you to death. She looked up and asked, But why should I kill you? I'm bored? Qin Sun said with a serious face. You just want to kill me. And then occupy Xianing. Qin Fengshu tilted her head. Are you sick? Qin Sun was embarrassed by her mocking expression, and asked coldly. You don't accept it? Qin Fengshu, I don't accept you. After saying that, she turned around and walked away. After a few steps, she turned back and cursed again. Big fool. She glanced behind Qin Sun, shook her head gently, turned around and walked away, muttering softly. A flower stuck in cow dung. Qin Sun watched her leaving, his chest rising and falling. She knew Qin Fengshu was not a killer, but she was annoyed when she saw her. It was annoying enough for her girlfriend to be remembered by a man, and it was even more terrifying to be remembered by a woman. The most terrifying thing was, she was floating around him like a ghost. She appeared from time to time, and every time she appeared, it brought bad luck. Qin Sun was so angry that he threw the stone into the lake and punched the willow tree trunk nearby. With a rustling sound, leaves fell everywhere. A green caterpillar was mixed in. Qin Sun squatted down and picked up the green, plump, and soft insect, and called Qin Fengshu. Hey! Qin Fengshu turned around. Silly. Before she finished speaking, she saw Qin Sun throw the stone. A throwing arc passed by, and a green dot landed on her right shoulder. She turned her head and screamed in fear, and ran forward. She was running very fast. The heels of her high heels made a clacking sound on the bluestone slabs, as if she wanted to use the wind to blow the caterpillar down. She didn't run far before her high heels broke. She swung her feet, and kept running wildly on a pair of thin stockings. Qin Sun saw this, and suddenly felt, it seemed a little too much. She is such an athlete. She won't take revenge on me. Will she? Suddenly, Qin Sun heard footsteps behind him, and Wu Yu's weird voice came. My dear brother-in-law, what did you say to that busted and hip purple hip skirt beauty just now? She was so scared that her butt swung left and right like a football. Chapter 11:17 A caterpillar can do as much harm to a woman as playing the piano at random. Qin Sun felt a headache, turned around, and saw Xia Ning and his group 3 steps away, and a smile appeared on his face. What a coincidence. I thought I was the only one who was bored, but I didn't expect you. Wu Yu waved her hand. Don't be so mean. She put her hand on Xia Ning's shoulder and said, Brother-in-law, I want to ask you how you teased Qin Fengshu just now, and scared her so much that she even lost her high heels. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning's expressionless face. Su Luoluo turned away, and dared not look at him. Niu Xiaojun had a gloating smile. He sighed. I just accidentally met Qin Fengshu, thinking that every time I met her, I would have bad luck, and I thought she was related to the killer. So I interrogated her. Niu Xiaojun became interested and asked, What did you find out? Qin Sun sighed. You can't torture her, and her mouth is very stubborn. She won't admit anything. Niu Xiaojun looked up and saw that many street lamps were equipped with surveillance cameras. He nodded to show his understanding. It would be better if there were no surveillance cameras. We could use torture. I've read books on criminal law. They are quite good at it. Her tone was full of regret. She seemed disappointed that she couldn't catch Qin Fanshu and tie him up for torture. Qin Sun gave Niu Xiaojun a thumbs up. The 21st century needs talents like you. Wu Yu saw that the two of them were chatting lively, looked at Xiaoning, and knew that she had not yet resolved her knot. She pressed Qin Sun again. Hey, don't change the subject. I'm asking you, why did Qin Fanshu run? And so fast? Qin Sun chuckled and laughed again, feeling that his behavior was indeed somewhat disgraceful, said. Nothing, nothing. Xiaoning couldn't help it. Nothing? Qin Sun noticed that she was angry, knowing that not explaining it clearly would make things worse. He raised his head and looked at the willow branch, jumped suddenly, reached out and picked it. After landing, he opened his palm, holding an emerald green caterpillar, and stretched it towards Xiaoning and the others. Suddenly, several people fled in all directions, and a scream rang out. Ah! Take it away! Take it away! It's so scary! Qin Sun saw them running 5 meters away in the blink of an eye, and was stunned. He looked at the caterpillar crawling in his palm and asked, Is this thing so scary? Xiaoning looked uncertain. It's scary. Very scary. Niu Xiaojun patted his chest. A woman as eagle-like as me, am afraid of this thing. Isn't it scary? Su Luoluo nodded vigorously. Super scary. I would rather be bitten by a dog than have bugs crawl on me. Wu Yu cursed. I always thought caterpillars were alien creatures, very scary. Qin Sun couldn't empathize with them at all, just thought they were a little hypocritical, and threw the caterpillar into the lake. The 4 women saw this, then gradually surrounded them. Xiaoning asked. So you just scared her with the caterpillar? You are so childish. Qin Sun's old face turned red. Hee. I threw the caterpillar on her shoulder. As soon as the voice fell, several women were stunned. Then, there was a verbal abuse. Beast. Scum. Not a good person. Qin Sun saw that Su Luoluo almost called him a non-human, and frowned. Is it really that excessive? Niu Xiaojun cursed loudly. You are a man and don't understand much. I will give you examples that you can understand. In ancient times, there was a kind of punishment called playing the piano randomly, which was to put a wire through the man's testicles, and then pull the wire back and forth, just like pulling the strings of a guitar, until the prisoner is in pain. She patted Qin Sun's shoulder, and said seriously, Throwing caterpillars at a woman is as lethal as playing the piano randomly on a man. Qin Sun frowned, holding his right elbow with his left hand, pinching his chin with his right hand, and pondering for a while. It seems that Qin Fanshu is not a killer, and will kill me the next time he sees me. A few people met, and decided to go to the park together. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they felt it was boring. Xiaoning was worried that there was a killer lurking nearby. Before the result of the interrogation of the female driver came out, she didn't want Qin Sun to show up too much. She suggested going back to the hotel, and no one objected. The group walked leisurely to the entrance of the park. The driver was waiting in the nearby parking lot. As soon as they left the park, they didn't walk a few steps. Qin Sun saw a person riding a shared electric bike bumping into him from the corner of his eye. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt that the killer had appeared again. He turned around quickly, stood in front of the women, and opened the boxing ring. As he turned around, he saw Qin Fanshu, with a livid face and bare feet, riding a bicycle and rushing towards him. Qin Sun's face flashed a trace of embarrassment, and he put down his hands. Qin Fanshu shouted, I will kill you! You beast! Kill you! The car arrived quickly. It hit Qin Sun's thigh hard. Qin Sun stood still. Qin Fanshu fell to the ground along with the bicycle. Xiaoning tried to help him, but Qin Fanshu pushed him away. She got up, rode back a dozen meters, and turned to aim at Qin Sun and rushed over at a fast speed. Qin Sun sighed secretly. That's all. Compared to playing the piano, this is nothing? Suddenly, Qin Sun felt something was wrong. The wheel was heading straight for his balls. He quickly turned sideways and blocked the bicycle with his thighs. Qin Fanshu fell again, covered in dirt. Qin Sun saw this, and shouted a few words symbolically. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Although he was perfunctory in his heart, but his acting was very good, making others feel that his testicles were broken. Qin Fanshu lay on the ground and stared at Qin Sun blankly, said angrily, You are still dubbing for me? Qin Sun? That's not what I meant. I mean, I'm in pain. Qin Fanshu became even angrier, feeling that he was teased, and got up and rode back as usual, turning around and rushing towards Qin Sun. Qin Sun sighed and murmured softly, "This is over." The car quickly hit. Suddenly, Xia Ning blocked Qin Sun and opened his hands. Zia's sharp sound rang out. Qin Sun was anxious, hugged Xia Ning and leaned to the side, and subconsciously raised his right foot to kick Qin Fanshu in the face. A second later, the car stopped. Qin Fanshu tightly grasped the brake handle, looking at the sole of the shoe so close, and was scared to sweat. If I hadn't braked immediately when I saw Xia Ning jump out just now, this kick would definitely hit my face. Qin Fanshu said angrily. Big idiot, what are you going to do? Qin Sun was embarrassed for a while, shaking his feet. Teacher Qin, do you think my shoes look good? He put his feet down. Qin Fanshu looked at Xia Ning, and then glared at Qin Sun, and said coldly, You should do some good deeds. Otherwise, Xia Ning will become a widow sooner or later. After saying that, she turned the car around and rode away, disappearing at the corner of the street. Xia Ning felt guilty, decided to apologize for her husband, took out her mobile phone to send some apology words to Qin Fanshu, and transferred 5,000 yuan for the shoes. She just looked at Qin Fanshu's fallen high heels on the street. They were not luxury goods, but they didn't look cheap. Xia Ning sent an apology, and found that she was blocked. Her heart tightened, and then she relaxed inexplicably, and looked up at the corner of the street. In the future, maybe we will never see each other again? Suddenly, Niu Xiaojun's cell phone rang. She took it out, walked to the side to answer the phone, walked back, and looked at everyone with a serious face. The female driver yesterday has been interrogated. Her eyes were fixed on Qin Sun's face. She came here just to kill you. Chapter 1118 Your life is worth a lot of money. 10 million. It was not convenient to talk outside because there were too many people around. The group returned to the hotel. The hotel suite living room. Qin Sun and the others sat around the coffee table. Niu Xiaojun stood up, looked up and pretended to observe the corners of the room. What I'm going to say next is very exciting. We need to confirm whether there are any cameras. Xia Ning thought of the several battles with Qin Sun last night, and suddenly felt offended, and said coldly, How could there be cameras? We've lived here for so many days, and we're not blind. Niu Xiaojun put his hands behind his back. It's a pinhole. And you can see it? Xia Ning knocked on the table. That's enough. It's already this time. And you're still being so pretentious? Niu Xiaojun sat down, crossed his legs, and said, After taking the female driver away yesterday, some professionals retrieved the video of our car accident. They analyzed it several times, and concluded that the female driver's collision angle was very tricky. If our driver hadn't been so skilled, and hadn't tried so hard to keep the car balanced, we would have definitely been knocked over and rolled over. The people in the car would have probably fainted. If the female driver was a professional killer, she got out of the car and pretended to rescue us, and after opening the door, she would have had many ways to kill us. The room was silent. The women were frightened, thinking of the bloody incidents they had seen on TV or heard from their parents. There are many accidents in the world, and many man-made accidents. If the female driver was a professional killer, after the car was overturned yesterday, she approached the unconscious women. Whether it was slitting their throats, using poison, or even blowing up the car, it would be hard for Qin Sun to survive. A beautiful Chinese American, who had a traffic accident in Country C, generally, would not be detained until death. Besides, she would definitely flee after she succeeded, and she should have planned her escape route long ago. Xia Ning was originally sitting next to Qin Sun, and now she was even closer, and her hand was tightly holding his. Qin Sun smiled lightly, very calm. Let alone the shaking yesterday, even if the car rolled over 18 times in a row, he would not faint. With the ability of a martial arts genius and an extreme sports master, he was confident that he could resist dizziness just like a fighter pilot. Seeing that he had stunned everyone at once, Niu Xiaojun was very proud in his heart, and continued to speak half suspensefully. After this female driver was caught, she was interrogated many times, and she said everything she said. She said she was Chinese in the United States, had no fixed job, and liked to travel around the world. She happened to travel to Country C last month, and occasionally had sex. She insisted that she was distracted by replying to her sex friend's Wei Xian, and was in a good mood. She was particularly eager to be fucked, and she subconsciously stepped on the accelerator and crashed into the car in front. She was interrogated many times, and the result was always the same. Have no choice but to let him go. Chin Sun looked at Nyo Xiaojun's appearance just now, and thought there would be some earth-shattering secrets. But he didn't expect that there would be a lot of thunder and little rain. That's it? Release her? Can't you give her a few big pussies? Play the piano again? Nyo Xiaojun laughed, picked up the cup and took a sip of tea. Hey you! RC country is a society ruled by law. All actions must be legal and compliant. Don't worry. Chin Sun was unhappy. It's not your fate, of course you don't worry. Nyo Xiaojun laughed a few more times, and continued. After the female driver was released, she took a taxi to a hotel not far from here and stayed there. This morning, she went out for fun, walking in a slightly remote place, and the surveillance camera on that road happened to be under maintenance. Unexpectedly, a group of energetic young men rushed out with sacks on their backs, stuffed the girl into a van and took her away. This group of thugs took the female driver to an abandoned building. After being tortured half to death by a great memory recovery technique, she confessed everything. Chin Sun opened his mouth wide, and just wanted to give this operation 8.5 points, because he was a little speechless. Police officers must act legally and in compliance with regulations in police stations. But a spirited young man can do whatever he wants in an abandoned construction site. Many young people today are always excited by some heroic movies, and feel that they are also strong men. However, there are actually very few people who can withstand torture. Even fewer than those who can open the Ren and do meridians. Even if they are strong men, can they withstand the nonsense of playing the piano? The kind of criminal law that General Yuan used to reward the three armies is extremely insulting to women. But the harm is not the greatest among all criminal laws. Just a female killer. She confessed everything after a few hours of being served. Chin Sun was not surprised at all. Chin Sun asked, "What did the female killer say?" Nyo Xiaojun smiled. "No problem. The female driver admitted that she was a killer, and she made a living from it. She used to travel around the world and commit crimes. She also had 2 helpers. 1 hour after she was arrested yesterday, they had already boarded a plane back to the United States." Xia Ning frowned, and her heart tightened. Letting a tiger go back to the mountains, there will be endless troubles. Nyo Xiaojun continued. The female killer has been traveling around country C recently, went to Shiren, went to Haicheng, came to Beijing, and took the same plane with you a few days ago. She lives in a nearby hotel, and one of her accomplices. Nyo Xiaojun pointed to the opposite wall. She lives next door to you, and uses professional eavesdropping equipment to listen to the wall at night. But she said that apart from hearing someone screaming, she didn't hear any valuable information. Xia Ning's face quietly turned red. She had never wanted to kill someone so much to silence him. Following him all the way, and eavesdropping on his sex life? Dirty! Chin Sun felt her palms sweating as she held him, so he held them tighter, and said to Nyo Xiaojun, "Where is the person yelling?" He heard it wrong. I played the video. Xia Ning pulled her hand away. You want me to explain? You want me to explain it this way? Chin Sun asked. Who wants to kill me? He was not very angry with the female killer. He just felt that her skills were not good enough. However, the employer behind him must be eliminated as soon as possible. He considered himself a half-good person, occasionally doing some bad things, but it would not be to the point of being killed. Kato Oki's family is complete. Zhang Lei? Does he, a gay, have such a bad temper? Nyo Xiaojun shook his head. I don't know. They are a professional killer organization with a clear division of labor. They receive business from the organization and never know who the employer is. Their headquarters is in the United States, so it is not easy to intervene here. So, I don't know. She paused, and her voice got louder. But, your life is very valuable. Your order is 10 million. Chin Sun was silent. He knew that there were some dark sides in this world. Ordinary people couldn't get in touch with these things because they were unworthy. Who would spend hundreds of millions of dollars to kill a cow working 996 in an office building? But nearly 3 million people mysteriously disappear in the world every year. It is said that on the dark web, there are organizations that specialize in human trafficking, organ trading, assassination, and sex slave trade. Those who disappeared mysteriously can be called perfect crimes. Never expected that he was also on their menu. Chin Sun looked up and saw that except Nyo Xiaojun, everyone looked at him with worry. He smiled. Those who can't kill me will make me stronger. Who cares? Now the most urgent task is to start marketing the original god. Making money is important. Xiaoning? He wants to die? He hasn't even caught the water ghost yet. But he's still wandering around. Chapter 1119 High-End Business Wars are not just about pouring water on the money tree. Qin Sun can no longer waste time. That night Xiaoning, Wu Yu, and Su Luoluo shared a common hatred for the enemy and escorted Qin Sun to Lu Shaoquan Manor on the outskirts of the city. Niu Xiaojun did not go with them, saying that he was going home to act cute with his grandparents, see if he could accept Qin Sun as his grandson. In this way, even if the mastermind behind the scenes was hiding under the 9 abysses, he would be pulled out and split in half vertically. In the study room, Xia Ning and Wu Yu surrounded Lu Shaoquan and explained the situation in an urgent tone, and Qin Sun huddled in the corner of the sofa like a child who had made a mistake. After hearing the whole story, Lu Shaoquan slapped the coffee table. Bang! The solid wood table cracked. Qin Sun applauded. Old man, okay. Lu Shaoquan waved his hand. Now is not the time to flatter. What era is it now? Why are you still fighting and killing like when we were young? And even alarming the International Assassin Organization? Fuck. Qin Sun was stunned. It was the first time he heard the old man swear. Tough. Afternoon. The Lu family's security force was tripled. More than 300 young and strong security guards, patrolling everywhere with explosion-proof equipment in their hands. These are not the security guards who trouble the owners in the community for no reason, but the ones who protect themselves when something happens. These people are all skilled in martial arts, and when their employers are in danger, they need to rush to defend. The next day, Qin Sun heard Xia Ning call in his sleep, opened his eyes, and saw that it was only a little after 9 o'clock outside. It was still early. He was puzzled. What's wrong? Xia Ning pulled him out of bed. Meeting? Qin Sun washed and dressed, followed Xia Ning into a restaurant, and was stunned. Lu Shaoquan, Xia Zheng, Xia Shujie, Lu Jingya, Lu Gang, Wu Yu. They didn't have a smile on their faces. They sat silently at the big round table. Qin Sun smiled and greeted them. Grandpa, Grandpa, Uncle, Aunt. He was like reciting a tongue twister. Lu Jingya got up and walked to the door and took his hand, saying distressfully as she walked inside. Poor kid. How did you offend such a tough villain? You're hiring a killer? Qin Sun was very touched. He knew who Xia Ning inherited her gentleness from. The door was closed and locked. A dull meeting was held. In fact, there was nothing to say. Xia Ning described the incident, and everyone spoke out their opinions. Xia Zheng asked with a gloomy face. Qin Sun, who do you think it was? I just find someone to kill him. Qin Sun. He hesitated, and said, I have offended many people, but the one I have offended the most recently is Zhang Lei. Lu Gang said. That makes sense. In the current film market, Fatal Identity has beaten Mystery Deep Eyes to a standstill, and the stock price of Beijing film and television has been falling again and again. Zhang Lei has also been squeezed out of the core of the company. It is reasonable for him to want to kill you. Lu Jingya frowned. Brother, I don't like what you said. What do you mean by reasonable? Killing someone because of business competition. Is there such a reason in the world? Lu Gang stared at Lu Jingya blankly. He didn't expect to hear such childish words from his sister. She was really anxious. Qin Sun noticed that Lu Shaoquan and Xia Zheng looked at each other. Xia Zheng even raised his eyebrows, as if to imply that you were very powerful back then. He felt funny in his heart, and thought of a piece of news on Earth. It was said that a rich man packaged a company with a market value of $2 billion into $10 billion, and sold it to a giant company. After the giant company found out, it fought a lawsuit with the rich man for more than 10 years. In the end, it lost the case. To celebrate the victory in the lawsuit, the rich man and his cronies took a yacht to celebrate. The yacht suddenly broke down and sank to the bottom of the sea. The rich man and his cronies sank to the bottom of the sea. The captain and sailors on the yacht all saved themselves successfully. At the same time, another shareholder, who was far away in the UK and did not attend the celebration, was suddenly hit by a car and killed during his morning run. Business competition is not just about pouring water on the money tree, slashing the seat of a shared bicycle, and leading subordinates to snatch the official seal. There are also some bloody deeds. Xia Zheng slammed the table. You call him Zhang Lei, right? Kill him. Just find someone to kill him. Qin Sun. Grandpa, we live in a society ruled by law now. How can you just kill him just because I guess who he is? Xia Ning was also anxious and persuaded him. Grandpa, it's okay if it's Zhang Lei. What if it's not him? Then just kill him casually. If Qin Sun doesn't take it lightly, it will be troublesome if he really gets into trouble with the mastermind behind the scenes. Xia Zhen said nothing. I just said it casually. This couple took turns to teach me? Lu Xiaoquan said. These days, Qin Sun has been living in our house. Everyone should use their connections to investigate. There is no such thing as a thief who can be thieves for 1,000 days. We must catch that thief. That night, after dinner, everyone took a walk in the manor. Lu Gang received a message from his assistant, and after reading it, he said to everyone, "It is probably Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei went to the United States half a month ago, and then returned to China, and went to Jie country again. It is said that he will stay there for a long time." Lu Jingya said, "Brother, you mean, he went to the United States to find a killer, and then went to Jie country to avoid suspicion?" Lu Gang nodded. Xia Zheng sneered. "Now we can kill him," Xia Ning said anxiously. "First find him, interrogate him clearly, and make sure it is 100% him." Then, she made a knife gesture with her right hand, noticing that Qin Sun was staring at her in amazement. Her tone softened a bit. "Send him to the police station." 7 days later, the thief-catching team left one after another. Qin Sun ate every day, practiced boxing, took a walk, accompanied his grandmother to feed the old hens, and picked eggs. The manor was very large, but he was familiar with every corner. There was no news about Zhang Lei, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. At noon that day, Qin Sun lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. "If I am not sure for a day, I can't leave the manor for a day," Xia Ning, lying on the side, said. "Yes. Qin Sun, it's like being in prison." Xia Ning, "Yes. Qin Sun, I have to quickly launch the original god to make money." Xia Ning, "You can remotely control the company to launch marketing activities as planned. You don't have to be on site to work." Qin Sun, "But I'm really tired of it." Suddenly, he felt a slight vibration beside him, turned his head, and saw Xia Ning sitting up and unbuttoning his chest. Qin Sun narrowed his eyes. Hey, you? I can't do anything about you." After a lovemaking session, Qin Sun's mind became clearer, and he asked while lying on the bed. "Niu Xiaojun has been at home for so many days, and he didn't ask his grandfather to help us catch someone. Your relationship is not that good." Xia Ning turned around and faced Qin Sun. "We have a good relationship with Niu Xiaojun, but we have almost no relationship with Niu Xiaojun grandfather. Unless his grandfather accepts you as his grandson, why would he help you with this? Some favors cannot be helped without a good relationship." Qin Sun savored these words carefully, and felt that they made some sense, but only a little. After all, it was about his own life safety and personal freedom. He hoped that there would still be some unreasonable things happening in the world. For example, consecration. For example, system? Qin Sun closed his eyes and called up the system panel. Chapter 1120. Can 250 slacking points draw such good things? In the room, on the big bed, Qin Sun closed his eyes, looking at the system panel that appeared in his mind. Slacking points, 200250. The next draw requires 1 billion slacking points. Looking at this pitiful 200,000 slacking points, Qin Sun felt depressed. The system seemed to become insensitive with another round of his tricky operations. In the past, he could earn tens of thousands of slacking points a day by playing games and sleeping. Now, after the last group consecration, all the slacking points were consumed. It has been so many days, and I have only accumulated such a small amount of slacking points. It is not enough to feed the dog. Qin Sun's eyes fell on the lucky turntable in the upper right corner of the panel. The turntable flew out and became a huge Ferris wheel. He believed and consumed 200,000 slacking points to draw a lottery. The Ferris wheel spun rapidly, stopped. A stream of light flew out and a treasure chest popped out. The treasure chest exploded. A bright red rose appeared. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize. Name, a little red flower. Quality, general. Function, give it to the opposite sex you like. You can get the other person's love, enjoy a wonderful night. How to use, give it to her, say loudly. My cat can do backflips. Note, it is forbidden to use it on the opposite sex, otherwise you will bear the consequences after reading this information. Qin Sun let out a deep breath. What the hell? Rich woman trap? If you give it to those wealthy single old rich women, won't it be a big deal? Why is the quality so average? But it's useless to me. Chin Sun looked at the remaining 250 points of slacking off on the panel, hesitated for a second, and went all in. After a flashy animation effect, a pair of contact lenses popped out of the treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize. Name, Eye of Death. Quality, inferior. Function, wearing the Eye of Death, you can see through human lifespan. How to use, wear the silver mirror, stare at the other person without blinking for 5 seconds, you can see his lifespan number on his forehead. If it is over 100 years old, the number will be 3 question marks? Note, this is the power of the devil. Chin Sun was shocked. Eye of Death? See through the lifespan of the other party? Such a powerful thing was judged as inferior by the system, and it was also noted as the power of the devil? Will this Eye of Death be backfired if used too much? Chin Sun opened his glasses, stared blankly at the ceiling, and waited until his mood calmed down. He probably guessed why the system looked down on this Eye of Death so much. In the fortune-telling world, it is taboo to calculate lifespan. Revealing destiny is a rebellious act and will be punished by heaven. Moreover, it is not a good thing for people to know the exact time of their death. Even if old men in their 60s or 70s know that the average lifespan of people is less than 80 years old, they will subconsciously firmly believe that they can still live tomorrow. But there is another tomorrow after tomorrow. Doesn't that mean they think they will live to death? Without knowing the date of death, people will not clearly feel the threat of death. Chin Sun lifted the quilt, walked into the bathroom, and locked the door. Xia Ning heard the door locked, and thought of Chin Sun's strange silence just now, and had a bad feeling in her heart. She asked loudly, Chin Sun, what are you doing? What are you doing? In the bathroom. Chin Sun hurriedly put on his contact lenses, and before he could stare at himself for 5 seconds, he immediately opened the door and walked out. As soon as he went out, he bumped into Xia Ning. Chin Sun looked down at Xia Ning's upturned face, and suddenly realized that he had been staring for almost 5 seconds, and blinked quickly in fear. He didn't want to, nor did he dare to know the lifespan of the people close to him. After all, this contact lens is called the Eye of Death, and it is terrifying to watch his loved ones approach death day by day. Xia Ning was very surprised. What's wrong with your eyes? Chin Sun looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and said, My eyes are a little dry. Xia Ning, dry eyes? Do you want to see a doctor? Chin Sun, no need. He let go of Xia Ning's shoulders, walked to the dressing mirror, and stared at his face in the mirror. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. He saw 3 question marks slowly appearing on his forehead in the mirror. Chin Sun smiled. 3 question marks. That means more than 100 years old. A long life. Very long. Regardless of whether this killer is Zhang Lei, he can't kill me before I live to be 100 years old. Suddenly, Chin Sun heard Xia Ning ask, What are you laughing at again? He turned his head to look at Xia Ning, and turned his head away after only one glance, picked up an eyebrow knife on the dressing table, and spun it with his fingertips. As it turned, his hand moved up and down, sometimes close to his neck, sometimes across his chest, and sometimes just across his abdomen. The blade of the eyebrow knife almost touched his skin. Xia Ning stood aside, holding his breath. The eyebrow knife is extremely sharp, and you must be extra careful when using it. Even if you are very careful, many people have been scratched by the eyebrow knife. But Chin Sun actually turned the eyebrow knife into a windmill and scratched it towards his vital parts. This is simply courting death. I don't know how long it took. Xia Ning saw Chin Sun stop and put the eyebrow razor on the table, and immediately rushed over and kicked Chin Sun in the waist. Chin Sun didn't dodge, and stumbled against the wall, and frowned. You really have some taekwondo background. Why did you kick me? Xia Ning picked up the eyebrow razor and threw it into the trash can, and asked, What were you doing just now? Want to use the eyebrow razor to hurt yourself? Or commit suicide? Chin Sun couldn't explain and smiled. Is he handsome? Xia Ning's voice was cold. Do you think you are so great? Chin Sun clenched his fists, and said with a serious face, I don't want to prove that I am great. I want to tell people that I must get back what I lost with my own hands. At the end, he almost forgot this classic movie line, because he saw 3 question marks on Xia Ning's forehead. Xia Ning couldn't stand his careless attitude, and didn't care that he was naked now, and rushed up to punch and kick him. She hit him hard, making Chin Sun's body thump. Qin Sun just kept laughing. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Xia Ning stopped and hugged Qin Sun tightly. Don't scare me. Are you really going crazy? Don't do that, I'm scared. Qin Sun took the opportunity to say. Then will you let me out? I'm going to start promoting the original god to the market. Xia Ning, okay. Qin Sun was overjoyed. Xia Ning said again. But Grandpa won't let you out. Qin Sun. I won't be assassinated. I can live over 100 years, and so can you. Believe me. Xia Ning, I believe it, I believe it. But Grandpa doesn't believe it. Qin Sun broke free from Xia Ning's embrace, threw himself on the bed, and rolled around naked. So annoying. Xia Ning chased after him, and held down Qin Sun, who was like a loach, with a look of heartache. You can remotely control the company to start operating. Qin Sun sighed, and began to roll over again. So annoying. In the end, Qin Sun still couldn't escape from the manor. Xia Ning even got him a bulletproof vest, and asked him to wear it when he was walking in the manor, in case someone outside the manor shot him with a sniper rifle. Qin Sun was speechless. The killer who could enter the country with a sniper rifle in country C has not been born yet. Besides, bulletproof vests are not sniper-proof. I was shocked to death. 3 days later, a truck transported some equipment from Hamu Company to the manor, and turned a room in the villa into Qin Sun's studio. Qin Sun locked himself in the studio for a morning, and came out to say to Xia Ning, who was guarding the door. Call Su Luoluo, bring professional photography equipment, I show you something sexy. Chapter 1121. It turns out that when men get horny, women really have nothing to do. On the 3rd floor of the villa, a training room. The door was locked. The curtains were drawn on the windows. Qin Sun stood in the middle of the training room. A camera was set up opposite him, and Wu was behind him. Xia Ning and Su Luoluo stood aside. Xia Ning asked. Qin Sun, you said you wanted to show us something horny, what is it? Qin Sun pointed at himself. Xia Ning? What do you mean? Qin Sun said proudly. I am the slut. Xia Ning's face was dark. Su Luoluo clenched her teeth tightly, not daring to laugh out loud. Wu bent over with laughter while holding the camera. Qin Sun, I underestimated you after all. How can you say such words in front of the 3 of us women without blushing or beating your heart? Qin Sun asked back. Are you sluts? Xia Ning was anxious. I'm not sluts. Su Luoluo was very nervous, and waved her hands repeatedly. I'm a cute type. Look, I have a mushroom head. Wu rolled her eyes. That's not what I meant. She sighed, too lazy to argue with Qin Sun, buried her head behind the camera, and pointed it at Qin Sun in front of her. Come, come, come! Start your performance. I want to see how sexy you are. Qin Sun took out his phone, which had a newly added audio file, which was the soundtrack of Paradise. After he gained the ability to be a singing god, he could write lyrics, compose music, arrange music, and even perform top-notch singing and dancing. However, he was not keen on making money by singing, so he used to give the lyrics and music on Earth to others, and let them arrange music by themselves. Both of them were able to hire top arrangers, so the songs they produced were always above the standard. This song Pure Land of Bliss was the only one he arranged himself, because most of the charm of this song Pure Land of Bliss lies in the arrangement. With a strong rhythm, clear beat, catchy melody, and rich harmony, especially suitable for choreography. Qin Sun turned up the volume of his phone to the maximum, made a gesture to silence the 3 women, and after they nodded, he pressed the music play button. He put the phone on the ground beside him, walked quickly to the center of the room, turned sideways to the camera, stretched out his arms, and put his 2 palms half clenched together. A few seconds later, a burst of dynamic music came out. Thump, 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 thump. As the music started, Qin Sun danced with his hands, again and again. Suddenly, the sound got louder, and the rhythm became stronger. Thump, 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 thump. Qin Sun began to dance with his butterfly steps. His hands did not stop moving. After a while, he began to sing. The moon rises, the red lantern, the sacrifice for the children, the butterfly is drawn out. Qin Sun danced passionately in the room. Xia Ning and the other 2 were stunned by this scene. Qin Sun can sing, and he dances so well. He is dynamic and charming, and his timing is clear. In one dance, he used a lot of butterfly steps and Oiran steps. Aren't these the steps that girls dance? He locked himself in the studio for the whole morning. In addition to composing music, he also choreographed a dance. Is he that good? Moreover, he sang and danced with the microphone on, and his breath didn't tremble at all. I knew he was a good singer, but I didn't expect him to be so good. It's terrible. After more than 3 minutes, Jin-sun finished dancing, bowed to the camera, and stood up and smiled. Am I flirty? Will you stop filming? Confirmed that the dance had been recorded, and then stuck his head out from behind the camera and raised a thumbs up. Flirty! Too flirty. If you change into a skirt and dance this dance, I can't even imagine how good it would look. Xiaoning clapped lightly and smiled. It turns out that when men become flirty, women really have nothing to lose. Su Luoluo didn't dare to be too presumptuous. She tried to figure out the extent of the flattery in her mind and said it carefully. I think it's pretty good. And it's not just flirting. Full of vitality. Charming and attractive. Boss Jean really achieved the combination of singer, dancer in person. Super amazing, Jin-sun said with a smile. Student Su, this is the best flattery you have done this year. Su Luoluo was delighted, lowered her head, stepped on the floor with her right foot, and said, Boss Jean, I don't know how to flatter. A burst of laughter rang out in the room. The filmed video was exported and sent to Zhao Xiaohan in the form of an email, asking her to pass it on to Song Ying. Song Ying has signed a contract with Yuzi Film and Television Company, and practices with other girls in the practice room every day. Less than an hour after the email was sent, Song Ying called Jin-sun, and the first thing she said was a critical hit. Brother Jin-sun, you are so sexy. Jin-sun, watch your wording. On the other side of the phone, Song Ying giggled. Brother Jin-sun, I really love you for Sister Xiaoning. Not only did you write songs for me and release albums, you even arranged music for me and choreographed dances for me now. I am so touched. I feel that after my original God album is released, Sister Yilan will be left far behind by me. Hee. Jin-sun heard Song Ying chirping like a magpie, and felt a little headache. He said in a serious tone. Song Ying, spend a week with Hua Fushi, Kulan, Bian Yu, Meng Ji, and that someone, to practice this song and dance together. When the time comes, you and Xiao Lele will choose 2 people who dance well, and the 3 of you will dance together. On the other end of the phone, Song Ying's tone seemed a little unhappy. 3 people dancing together? Jin-sun, you stand in the center. Song Ying immediately became happy. Hee, that's not what I meant. Then. Okay. Jin-sun reminded. Zhao Xiaohan will customize some cosplay clothes of the original God characters. You can dance in those clothes. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Okay. I go all out. Show a little bit if you want. Jin-sun? Most of the original characters don't show anything. You're so young. Don't think about relying on your cleavage to get ahead. Don't go the wrong way. You want to fight for the wrong way. Can you beat Mingji? The other end of the phone was silent again. After a while, Song Ying's laughter came. Got it. Hang up the phone. Jin-sun saw Xia Ning looking at him with a smile. Little brother, you have a good memory. I remember the names of the 4 dancing girls. But I forgot that the girl who played the guitar and sang was called Ji Yongyang. You still remember Mingji's cleavage. It seems that the button she flew from her shirt to your face left an indelible impression on you. Jin-sun. He was too lazy to pay attention to this jealous little girl. He picked up his phone and found Yilan number, and said to Xiaoning, Ning, I have been using Yilan for free before, and I feel a little embarrassed. I want to spend 100 million to invite Yilan to endorse Original God. Is it okay? Xiaoning was shocked. 100 million for endorsement? Even for top stars. It's usually around 30 million. And it's for 2 years. 100 million for endorsement in one go. It's really too scary. Xiaoning's eyes flickered. And he was struggling with his conscience. And smiled helplessly. You have the final say on your money. Jin-sun smiled and pressed Yilan number. Immediately, a female voice broadcast came. Sorry. The number you dialed is not in service. Please check before dialing. Chapter 1122. Her grandparents believe in Buddhism. And I just know a little about Buddhism. An empty number? Jin-sun thought he had dialed the wrong number. He picked up the phone and saw Yilan name clearly on it. Seeing this, Xiaoning asked, What's wrong? Jin-sun turned the phone over to face Xiaoning and pressed the speaker button. The female voice broadcast was still ringing. Sorry. The number you dialed is an empty number. Please check and call again. Xia Ning was startled, thinking of how Yilan had left the WeChat group after Qin Sun returned to China after his imprisonment, and did not call to greet him like others. At that time, she thought Yilan had given up on Qin Sun, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Now it seems that things are not simple. Xia Ning was a little anxious, not knowing whether to comfort Qin Sun or herself, and said, "Maybe she felt that she made such a great sacrifice by releasing the MV of your answer on all platforms to support you. But you promised Songing in the group to release an album and make a movie. She was unhappy, so she blocked you." She became less and less confident as she spoke. The voice announcement of a blacklisted number is something like the number you dialed is out of service instead of the number you dialed is an unavailable number. Xia Ning took out her mobile phone and dialed Yilan number. The female voice still came from the phone, and it was still an unavailable number. Xia Ning and Qin Sun looked at each other, and both of them looked unhappy. Qin Sun said, "The unavailable number can only be cancelled. She is a queen of the music world, a new celebrity in the film and television industry, and her contact information cannot be easily changed. The movie Fatal Identity, in which she plays the leading role, has not been released yet. But she has cancelled her number? I think there is a big problem." Xia Ning nodded, picked up the phone, found the number of Yilan assistant Wang Chui, and dialed it. A voice came from the other end of the phone. "Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. Please check before dialing." Xia Ning slowly raised her head and said in a deep voice, "Something happened." Qin Sun's face was gloomy. One master and one servant, the two people cancelled their mobile phone numbers at the same time, which was a strange thing. It had been less than half a month since they last contacted Yilan. If they died and their household registration was cancelled, their numbers would also be cancelled. That process would take at least half a year. The mobile phone number became an empty number in such a short time. It could only be cancelled by themselves. Could it be that the two of them wanted to disappear from the face of the earth? Qin Sun asked Xia Ning, "Have you heard any rumors about Yilan recently? She is such a big star. It is impossible for her to disappear without leaving any clues." Xia Ning shook his head. "I haven't paid attention to these things." Qin Sun called Su Luoluo, and soon, she came over from the next room. Qin Sun asked, "Su, have you seen any gossip about Yilan on the internet recently?" Su Luoluo is his life assistant, and often reads some netizens' posts on the internet, and washes the floor for him. Su Luoluo said in a relaxed tone. "Yes." "Qin Sun, tell me about it." Su Luoluo touched his nose, and looked at Xia Ning, with a cautious look on his face. "Xia Ning, you can say whatever you want." Su Luoluo smiled and said, "It's just some gossip about celebrities. Don't take it seriously. Just listen to it for fun." Qin Sun said in a deep voice. "Hurry up and tell me." Su Luoluo was startled. The smile on his face disappeared. He said seriously, "Almost every month, there are some people who make up some gossip about celebrities on the internet. It's nothing more than that Sister Yilan is an illegitimate daughter, and the illegitimate daughter of a big leader with a strong background." Qin Sun nodded. "This is not groundless news, it is half true and half false." Su Luoluo continued. "There is also a rumor that Sister Yilan and President Qin gave birth to a child without Sister Xia Ning knowledge, and the surrogacy was done abroad. It will be born in the next 2 days. Sister Yilan went abroad to watch your child being born." Xia Ning felt sick. Qin Sun frowned, thought about it, and confirmed that his sperm had not been stolen, and it was impossible for Yilan to secretly borrow sperm. Su Luoluo continued. "There have been some news these days, saying that Sister Yilan suddenly turned down many notices, even including an interview with CCTV, because she was being hunted by big capitalists. She fled abroad." As he spoke, Su Luoluo noticed that Qin Sun's face was not right, and asked, "Boss Qin, what's wrong?" Qin Sun replied, "We can't contact Yilan." Su Luoluo covered his mouth with both hands, and his big eyes showed horror. "Is it true that Yilan is being hunted?" Xia Ning picked up the phone. "I call my dad to see if the old man of Qin Group is still alive." As she said that, she dialed the number. The phone was beeping. Qin Sun's face was gloomy, staring at Xia Ning's phone without blinking. He and Xia Ning thought the same thing. Yilan was the illegitimate daughter of Qin Group, and according to the legal provisions, she had the right of inheritance, but there were many people in the world who didn't follow the law. After all, Yilan said she could get 30 billion in inheritance. 30 billion is enough to buy many people's lives. In the face of huge wealth, who cares about you being a diva? On Earth, An international superstar like Bruce Lee died in an unclear way, and his son was also killed by a prop gun when a real gun was replaced with a real gun during filming. Can Elon really beat the big shot? After more than 10 seconds, the phone was connected. The first sentence Xia Ning said was, "Dad, is the old man of the Qian family dead?" The other end of the phone was startled, and Xia Shujia's voice came. "He died more than 10 days ago." "What happened?" Xia Ning continued to ask. "Have you heard about the Qian family's children fighting for property?" On the other end of the phone, Xia Shujia said him in confusion. "Why are you curious about this? You want to learn?" Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, saw him nod, and directly pointed it out. "A friend of Qin Sun, and I is called Yulan. She is the illegitimate daughter of Mr. Qin. She has been missing these 2 days." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Mr. Qin didn't arrange things properly before he died, and he left in a hurry. The Qin family is large, and there are many powerful people. I heard that they had a very ugly fight over the property. The Yulan, I'm afraid it won't be easy to get her inheritance smoothly. The phone was hung up. The room was quiet. Su Luolu's eyes were slightly red. Sister Yulan dead? Qin Sun and Xia Ning looked at each other, unable to say anything to deny it. Even if he is not dead, he will die soon. 30 billion. That is 30 billion. If someone on Blue Star is offered a reward of 30 billion renminbi. Except for those top national figures. Who can calm down those killers? Several people were silent. Su Luoluo looked at Qin Sun for a while. Then at Xia Ning, his eyes getting redder and redder. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, saw that he frowned, lowered his head and thought, and knew that he was thinking of a way to solve Yulan's problem. She didn't feel jealous at all. As a domineering female CEO, she knew when to show her little woman's thoughts, and when to be a good wife. After a few minutes, Qin Sun raised her head, and said to Xia Ning, "You call Niu Xiaojun." Xia Ning knew that he wanted to get close to Niu Xiaojun's grandfather, and his face was embarrassed. He shook his head gently. "It's useless," I said. "If the relationship is not in place, some things can't be helped. Their family will not easily interfere in other people's affairs." Qin Sun put one hand on his chest and chanted a Buddhist name. Amitabha. I heard Niu Xiaojun say that her grandparents believe in Buddhism. It just so happens that I know a little about Buddhism. Chapter 1123 Send toilet seats to old cadres. Which cadre can't stand such a test? Xia Ning sighed helplessly. Qin Sun was pretending to be a monk and was going to make trouble. He was determined to help Yulan. Xia Ning could only obey him. Xia Ning picked up the phone and dialed Niu Xiaojun's number. The phone kept ringing, one after another, and almost hung up automatically. The call was finally connected. Niu Xiaojun, hello? Xia Ning, are you free to talk? Niu Xiaojun lowered his voice. Why is it inconvenient? I am kneeling in the temple now. There is no one around. It is very convenient to do anything except telling dirty jokes in front of the Buddha. Xia Ning wanted to say directly that Qin Sun, the living Buddha, wanted to visit Mr. Niu, but when she heard that her best friend was kneeling, if she didn't pay attention for a while, it might be difficult to discuss the follow-up. She asked, "Why are you kneeling again?" Niu Xiaojun sighed on the other end of the phone. Damn it! Didn't I go home to ask my grandfather for help regarding the assassination of Qin Sun? But he didn't care at all. He didn't let me care either. Xia Ning nodded, not surprised. When a person's status is too high, and his power is too great, everything he says and does must be cautious. There is really no need to draw attention to an outsider. Niu Xiaojun continued. My grandfather has constipation all year round. But now he loves to take care of his health, and doesn't want to take so many medicines frequently, because they say that medicines are 3/4 poisonous. He was in pain, but resisted taking medicine. When he couldn't bear it anymore, he took a little. After he finished, he regretted taking medicine. In order to please him, I stewed a bowl of pear soup for him to relieve constipation. Later, he had a good bowel movement. But he was not happy. Xia Ning heard Niu Xiaojun hesitation in the following words, seemingly very unconfident, and knew that she had embellished the facts. She said, Tell me the truth, is your grandfather really unhappy because he had a good bowel movement? Niu Xiaojun chuckled. My grandfather had diarrhea the day before yesterday, and then the family doctor did a blood test and found that he had taken laxatives. They accused me of putting laxatives in the pear soup I stewed. They made me kneel in the Buddhist temple for 3 days. Xia Ning opened her mouth wide, and her filter for big shots was shattered. I thought their family must be extremely strict and serious, but I didn't expect that they were as chaotic as the old men in the countryside. Chin Sun was a little excited after listening to Niu Xiaojun's narration. Mr. Niu is constipated all year round? Constipation usually has no special symptoms, but I heard from Niu Xiaojun that Mr. Niu is very uncomfortable with constipation. Then he may have bitter taste in the mouth, loss of appetite, abdominal distension, abdominal pain, and even dizziness, headache, fatigue and other symptoms. This degree of constipation is really annoying. Is Mr. Niu also a health enthusiast, believing that medicine is three-point poison? Is Mr. Niu also a Buddhist? The more Chin Sun thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Chin, am known as the living Buddha, have God-level medical skills, and a magical toilet mat. Isn't this a professional match? I must have cheated old man Yo minimum living allowance. After the greetings were almost over, Xiaoning said, Brother Niu, I need your help with something. Chin Sun wants to meet your grandfather. Niu Xiaojun said on the other end of the phone. No. I've already said that my grandfather said he was too lazy to meet him. And also asked me not to get too close to him, so as not to be used, saying that Chin Sun didn't look like a good person. He also asked me to withdraw from the legal person of several companies of Chin Sun. But I refused, and I was scolded again. Do you know how I've been spending the past few days? Xia Ning didn't comfort Niu Xiaojun, and looked at Chin Sun. Chin Sun took the phone and said, Fatty Niu, doesn't your grandfather believe in Buddhism? I'm a living Buddha. Niu Xiaojun on the other end of the phone laughed a few times, and said, My grandfather showed the video of you performing rituals on the plane to a master, and the master said that you are just a person seeking fame, a liar, and you are simply insulting Buddhism. That's why my grandfather said you are not a good person. Chin Sun was stunned. Mr. Niu showed my video to a master? That means he thinks I have some skills. But the master actually said such a big thing. It's true that colleagues are enemies. Chin Sun thought about it and said, I asked Ningning to send you a toilet seat later. A toilet seat that I bless myself. You can give it to your grandfather to try. Sitting on it to comprehend life can make you calm and peaceful. Maybe you will no longer be troubled by constipation. On the other end of the phone, Niu Xiaojun yelled, Did you put laxatives on the toilet seat? My grandpa wouldn't lick it. Chin Sun, be serious. I'm talking to you about business. Don't be so joking. Niu Xiaojun was unhappy and yelled, What's your attitude? Are you asking for help? Chin Sun, when did you become so scared of death? Are you worried that Zhang Lei will lose his mind and kill the old nun, making you live a life worse than death? Chin Sun sighed, and told Yilan that her father had died and she was missing, and then said, I am a living Buddha, and I am confident that I will not die before I am 100 years old. And Ningning will not die before she is 100 years old either. On the other end of the phone, Niu Xiaojun was still making jokes, and he did not take Yilan crisis seriously at all. You are confident that you can live to 100 years old because you are a living Buddha. What's wrong with being an old nun? Because you were fucked by a living Buddha? Chin Sun? Xia Ning? Who the hell is insulting Buddha? Niu Xiaojun is still chattering. Since you are so worried that Yilan will die, why not just hack her too? Chin Sun was angry. Fuck you. On the other end of the phone, Niu Xiaojun must have been kneeling for a few days, and got seriously ill, and he got more and more excited. If fucking someone can really prolong your life, my grandfather has been keen on keeping healthy these years. Oh. Forget it. My grandfather can't stand that. Chin Sun was stunned. He thought he was invincible in the field of bragging. But he didn't expect there were masters in the world. Fatty Niu actually dared to make fun of his grandfather. How could an old cadre have such an unfilial descendant? Chin Sun took a few deep breaths, tried his best not to swear, and said, The toilet seat will be sent this afternoon. Remember to sign for it. And be sure to hand it over to your grandfather in person. I will send you the video of me blessing the toilet seat. Show it to your grandfather. On the other end of the phone, Niu Xiaojun said indifferently. Oh. Chin Sun said again, Brother Niu, please take the trouble to check the contact information of Yilan assistant Wang Chui's family and send it to us. Before Niu Xiaojun finished speaking, an angry voice came from the other end of the phone. I told you to kneel in the Buddhist temple, not to lie here with your legs crossed and talk on the phone. That's outrageous. Stand up. Kneel down. The phone was hung up. Chin Sun threw his phone on the sofa, leaned back, and cursed. Fatty Nyo has never had plastic surgery. And he doesn't care about the occasion at all. Kill this bastard. Xia Ning looked at the domineering Qin Sun and smiled. He is usually not serious. But once he encounters a crisis, he can always burst out with amazing courage. It gives people a full sense of security. After a while, Qin Sun asked someone to go out and buy 98 toilet pads of various types, and then quietly mixed in the magical toilet pad that was called out from the system. He placed the toilet mats in a big circle on the floor of the training room. Qin Sun sat in the center of the circle, with his hands clasped together, and silently muttered something. From today on, I will go to the toilet by myself. Mom and Dad, don't look down on me. Baby Bus taught me the secret of going to the toilet. I can't wait, I want to go to the toilet. After one stick of incense, Qin Sun clasped his hands together and circled around the big circle formed by the toilet mats, and suddenly pointed with both hands, pointing to a cartoon toilet mat. Hey! It's you? Xia Ning Su Luoluo, we looked at Qin Sun like an idiot, shaking their heads and sighing. Does the fraud have to be so big? Sending toilet mats to old cadres? Which cadre can't stand such a test? Half an hour later, Xia Ning arranged a full-time driver to deliver the toilet mat to a place in Beijing. At night, it was a little after 8 o'clock. Xia Ning received a text message from Niu Xiaojun, which was a phone number. Chapter 1124 If I die, will you miss me? It was a little after 8 o'clock in the evening. In the bedroom, Xia Ning received the number sent by Niu Xiaojun. It was a domestic number. She guessed it belonged to Wang Chui's family. She dialed it immediately. It rang for 3 seconds and was hung up. Xia Ning said to Qin Sun, Wang Chui's family may think it is a harassing call. She dialed again. 1 second later, and was hung up again. Xia Ning dialed again, and was hung up again. Is Wang Chui's family so aware of anti-fraud? Qin Sun asked Xia Ning to send him his mobile phone number. He added the other party's WeChat account with the mobile phone number. The message he added was, I am Qin Sun. Wang Chui is missing. I can help you. After a while, he was connected to the friend. The other party called him via video. Qin Sun answered the call, and saw a young lady in her 50s or 60s appear in the mobile phone video. The young lady stared at the camera with her small eyes. After confirming that it was Qin Sun, her eyes turned red. Qin Sun, I know you. Qin Sun nodded. Hello. Auntie! Excuse me. Who are you to Wang Chui? The old lady said. I am her mother. Tell me, who did Sui Sui and Elan offend? Why did they suddenly run away abroad? Qin Sun asked. Do you know where they are? In the video, Wang Chui's mother hesitated for a moment, and shook her head. I don't know. Qin Sun saw that she was on guard, and she might suspect that he was the murderer who forced Wang Chui and the others to flee, and said solemnly, Auntie, you have to believe me, I'm a good person. I came to you to help them. They are in danger now. He yelled. They are in danger of their lives. Wang Chui's mother was stunned, her breathing became disordered, and her eyes became redder. You. She spoke weaker and weaker, and couldn't speak. Qin Sun said, Auntie, do you have the contact information of Wang Chui and the others? I can help them. Wang Chui's mother's eyes lit up, then dimmed, and shook her head. No. Qin Sun was angry. Then let them wait for death. After saying that, he hung up the video. Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun in amazement and asked, Why are you so anxious? It's understandable that she is so careful. Maybe she has felt that she is being monitored these days. How can she let down her guard so easily? Qin Sun held the phone and looked at Xia Ning in silence. A few seconds later, Wang Chui's mother played another video. Xia Ning was delighted. Qin Sun hung up directly. Xia Ning shouted, What are you doing? The video call sounded again. Qin Sun hung up again. Xia Ning was anxious, and went to grab the phone. What on earth are you going to do? Qin Sun held the phone tightly, and Xia Ning couldn't bend it no matter how hard he tried. Ning, you don't go to the market often, and you don't know how to understand the psychology of little old ladies. I am a killer of women, including old women. Most of them are a group of people who can't be pulled away, and are beaten backwards. I always doubt things that are delivered to my door. But I think things that I snatch home are not ordinary shit. Even if they are just a pile of shit. Even if I answer the phone now, she will test me again and again. Which is very annoying. I won't answer it. I will make her beg me. Xia Ning let go of her hand. Stood aside silently. and listened to the video ringing. But Chin Sun threw the phone on the bed and never answered it. The video ringing sounded 7 or 8 times. And finally it was quiet. Xia Ning shook her head. She couldn't bear to think about how the old lady across from her was crying. Suddenly, a WeChat message alert sounded. Xia Ning walked quickly to the bedside, picked up her phone, and saw that it was a message from Wang Chui's mother. "I let Chui contact you tonight." Xia Ning wanted to reply with, "Okay," but her finger just touched the screen and then released it, and gently placed the phone on the bed. She looked at Chin Sun, who was sitting on the chair, and smiled bitterly. "It's very effective, but it's also very cruel." Chin Sun grinned with a fake smile, not wanting to say a word. Chin Sun and Xia Ning waited for a long time, until 2 o'clock in the morning, but did not receive any calls. Not even a harassing call. They both tossed and turned in bed, and finally fell asleep. They didn't know how long they slept. The phone rang. Chin Sun and Xia Ning opened their eyes almost at the same time, and reached for the phone on the bedside table. They picked up the phone, and it was Chin Sun's phone that was ringing. Xia Ning put down the phone and turned on the light. Chin Sun saw that it was a phone number from a beautiful country, pressed the answer button, and was about to put it to his ear, but saw Xia Ning leaning over. So he simply pressed the speaker. On the other end of the phone, Yilan scolded him. "Chin Sun, what are you doing? You made Wang Chui's mother cry for a long time. Is it fun?" Chin Sun ignored it and asked, "How are you now?" Yilan said unhappily. "What's wrong?" "I'm fine," Chin Sun said angrily. "Can you please speak properly?" There was silence on the other end of the phone. Chin Sun asked, "If something happened, why didn't you come to us?" Yilan sneered. "Looking for you? Who are you to me?" Chin Sun, "Friend." Yilan, "What friend?" Chin Sun, "An ordinary good friend." Yilan was silent for a moment, and sneered. "That's terrible. Why would I look for you? Do you want me to make you laugh?" Chin Sun didn't want to talk to this prickly woman, so he handed the phone to Xia Ning. Xia Ning took it and shouted, "Yilan, it's me." The other end of the phone laughed. "Oh, you guys slept together again?" "Xia Ning, we are here to solve the problem, and we hope you will cooperate. Anyway, we are still friends. What is the situation now?" Yilan was silent for a long time, and said in a low voice, "My father passed away a dozen days ago. It was quite sudden. At the funeral hall, my older brothers and sisters said I was not qualified to kneel down, dragged me out, and threw me on the ground. And I became a dog without a home. I thought they were ruthless enough. Unexpectedly, only 3 days later, they teamed up to find me and asked me to return the inheritance my father gave me, leaving me only 300 million. Of course I refused. I picked up a fruit knife and put it against my elder brother's neck and fled with Sister Wang. Cancelled my phone card, threw away my phone, and hid in China for a few days. Finally, I found someone to sneak into the United States." In just a few words, Xia Ning heard the danger in it. It was definitely not as easy as she said. A big star finally had to sneak into the United States, and she didn't dare to buy a plane ticket to leave normally. How embarrassing it was. Xia Ning couldn't help but feel sympathy for Yilan. Chin Sun shook his head with disdain. "Cancel the phone card? It's really a waste of time. If you are afraid of being located by the phone, you can just throw the phone away. Why take the risk of appearing in a communication business hall with surveillance? Isn't this leaving a tale for others? Stupid. You are obviously scared to the point of losing your mind, but you have to pretend to be fearless." Xia Ning asked. "Yilan, how are you doing in the United States now? Are you safe?" Yilan did not answer on the other end of the phone, said, "Give the phone to Chin Sun, I talked to him." Xia Ning hesitated, and handed the phone to Chin Sun. Chin Sun took it, and snorted. Yilan was silent for a few seconds, and her voice was not as aggressive as before. "Chin Sun, if I die, will you miss me?" Chapter 1125, he is not trying to make trouble, but to make trouble under his ass. Xia Ning stared at Chin Sun with wide eyes, and held the quilt tightly with both hands. Chin Sun did not hesitate. "No." Yilan's response was also very quick. "Fuck you. If you hesitated for a second, you bastard." Xia Ning loosened his grip on the quilt, and suddenly felt that Chin Sun seemed a little cold-blooded. Yilan asked again. "Chin Sun, then let me ask you again. If I die, will you remember me?" Chin Sun answered straightforwardly. Yes. On the other end of the phone, Yilan was silent for a moment. And a burst of laughter came. That's it. It's worth it that I wrote your name on my will. Qin Sun. Don't be anxious. Wait until you are able to take the 30 billion before inheriting it. Otherwise you will be killed. Qin Sun was stunned. He didn't expect Yilan to have made a will and left 30 billion to him. He was in a complicated mood. And looked up at Xiaoning. Xiaoning hesitated to speak. And sighed helplessly. Qin Sun cursed at the phone. Fuck. I was wondering why a professional killer wanted to kill me a few days ago. I was so scared that I have to hide in my master's manor and be imprisoned every day. I have to wear a bulletproof vest when I go to the toilet. So it was you who left 30 billion in a will to me. I have been harmed by you. Am I your son? You want to write my name on the will? Xiaoning. She stared at Qin Sun in amazement, thinking that this guy was really good at lying without thinking. Isn't Zhang Lei the #1 suspect? He just said something and tied himself and Yilan together? Yilan rapid breathing came from the phone. She seemed to be so shocked that she couldn't speak. After a while she said, I just made the will a few days ago. How did they know? You are talking nonsense. Qin Sun's face was not red. And his heart was not beating. In the whole sea country, who doesn't know that your love for me, Qin, is like the endless torrent of rivers, or like the flood of the Yellow River, which is out of control. You are my #1 liquor. You will leave your inheritance to me before you die. Is it hard to guess? Qin Sun said loudly. Now we are on the same pirate ship. No one can escape. I am saving myself now, and saving you at the same time. After he finished speaking, he paused, hearing that Yilan didn't speak. He should have acquiesced. Qin Sun's tone softened a lot. And he asked, Yilan, are you safe in the United States now? Yilan replied, safe for the time being. Qin Sun asked again, can you survive a week? Yilan snorted coldly. Don't underestimate me. At first, I wanted to die but couldn't. Now I want to live. How can I die so easily? Qin Sun felt relieved. Then do your best. Give me a week. We can keep in touch at any time. Yilan laughed like a silver bell, as if she had thrown the danger of life to the wind. Any time? Can we chat on the phone in the middle of the night? Qin Sun said unhappily. What time do you think it is now? 3 o'clock in the morning. Xiaoning coughed lightly, expressing dissatisfaction. Yilan said impatiently on the other end of the phone. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Your husband has never been a generous person. Come on. Save you. And save me. Just after he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Qin Sun threw the phone on the bed and said to Xiaoning, Tell me, is Yilan sick? But seeing Xiaoning looking at him with a strange expression, he felt uneasy and asked, What's wrong with you? Xiaoning smiled and raised his right hand with 3 fingers. Qin Sun understood. This was a mockery of himself for becoming Yilan's son, and getting 30 billion for nothing. He lay down on the bed, covered himself with the quilt, turned his back to Xiaoning, and said loudly, Turn off the lights. Go to sleep. The next day, Qin Sun was not woken up by the alarm clock, and got up early. As usual, he went to learn boxing from Lu Shaoquan, practiced boxing, and sparred. After breakfast, he accompanied his grandmother to feed the chickens and find out which one to kill today. There was still no news from Zhang Lei, and Qin Sun had to stay in the manor obediently. After lunch, Qin Sun and Xiaoning took a nap in the bedroom. Qin Sun asked Xiaoning, Have you contacted Fatty Niu? The person who delivered the toilet seat came back yesterday and reported to Qin Sun and the others that the toilet seat had been delivered to Niu Shaojun residence. This magical toilet seat has the effect of a solid enema, plus a mysterious video of the consecration. It is the most suitable gift for Grandpa Niu. Qin Sun wants to rely on it to get in touch with the old man and solve the worries about his own and Yilan lives. But since the phone call with Niu Shaojun yesterday, they have never contacted her again. Maybe Niu Shaojun was punished to kneel in the temple and confiscated her cell phone to show his piety? Xiaoning answered. No. She didn't answer the phone, nor did she reply to the message. But she is not an honest person, and she will definitely find a chance to play with her cell phone secretly. As she said that, she looked at Qin Sun, sighed deeply, and said, You gave Mr. Niu a toilet seat. Something that even a fool wouldn't give. Did you anger him? The seat has been thrown into the trash can. Qin Sun realized that this was possible, and his heart was in a knot. Damn it! You threw a 100 million yuan worth of lazy things into the trash can? Don't throw it into the trash can even if you use it to make soup. What a waste. The two rolled around in bed for a long time, and finally fell asleep. When they woke up, they played games in a row in silence on the bed. Suddenly, Xia Ning's cell phone rang. It was Niu Xiaojun call. As soon as he answered it, I hacked. The two words sounded like a loud bell. Qin Sun jumped up from the bed and shouted at the phone. Fatty Niu, did you receive the toilet mat? On the other end of the phone, Niu Xiaojun was interrupted from casting a spell and coughed for a while. Cough, cough, cough. Received. I fuck. Qin Sun shouted. Received. Did your grandpa experience it? Niu Xiaojun on the other end of the phone coughed again. Cough, cough, cough. Let me finish what I'm saying. Qin Sun, say it. Niu Xiaojun shouted. I fuck you, Mom. Qin Sun. Suddenly, he felt that his mother was so pitiful. She was just offended by Yilan last night, and was insulted by Niu Xiaojun today. Really, what kind of quality is this? Qin Sun asked. Did you give the toilet seat to your grandfather? What did he say? Niu Xiaojun shouted. My grandfather said you are mentally retarded, and told me to stay away from you, and not to play with you. Qin Sun was surprised. How could a person who believed in gods be disrespectful to the living Buddha? I was very serious about the toilet mat consecration yesterday. It was very intimidating. Didn't I scare him? Qin Sun asked. Did you show the video of me consecrating the toilet mat to Grandpa? As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Xiaojun yelled in a hurry. Don't mention this. I want to shove your head into the toilet now. Fuck you. My grandfather threw the toilet mat in my face because he showed the lip reader your video. Why are you chanting that I want to go to the toilet by myself today, Mom and Dad? Don't look down on me. Do you think my grandpa is an idiot? Qin Sun's heart trembled. Damn. Wrong decision. Old man Yo actually invited a lip reader to analyze what I was saying? As expected of a big shot. His methods are tough. Qin Sun thought for a while and said, Fatty Niu, find a way to stuff the toilet seat under the old man's buttocks. We don't look at the advertisement. We look at the effect. Xia Ning? He's crazy. He's really crazy. He's not trying to make trouble. He's trying to make trouble under the buttocks of Tai Sui. Chapter 1126. The magic toilet pad is so powerful, it's even pulled out of your trouser pocket. Stuff it under my grandpa's butt? On the other end of the phone, Niu Xiaojun was anxious. Can you tell me how to stuff it in? Change that cartoon toilet pad into cartoon underwear, and let my grandpa wear it. You are such a grown-up, and you don't think before you speak. It's easier to stuff the toilet pad in your mouth than to stuff it under my grandpa's butt. Qin Sun didn't care about Niu Xiaojun's rudeness. His mind was working fast, and he began to make plans. Does your grandpa usually go to the temple to chant? If he does, you can hide the toilet mat under the cushion he usually sits on. Niu Xiaojun answered. No. He only comes once every 10 days, or half a month. Now I'm kneeling here as punishment, which is even more annoying to him. It's impossible for him to come. Qin Sun was silent for a moment and said, Is there a mat on the stool your grandpa often sits on? Can you hide the toilet mat under it? Niu Xiaojun answered. No. My grandfather is not even 70 yet, there is still meat on his buttocks, so he doesn't need any cushion. Qin Sun frowned, and an idea came to his mind. Let Niu Xiaojun take the risk of being beheaded, sneak into Mr. Niu's bedroom at night, and secretly put a cushion under his buttocks. The next day, when the old man wakes up and feels the relief of having sex, he will naturally not care about Niu Xiaojun's offense. But is it so easy to sneak into the old man's bedroom? Just when Qin Sun was struggling, Xia Ning said, Brother Niu, use double-sided tape to stick the toilet seat under the stool where your grandfather sits, so it won't be easily discovered. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then suddenly laughed. I'm an idiot too. Why am I discussing this with you two idiots? If the toilet seat is really useful, I asked Qin Sun to save my job and help me lose weight successfully. Okay? Big idiot. Niu Xiaojun hung up the phone after cursing, as if he didn't care whether they lived or died. Qin Sun snatched Xia Ning's phone and was about to call back to have a good talk with Niu Xiaojun. Xia Ning reached out and pressed it, saying, Don't worry. Brother Niu always likes to commit suicide, and he is very curious. She will definitely find a way to stick the toilet seat under the stool. Qin Sun breathed a sigh of relief, put down the phone, and smiled. You are worthy of it. You can even think of sticking the toilet seat under the stool, Xia Ning said. You are anxious. This is a very simple method. Jin-sun sighed helplessly. I am anxious. Xiaoning smiled. Is it because of Yilan? Jin-sun. He pointed at Xiaoning and said, Hey you! Why are you like this? Hey, hey, hey! As he said this, he touched Xiaoning all over, and soon, he skillfully stripped the struggling Xiaoning naked. A great man, Weichek once said, when a woman starts to have sex, it is usually because of heat in the lungs. It will be fine after a good fuck. If the other aspects are particularly harmonious, all other problems in life will not be a problem. The next day, Xiaoning received a call from Niu Xiaojun. On the other end of the phone, Niu Xiaojun's voice was mysterious and full of pride. Don't why. Don't why. The toilet seat has been installed. The toilet seat has been installed. Please instruct. Xiaoning. This is the game they played in junior high and high school. She doesn't like it, but Niu Xiaojun and Wu Yu like it very much. She gave in for a year or two. But now, she has matured. I don't like to play it anymore. Only fools like to play it. Xiaoning didn't know what to say. Jin-sun took the phone, said with a serious face, Dong Yao, Dong Yao. Well done, explore again, report again. Hang up the phone. Xiaoning looked at Jin-sun speechlessly. Jin-sun narrowed his eyes slightly. What's the matter? Xiaoning smiled bitterly. Is it fun? You are so childish. Jin-sun cursed. Fuck you and began to undress again. Xiaoning was shocked. Hey, that's not what I meant. For the whole day, they didn't receive any news from Niu Xiaojun. Jin-sun was in a bad mood. When he caught the hen, he was particularly cruel. He grabbed the chicken leg and swung it in circles, scaring Xiaoning's grandmother. The next afternoon, Jin-sun, Xiaoning, Wu Yu, and Su Luoluo sat cross-legged in the training room and played chuckling to relieve their boredom. Su Luoluo was very lucky and won a lot. Wu Yu was very skilled and also won a lot. Jin-sun kept losing, and Xiaoning couldn't save him even if she let him win. Suddenly, Xiaoning's cell phone rang. Xiaoning saw that it was Niu Xiaojun. Answered the call, and pressed the speaker button. Niu Xiaojun's voice, with a slightly crying tone, came from the other end of the phone. Is Jin-sun the dog here? This sound was almost a roar. Jin-sun felt bad. Niu Xiaojun has always been a woman who is more manly than a man. Why would she cry? He threw away the trash cards in his hand, and said, I'm here. What happened? Niu Xiaojun cursed. Fuck your grandma's legs. I haven't been hung up and beaten for more than 10 years. Today, my dad hung me up and beat me for more than 10 minutes. I've been hurt by you. Fuck you. Jin-sun was scolded but didn't say anything back. Being hung up and beaten is basically the highest level of family discipline. When I was in elementary school, someone in their village stole 100 yuan from home, bought a bag of spicy strips for 2 yuan, and lost the remaining 98 yuan. This idiot was hung up and beaten once. Niu Xiaojun, as a son of a high-ranking official, was hung up and beaten, which might have caused a disaster. Jin-sun asked, Brother Niu, what happened? Niu Xiaojun did not answer immediately. After 3 minutes of mumbling and cursing, he spoke. Didn't I secretly install the toilet seat under the chair in my grandfather's study yesterday? This afternoon, some of his old friends came to chat with him, and played cards in the study, and he shagged his pants pocket. Jin-sun was shocked. Shagged his pants pocket? Is the effect of this magical toilet seat so strong? Did a top-level boss of a country shagged his pants pocket in front of his old friends because of our scheme? In ancient times, this would be a capital crime punishable by death. Jin-sun asked anxiously. How could it be in his trouser pocket? Can't your grandpa hold it in until he releases himself in the bathroom? Niu Xiaojun snorted coldly said. I also heard a rough idea from my dad when I was hung up and beaten. It was said that my grandpa and some of his old friends were playing cards, and suddenly everyone smelled a strange smell. Someone joked and asked who had pulled his trouser pocket. Everyone started to make a fuss. In the end, my grandpa said that he had let out a silent fart, and then he said goodbye and went to the bathroom. Jin-sun breathed a sigh of relief. If you fart, you fart. What do you mean by pooping your pants pocket? Everyone farts about 500 milliliters every day, which is equivalent to a bottle of iced black tea. What's so strange about this? He looked at Xiaoning and asked, Don't you think so, Ningning? Xiaoning? I don't know. On the other end of the phone, Niu Xiaojun was very dissatisfied. If it was really a stinky fart, would my grandfather be so anxious to send him away? Do you need to take everything you ate and drank today for testing? Do you need to grab me and ask me if I took any laxatives? My grandfather said that when he was playing cards today, he felt like he had to poop. He wanted to poop all the time and couldn't sit still at all. If he hadn't had a pointed poop, why would he make such a fuss? This is definitely not a big deal. Chapter 1127 Prepare a bank card for me. The card contains 30 million. Chin-sun was speechless. Constipation sometimes makes you feel the urge to defecate, but you just can't. Old man Neo must have thought that today was the same as usual, and that the surging desire was just an illusion, and quietly opened a small hole for that desire. Never expected that. Today was for real. Neo Xiaojun continued. I just tore the toilet mat out from under the stool, said it was a blessed toilet mat, which has the effect of moistening the intestines and relieving constipation. Before I could finish my words, my father slapped me in the face and threw me out of the door. He asked a few people to tie me up like a pig, and hung me on a tree in the yard and beat me for more than 10 minutes. For more than 10 minutes. Her voice was filled with tears again. I am an adult too, I have to save my dignity. I tell you, it's over, both of us are finished. My father won't let me play with you anymore. Wait for death. Chin-sun was startled, feeling something was wrong, and said harshly. Brother Neo, yesterday I was the one who asked you to put the toilet seat under your grandfather's stool. It has nothing to do with others. Don't make a mistake. Xia Ning was anxious. As soon as she opened her mouth, Chin-sun covered her mouth with one hand. On the other end of the phone, Neo Xiaojun cursed and said, Don't show your affection in front of me. I take care of this matter alone. Chin-sun said seriously. You are a real man. I won't treat you badly in the future. Neo Xiaojun was dissatisfied. You need to understand your identity. What level are you? Why are you talking to me like a superior? Chin-sun apologized to Neo Xiaojun. Neo Xiaojun scolded Chin-sun for more than 10 minutes. He hung up the phone. In the training room, Xia Ning, Wu Yu, Su Luolu looked at Chin-sun seriously. There was a silence. After a while, Xia Ning asked, It seems that you can't hold on to Mr. Neo anymore. What are you going to do? Without waiting for Chin-sun to answer, she said again. Either bring Yilan here as well. I don't believe that Mr. Chin-suns are so cruel. Dare to kill people here? Chin-sun lowered his head and remained silent for a moment. Then raised his head. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. Playing dirty? Looking for a killer? As he said that, he picked up an unopened bottle of Coke beside him and threw it forward. The Coke drew a parabola in the air. In a flash of lightning, Chin-sun picked up a poker on the ground, and it flew out from his fingertips. The poker quickly spun and shot towards the Coke can in the air. Bang! With a loud bang, the poker split the Coke can in two, and the sky was filled with splashing Coke juice. Xia Ning, Wu Yu, and Su Luolu's pupils trembled, staring blankly at the Coke can bouncing on the ground. The Coke can was broken into two halves, and the broken ends were neat and sharp. The ground was full of foamy Coke. Chin-sun picked up the poker cards, blew on them, and said in a deep voice, I'm going to join the assassin industry. The global assassin ranking is about to change. He looked at Xia Ning and said, I'm going to cover my face and raid the Qian family mansion at night to teach Yilan cold-blooded brothers a lesson. Pinch their necks and tell them that they will only die one day later than Yilan. For Chin-sun, it is much easier to assassinate others than to prevent others from assassinating him. Xia Ning raised her eyebrows and said, Can you not be so childish? A killer? She pointed out the window. Not to mention the Qian family's old house. Even the manor where we live now has almost 300 security guards. How can you get in? Chin-sun said calmly. I can get in. Xia Ning. She looked at the Coke can on the ground that was split in half, and picked up a playing card and tore it in half easily, and couldn't help but be stunned. An ordinary Coke can, made of aluminum alloy. An even more ordinary playing card, made of paper. Picking leaves and flying flowers are all hidden weapons. No wonder my grandfather said Chin-sun was a master of hidden weapons when we were in J country. Xia Ning's face was gloomy, staring at Chin-sun. Seeing his determined face, she was so angry that she punched him on the shoulder. Fuck you. We talk when you can get out. Chin-sun stood up and walked out. Okay. I go out right away. Don't worry about me. Xia Ning was anxious, looking around. Seeing a long gun leaning against the wall, he stood up and was about to stab Chin-sun's leg. At this moment, the phone rang. Chin-sun stopped, turned his head, and saw the name displayed on Xia Ning's phone on the ground. Brother Niu. He guessed that things might have taken a turn for the better. Xia Ning glared at Qin Sun, bent down to pick up the phone, pressed the answer button, pressed the speaker button. Niu Xiaojun's voice came out immediately. Is Qin Go here? Xia Ning said coldly. He's dead. On the other end of the phone, Niu Xiaojun was stunned. Old nun, it's only been a few minutes, and you broke the taboo again and squeezed Qin Sun dry? Xia Ning? You. What do you want? Niu Xiaojun replied. My grandfather asked me to invite Master Qin to our house, and ask if he is free tomorrow morning? Xia Ning, yes. Qin Sun, yes. They said in unison. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's cold face and laughed. She still cares about me after all. Xia Ning noticed Qin Sun's gaze, glared at him, turned his back, and started to find out information for Qin Sun. Brother Niu, how did your grandfather suddenly figure it out? I have to meet the boss tomorrow, and get enough information. Besides, Mr. Niu change today was too sudden. You said you wanted to break off relations with Qin Sun before. And now you're calling Master Qin? On the other end of the phone, Niu Xiaojun cried out ouch. And sighed. Fuck. I got spanked for nothing today. After my grandfather found the toilet seat. He recalled that he wanted to poop every time he was in the study, but couldn't poop when he went to the bathroom. He guessed that it was the toilet seat that was to blame. So he called a think tank to study it. He first asked the monk to look at the toilet seat, but the monk couldn't tell what it was, and couldn't say whether it was a magic weapon. Grandpa asked the doctor to take it for an emergency test, and the result was that there was no poison on the toilet mat, and the toilet mat was made of environmentally friendly materials. My grandfather took the toilet mat into the bathroom, had a good time, and walked out with a smile on his face. Very satisfied. So, my grandfather asked me to invite Qin Sun, the dog master, to visit our house tomorrow. Did you understand? After listening, Xia Ning, Wu Yu, and Su Luoluo looked at Qin Sun in surprise. Toilet mat consecration? Are you serious? Qin Sun remained calm and put his hands together. Ahmed Ba. It's just a trifle, not worth mentioning. Xia Ning rolled her eyes at Qin Sun, confirmed tomorrow's schedule with Niu Xiaojun, and hung up the phone. She walked up to Qin Sun and asked, Have you really studied Buddhism? Qin Sun waved his hands. No. Xia Ning, then what kind of magic did you do on the toilet mat? Qin Sun, magic. Xia Ning saw Wu Yu and Su Luoluo approaching, and suddenly realized that she couldn't push Qin Sun too hard in front of outsiders, or he might reveal some messy secrets. No matter what method he uses. Marry a chicken and follow the chicken. Marry a dog and follow the dog, I always have to help cover it up. Xia Ning pushed Qin Sun away, walked towards Wu Yu and Su Luoluo, held their hands, and walked to the corner of the training room. The three of them began to cricket Qin Sun, nodding sometimes, shaking their heads sometimes, turning their heads to look at him from time to time. It was like looking at a monster. Qin Sun seemed to see the old ladies at the intelligence station at the head of the village. 10 minutes later, the three women finished their small meeting. They walked towards Qin Sun. Qin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground and said to Xia Ning, Ning, prepare a bank card for me. Put 30 million in it. As he spoke, he picked up a playing card at his feet and spun it quickly between his fingers. Xia Ning paused, turned his head and looked at the can that was broken into 2 pieces on the ground, and frowned. Chapter 1128. I heard that he was a high monk, then I give him some hush money. Xia Ning stared at the broken can thoughtfully. Bank cards are about the same size as poker cards, and they're harder, so are they more powerful. This guy is going to go to Brother Niu's house and get mad cow disease? Isn't this courting death? Wu Yu focused on 30 million, and walked up to ask Qin Sun, Why do you want so much money? To bribe Brother Niu's grandfather? Qin Sun shook his head. How is that possible? It's only 30 million. How can I use this little money to bribe Grandpa Niu? Wouldn't that be like smearing shit on the old man's face? If you want to impress him with money, Elon would be willing to pay 3 billion before there is any chance of negotiation. Wu Yu asked. Then what do you want so much money for? Qin Sun explained. Doesn't Niu Xiaojun have a great monk in his family? I heard he's a great monk. I give him some hush money, so that he won't expose me as a fake monk. Let him walk his path. I walk my path. Xia Ning heard this, took his eyes off the can, sneered, and said, He is a real master. He won't be bought by these vulgar things. Qin Sun looked disdainful. Real master? If he is really a master who is determined to transcend the three realms and not fall into the five elements, why does he surround the powerful and act like a lapdog? Wouldn't it be better for him to hide in the mountains and practice in seclusion? Su Luoluo doesn't believe in Buddhism, but she is in awe of ghosts and gods. Seeing Qin Sun making up stories about the master, she reminded him, Boss Qin, you can't say that. It's scary. From what Boss Niu said, her grandfather respected the master. Qin Sun laughed. Oh, that's a decent pug. As long as it's a dog. It has weaknesses. Su Luoluo. Xia Ning? There's no hope. The master is a decent pug, and Qin Sun is an indecent mad dog. Dog bites dog, and both of them are furry. Suddenly, Xia Ning thought of a question and asked, even if you bring the bank card with you, how can you find a chance to give it to him? You can't give it to him in front of everyone. Qin Sun thought for a while. Let's see, give it to him when there's a chance. If there's no chance, I create one and drag him to the woods and give it to him. The next day, at 9:30 in the morning, 3 black commercial vehicles slowly drove into the manor, and a dozen security guards in black clothes, black pants and black shoes got out. Qin Sun looked around and found that these dozen people were calm and restrained, and each of them was a first-class master. He felt that these 12 people together could last 3 minutes under his hands. They were indeed said by Mr. Niu, and they were really powerful. And the 3 business-class cars were not common models on the market. They were cold, heavy, and solemn. They gave people a feeling that they could not be cut by knives. Bullets could not penetrate, and they could even withstand artillery shells. With Lu Shaohuan, Wu Yu, Su Luoluo and others watching, Qin Sun and Xia Ning got on the middle car and slowly left the manor. Yesterday, Xia Ning discussed with Niu Xiaojun, and originally only Qin Sun was allowed to go. But they were worried that Qin Sun would suddenly go crazy and disobey, and cause trouble. So they reluctantly let Xia Ning, a dog trainer, go with them. Lu Shaohuan, Wu Yu, and Su Luoluo had no objection to this. It should be so. Lu Shaohuan watched the car disappear from his sight and sighed. I have never walked into the homes of those powerful people in my life. He put his hands behind his back and straightened his back. But my apprentice did it in his early 20s. He will definitely have a great future. Wu Yu looked at Lu Shaohuan and agreed. For a real big shot, there is no difference between a real estate chairman and a fish butcher in the market. In the end, businessmen want their children and grandchildren to enter politics. Maybe Qin Sun and Xia Ning Sun has a chance? Qin Sun and Xia Ning sat quietly in the car. The car turned around and around, more than an hour later, passed through a small forest, and drove into a gate. After driving for a while, the car stopped. The door opened. Qin Sun and Xia Ning got out of the car. They were standing in an open space, with lush trees nearby, and a large yard about 10 meters away. In front of the yard, a group of people stood. They were divided into 2 rows. There were 8 people in the back row, all wearing the same black clothes and pants. In the front row, a little old man stood in the middle, with Niu Xiaojun standing on his left and a big monk standing on his right. The old man must be Mr. Niu. He was wearing a white tang suit, black cloth shoes, not tall, and a little thin, but he was in good spirits, and he didn't look like a man in his 60s. It seemed that his health regimen had some effect. Qin Sun and Xia Ning walked quickly. Old man Niu also moved, and walked towards Qin Sun and the others with a smile on his face. It is a great honor to have you here. Thank you, Master Qin and Miss Xia, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to visit me. Qin Sun quickened his pace and walked in front of old man Niu. Seeing him extend his hand, he quickly held it tightly with both hands. Grandpa Niu, thank you for your invitation. I am honored to have the opportunity to communicate with you. As soon as he touched her, Qin Sun felt that Grandpa Niu was even thinner than he looked, and his hands were only a thin layer of skin and flesh. I don't know why her granddaughter turned into a ball. Grandpa Niu laughed twice, released his hand, pointed to the big monk beside him, and said, Master Qin, this is Master Jingwu. He has profound Buddhist knowledge, and he has been my friend for many years. Qin Sun looked at the big monk. This is a big monk, very tall, half a head taller than Qin Sun, wearing a brown and brown robe. The robe is loose, sticking to his body, outlining the solid outline of his chest and abdomen. He is not old, less than 40. It is the prime of his life. He has a strong body like a beast, but gives people a gentle feeling like jade. Jingwu has a compassionate smile on his face, with a rosary wrapped around his left hand, and his hands clasped together, and bows slightly to Qin Sun. Amitabha. Master Qin, I have long heard of your great name. Qin Sun clasped his hands together and returned the greeting. Amitabha, me too. Jingwu was stunned. He did not expect Qin Sun to answer like this. What does me too mean? Not sincere at all, and not at all stylish. Jingwu smiled. Good. Good. Old Nyo said. Master Qin, you performed a ritual on the plane to save people a while ago. Master Jingwu watched the video and felt deeply that your Buddhist teachings were profound. I've been saying that I want to discuss Buddhism with you these days. Ha ha. He laughed softly. His smile was gentle. Qin Sun felt the pressure. What do you mean by discussing Buddhism? Isn't it just to test whether I'm really good at it? To see if I'm a liar? Jingwu looked at Qin Sun with a smile, and chanted a Buddhist name. Amitabha. Master Qin, I have a question that I can't figure out recently, maybe you can give me some advice? Qin Sun knew he couldn't avoid it. So he smiled at Jingwu, and turned to Old Man Nyo and said, Grandpa Nyo, I just happen to have a question to discuss with Master Jingwu, and I hope to get his advice. Old Man Nyo eyes lit up. Oh! He pointed to the yard and made a welcoming gesture, saying, Isn't this a coincidence? Please, 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 please come to the Zen room for a chat. The Zen room is a space dedicated to meditation, which provides practitioners with a quiet, undisturbed environment, which helps them to practice deeply and understand Buddhism. Some wealthy Buddhist families would set up meditation rooms at home. Ordinary families would go to the park to meditate and gain enlightenment. It's all the same. Qin Sun looked embarrassed and said, Mr. Nyo, my question is more private. I want to discuss it with Master Jingwu alone. Xia Ning secretly glanced at the nearby grove. Is this guy really going to send Master Jingwu to the grove to give him a bank card? Chapter 1129, I calculate people's lifespans very accurately. Nyo Xiaojun stepped forward and cursed. Qin Sun, give you face? Old man Nyo glared at her and said, Don't be rude. The old man's voice was very loud. It didn't seem like it could come from such a thin body. It was full of majesty and oppression. Xia Ning heart tightened. I don't know whether this sentence, don't be rude, is really scolding Nyo Xiaojun, or is it a veiled criticism of Qin Sun. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was Grandpa Nyo who asked Master Jingwu to test Qin Sun. But how dare he say that he wanted to discuss it alone? He had to leave the old man out? This was too disrespectful. Grandpa Nyo hesitated, and said with a smile, It is a great pity in life that I cannot see the two masters discuss Zen with my own eyes. Then please go to the Zen room first. And when you finish your discussion, the old man, will come to bother you again. Qin Sun smiled awkwardly and said, Grandpa Nyo, I never seek enlightenment in the Zen room. I always like to seek enlightenment in the park, in the vegetable market, and in the internet cafe. So, I want to invite Master Jingwu to the grove for a chat. As he spoke, he pointed to the grove not far away. The grove was neither dense nor sparse, with lush branches and leaves. From here, you can only see 4 or 5 meters, and you can't see clearly if you go deeper. It is a natural curtain that can block the sight of others. Xia Ning was shocked. If he really stuffed money so rudely, he might make the monk unhappy. Something is going to happen today, Xia Ning said. Qin Sun, how can you bring Master Jingwu to the woods? Not polite. Old Nyo glanced at Xia Ning, noticing something was wrong, turned to look at Jingwu, and asked, Master Jingwu, what do you think? Jingwu understood what old Nyo meant, put his hands together, and smiled. Amitabha. Practice is not limited to form. What is important is the inner understanding and concentration. As long as the heart is calm, no matter where you are, it is a holy place for practice. It seems that Master Qin has already achieved enlightenment. He looked at Qin Sun and smiled. I am willing to go to the grove and discuss the true meaning of cultivation with Master Qin. Old Master Nyo nodded. Qin Sun put his hands together, bowed to him, and turned to walk towards the grove. Jingwu followed. He was tall, and one step was equivalent to 2 steps of others. He quickly caught up. Old Master Nyo watched their backs disappear into the grove. Thinking, Nyo Xiaojun said, Oh my god! Will Qin Sun beat Master Jingwu? Xia Ning's nostrils flared slightly, and her heart tightened. Old Master Nyo glanced at Nyo Xiaojun calmly, and she covered her mouth with both hands in fear. Compared with Jingwu's Buddhist teachings, his punches and kicks were even more powerful. If Qin Sun dared to act rashly, he would probably go in vertically and come out horizontally. Old Master Niu said, "Take good care of your friends. I go take care of some things first, and come back to you in half an hour. Wait here, and when the two masters come out, take them to the guest room." He smiled and nodded at Xia Ning, turned and walked towards the yard. The row of people in black clothes behind him quickly followed. Xia Ning and Yo Xiaojun stayed where they were. Took more than 10 steps. When Mr. Niu stretched out his hand, the secretary beside him immediately took out a tablet from his handbag. He borrowed the tablet to unlock it, opened a monitoring interface, clicked on the monitoring of the grove on the left side of the courtyard gate. In the 9-square grid screen, he saw Qin Sun and Jingwu at a glance, clicked on the grid to enlarge it. There are surveillance cameras in the woods, and they are ultra-high-definition pinhole cameras, hidden in the bark and branches of trees. Old Master Niu took the Bluetooth headset handed over by his secretary and put it in his ears. In the surveillance screen, Qin Sun took out a card from his pocket, put it in Jingwu's hand, and said in a low voice, "Master Jingwu, a small gift, not a respect. Here are 30 million. The password is 972610. Old Master Niu paused, subconsciously looked back, and saw Xia Ning and Yo Xiaojun still guarding the door. He quickened his pace and walked towards the study. Bribing a monk? 30 million? In the woods. Jingwu stared blankly at the bank card in his hand, stunned for several seconds, and handed the bank card back. Qin Sun stepped back again and refused to take it. "Master Jingwu, do you think it's not enough? How much do you want? I give it to you." Jingwu smiled bitterly, squatted on the ground, put the bank card on the fallen leaves, stood up, and put his hands together. "Amiba, Qin, donor, why are you doing this?" As he spoke, he changed Master Qin to Donor Qin. Qin Sun looked embarrassed, and casually made a Buddhist gesture with his hands. "Amiba, to be honest with you, Master Jingwu, you were sent by Mr. Niu to test my Buddhist knowledge. Right?" Jingwu put his hands together, smiled, and looked at Qin Sun without saying a word. Qin Sun continued, "What about me? In fact, I don't know anything about Buddhism. When I was in elementary school, my mother took me to the street and met a fortune teller who told me my fortune. She said that I was blessed with great fortune and was born to do this job, and she wanted to take me as her apprentice. I don't believe it, but every time I go to the market in town, I am willing to listen to the witch's weird ghost stories. In a subtle way, she taught me some methods of calculating people's lifespans and avoiding misfortunes. I only know a little bit about it. How can I know any profound Buddhist teachings?" Qin Sun's words were half true and half false. There was indeed a witch in their town, and she was very famous. She liked to calculate people's lifespans with an error of only 3 to 5 years. Later, before she was 50, she died. People said that she was punished for leaking the secrets of heaven. When Qin Sun was in primary school, he did go to the market to chat with her many times, but he didn't go to learn any magic, but because the witch's stall had a few small stools, and it was in the shade of the eaves. On hot days, he didn't want to follow his mother to buy things, so he went to the witch to sit and rest. He listened to the gossips of the villagers and the bad things that happened. Qin Sun also flattered her, praising the witch for her great magical powers and saying that she would live a long life. Unexpectedly, he was praised to death. Jingwu put his hands together, stared at Qin Sun with a smile, and asked in a gentle voice, "Donor Qin, you performed Mahayana Buddhism on the plain and saved more than 200 people. I have seen the video, and it is true that as soon as you chanted the sutra and performed the ritual, the plane stopped shaking." Before, Mr. Niu showed him the video, and his evaluation after watching it was, "I don't understand." Now he mentioned this matter because he wanted to know whether there was something fishy about the plane stopping shaking, or whether it was just a coincidence. Qin Sun sighed and said, "Master Jingwu, wasn't I just talking nonsense on the plane? Have you ever heard of any sutra that is the buttocks of Captain Qin, the soul of the knights, the legs of Captain Qin, the water of Xingluo Lake?" Jingwu put his hands together. Sin. Then how can you be sure that you will be fine?" Qin Sun smiled softly. The smile seemed awkward. In the grove, the wind blew. The leaves rustled. In the study, old Master Niu locked himself in the study. Just now, he saw Qin Sun stuffing money into his pocket. He admitted that he was a fake. His face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He took a sip of the health tea on the table, and slammed the cup on the table. Discussing Buddhism? That's it? I thought I met a real master, who had some abilities, but I didn't expect him to be a liar. He even cheated me? He was looking for death. Suddenly, old Master Nyo heard Qin Sun speak. Master Jingwu. Didn't I just say that? I know a few tricks to avoid disaster and seek good fortune. And I can also calculate people's lifespans. I calculated the lifespans of the 3 young passengers on the plane. And they can all live to 70 or 80 years old. So there is no way the plane will have an accident. I calculate people's lifespans. And it's very accurate. Old man Nyo suddenly straightened up, turned up the volume, and stared at the screen. Chapter 1130. Forgive me for being mean. I look carefully. You are not a long-lived. In the grove, Qin Sun and Jingwu stood opposite each other, 3 or 4 meters apart. Jingwu put his hands together, said with a smile, Amitabha. I have been practicing Zen for many years, and never dared to say anything about people's lifespan. Donor, you said you can see the destiny? Qin Sun put his hands together. Amitabha, yes. His voice was louder than before. Qin Sun knew that there must be surveillance cameras nearby, and that old man Nyo was probably spying on him. People are like this. No matter how hard you try to sell yourself in front of the other person, he will always remain skeptical. But if he sees it secretly, he will believe it without a doubt. Old man Nyo believes in Buddhism, loves to take care of his body, even taking some constipation medicine, is afraid of 3 points of poison. He must be a person who pursues longevity. He must be very concerned about the length of his life. Qin Sun wants to plant a small seed in the old man's heart. Jingwu heard Qin Sun say that he could tell fortunes. His face was still gentle with a smile. His hands were clasped together, and he said softly, What a sin! What a sin! He did not believe what Qin Sun said. When fortune tellers on the street stalls told people's fortunes, they would usually say that it was unlucky to tell longevity. And they would rather talk about 8-character numerology, marriage prediction, and judgment of the fate of a boy. Moreover, their language was very sophisticated, and they were ambiguous, but gave the employer a sense of certainty. Afterwards, the employer came to them because they felt that the fortune-telling was not accurate, and they took the previous fortune-telling words and explained them again. The employer suddenly understood. Oh, it turns out that I misunderstood. As for the life expectancy calculation, they would keep the money in their pockets if the employer gave them more money. And they would also say some nonsense in a vague way. They never dared to say that a person would have a short life, nor would they say that a person would have a long life. They would only say that if they survived the 3 disasters and 6 diseases in certain years, they would be able to enjoy a long and peaceful life. If the employer died young, his family would sigh and say, So the witch said that the critical year and month was this time. Alas, I didn't escape it after all. Everything is fate. If the employer lived a long life, then the witch would have retired long ago. Qin Sun stepped forward and said sincerely, Master Jingwu, to be honest, I came here today to ask for help from Mr. Nyo. My friend and I have been assassinated recently. It's a very complicated matter. We need to seek shelter. So we have gone to great lengths to come here. He bent down to pick up the bank card on the ground and handed it to Jingwu with both hands. Master, please help me, and don't expose my ignorance of Buddhism. Master Jingwu was startled. He didn't expect Qin Sun to be so frank. He laughed. Donor, you want to cheat me in front of me, and you want me to pretend I can't see it? I can't do it. Qin Sun took another step forward, shook the bank card in his hand, and said, Master, saving 1 life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Saving 2 lives is better than building a 14-story pagoda. You are a monk. Can you still stand by and watch? And let us die? 30 million is not enough. How about 300 million? Jingwu ignored Qin Sun's moral kidnapping, chanted a Buddhist name, and asked back, Donor, you can tell people's lifespans, but you can't tell your lifespan, nor your friends' lifespans? Qin Sun was delighted, thinking to himself, Finally I've been fooled. His expression remained unchanged, and he said sincerely, I figured it out. A narrow escape from death. But there is no definite number for human life. As long as we pass this level, we will be blessed as the East Sea and live as long as the South Mountain. If we can't pass this level, then we will die. At this point, he was excited. Help me, my friend. Master Jingwu still had a compassionate smile on his face. But he looked as cold as an iceberg. He snorted in his heart. It was indeed so. If you can live longer after passing this level, what is the difference between this and the words of the fortune teller on the street? He is a liar. However, that toilet seat is indeed weird. Qin-sun saw that Jingwu didn't say anything, but just laughed and shouted twice. Master? Master? Can't you say a few nice words in front of Mr. Nyo? Jingwu shouted a Buddhist name. Amitabha. Monks don't tell lies. Qin-sun was silent. His face became more and more gloomy. A cold smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his aura became very evil. Like a demon monk. He lowered his head slightly, raised his eyelids, looked at Jingwu coldly, and said, Then Master Jingwu is not willing to drink the toast, and wants to drink the penalty wine. Jingwu smiled slightly. Oh! What about drinking a penalty? Qin-chuan, I know Kung Fu. Jingwu, that's right. I also know a little bit of boxing and kicking. Qin-chuan said as he stepped back. Master Jingwu, forgive me for being mean. I can tell from my observation that you are not going to live long. Although human life has a rough number, God has compassion for the world. And there are corresponding ways to resolve all disasters. Today I will help you solve a problem. As he spoke, he had already stepped back more than 10 steps, and was about 10 meters away from Jingwu. Qin-sun held the bank card with his right hand hanging by his side, and said to Jingwu, After I count to 3, I will hurt you with the bank card in my hand. It's just a small punishment, but I hope you won't meddle in other people's business in the future. Mind your own business, and you will live longer. Jingwu put his hands together, shook his head gently, and smiled. Amitabha, the donor is really arrogant. I know that you learned from Lu Shaoquan, a master of his generation. However, when he sparred with my master Shikong, he was defeated by him. And I have learned all the true teachings from my master. As he spoke, he slowly opened his hands, which had been clasped in front of his chest. With a sudden shake, his loose robe made a crisp sound. Jingwu raised his hands, made a fist stance, and his sleeves fell, revealing 2 muscular arms. His face was no longer smiling, and he looked very majestic, like a furious Vajra. In the grove, the atmosphere was tense and ready to explode. In the guest room, old Nyo held the tablet in both hands, and he realized that he had stood up. He stared at the screen nervously. A few days ago, when Nyo Xiaojun mentioned Qin-sun, he asked his secretary to collect Qin-sun information, and knew that he was a talent and also had martial arts skills. However, there was only a video of him beating Kato Daiki in the octagonal cage and grabbing his legs and spinning around. The old man couldn't tell the depth of the video, but thought it was funny. He showed it to Jingwu and got a comment. It's meaningless. You just use your fists and kicks without any rules, relying on your strength and speed. You will definitely suffer a loss if you meet a real master. At that time, the old man believed it, because he knew that Jingwu was a month before he practiced Zen, and he had even seen Master Jingwu sparring with the 4 top bodyguards at home. Jingwu lasted for a full 10 minutes, and was not at a disadvantage. That is to say, now is the era of hot weapons. If it were in ancient times, Jingwu would also be a tough guy who could defeat hundreds of people. Now in the grove, Qin-sun wants to make Jingwu drink a penalty drink? This is probably hitting a wall. Chapter 1131 I show you what a real King Kong's angry eyes look like. In the grove, the two stood opposite each other, more than 10 meters apart. Qin-sun's right arm hung at his side, his fingertips pinching the bank card, looking at Jingwu across from him. His boxing stance was very particular. He could attack when advancing, and defend when retreating. It was a conservative posture to test the opponent's depth. Qin-sun asked. My master lost to your master Ji. Jingwu reminded. Kong. Oh! Qin-sun laughed. That's what mentally retarded means. Jingwu shouted angrily. How dare you! The clay Buddha was also angry. He heard his master being insulted, and as a disciple, he naturally had to step forward. His right foot rubbed the ground and swept out a step. Suddenly, sand and leaves flew, and a mud ditch appeared on the ground. Today, I dare to teach you, an unworthy disciple, a lesson on behalf of Senior Lu. Qin-sun glanced at the ditch on the ground and said, Since you mentioned my master, I will give you a face. I tell you how I will attack you. Defend well. He raised his right hand, and fiddled with the bank card with his fingertips. I count to 3, and when I count to 1, I shoot the bank card at your right earlobe, just barely scratching the skin. Only red marks, no blood stains. Same as before, a small punishment for a big warning. I hope the master won't meddle in other people's business. Jingwu glared at him. He knew Qin Sun was treacherous, and he would definitely attack suddenly when he counted to 3 or 2. And it wasn't his right earlobe that was hurt, but his left earlobe, or other parts, such as his chest and abdomen, thighs, or even the base of his thighs. From the videos circulating on the internet, Qin Sun is a man of no rules, and his actions are very ruthless. Qin Sun started to count. 3. Jingwu was on guard, watching Qin Sun's movements, and suddenly felt that his aura had changed. Sharp, sharp, murderous. Jingwu was inexplicably nervous. Qin Sun shouted again. 2. Jingwu took a step sideways, approaching a tree as thick as a bowl, and used it as a shelter. Lu Shaoquan was not a master of hidden weapons, but Qin Sun's messy kung fu had an unknown origin. And perhaps he had another master. At such a close distance, a master of hidden weapons holding a weapon in his hand was as dangerous as a 3-year-old child holding a pistol. 1. Jingwu's eyes were like torches. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air. Jingwu vaguely saw a black line shooting towards him, and suddenly turned his head, and heard a thump behind him. He turned around suddenly, and saw a bank card nailed to the tree trunk behind him, half an inch into the wood. Then, he felt something strange in his right earlobe. It didn't hurt, but it felt itchy. Jingwu stretched out his hand to pinch his earlobe. It was soft, and there was no blood stain when he took his hand off. He turned around, and looked at Qin Sun in shock. You hurt me? He was shocked. When he saw the black line just now, he instinctively turned his head to avoid it, but he didn't expect the bank card to fly much faster than he turned his head. When he began to tilt his head, the bank card had already scratched him, and it rubbed his earlobe and got nailed into the tree trunk behind him. And the wound was just as Qin Sun said. Just a little scratch on the skin. Only a red mark. No blood stain. This speed, this strength, this accuracy. How could Lu Shaoquan teach him? Qin Sun smiled gently. You don't accept it? Jingwu put his hands together. Amitabha. I accept it. He put down his hands and slowly walked towards Qin Sun. Your hidden weapon skills are truly unheard of. It really opened my eyes. If you hadn't held back, I would have already passed away. As he spoke, he walked in front of Qin Sun, and lowered his brows slightly as he looked at Qin Sun, who was half a head shorter than him, and said, I think I have some boxing skills, and I would like to learn a few moves from you. Qin Sun felt a little better when he heard him use honorifics again, and asked, Then, Master, can you say a few good words for me later? Jingwu put on his boxing stance and said slowly, Monks don't tell lies. Qin Sun jumped back, jumped 1 meter away, looked at Jingwu and cursed. Hack your grandma. Damn it. You won't take any soft or hard words. Right? I show you what a real Vidra's angry eyes look like. As he said this, he put his hands together, stepped on the ground with small steps, and muttered something, pretending to be a charlatan. Namo Amitabha Dotaga Doya. Jingwu put his boxing stance on the ground, looked at the demon like Qin Sun with a vigilant face, waiting for a defensive counterattack. Suddenly, his pupils trembled violently. Amid the electronic chanting sound, he saw a flash of Buddha light appear behind Qin Sun's head. Fuck your grandmother. Qin Sun moved, and took 3 or 2 steps to Jingwu's front, and turned his right palm into a knife, and chopped at his face. Jingwu quickly reached out to block it. It didn't work. Qin Sun chopped Jingwu's forehead with a palm. Jingwu's tall body flew backwards, and his legs were more than a meter off the ground, and the whole person floated in the air almost parallel to the ground. In a flash, Qin Sun took a step forward, spread Jingwu's legs with his hands, grabbed his ankles, and began to spin in circles. 1 circle, and another circle. His hands were dirty, and his mouth was even more foul. Fuck your mother. Your grandmother's legs. I hang your mother's ass. Jingwu held his breath and concentrated, shaking his body constantly, trying to struggle to get out, but he felt like he was being clamped by an iron clamp, and there was no way to escape. He spun in circles, and saw the blue sky, and the green treetops, gradually blurring into a ball. After a while, he felt sick and wanted to vomit. Jingwu bit his cheek tightly, put his hands together, and chanted in his heart. Me. To. Buddha. So. Dizzy. Qin Sun saw Jingwu put his hands together, still looking solemn. and knew that this was a piece of smelly and hard stone. However, he didn't mind. He invited Jingwu to go into the grove to show off to Mr. Niu. As long as he left a good impression in the old man's mind. Let the old man feel that he has some skills. Especially the means to calculate people's lifespan. That's enough. Qin Sun let go of his hand. Threw Jingwu to the ground like a piece of snot tissue. Clapped his hands and cursed. Bald donkey. You wouldn't have lived past 60. But I just saved you from this disaster. Live well. Don't meddle in other people's business. And you will definitely live to death. Jingwu lay on the ground. Opened his eyes, and looked at Qin Sun. He said nothing. Sat up with his hands on the ground. Sat cross-legged on the fallen leaves. Put his hands together, and began to meditate. Qin Sun was not idle either. He untied his belt, and urinated at a tree next to him. Study. Old Neo bent down, and picked up the tablet on the ground. Just now, he saw Qin Sun hurt Jingwu with a bank card. And the bank card was nailed into the tree trunk. He was shocked. Unexpectedly, Qin Sun knocked Jingwu, who was on full alert, down with a palm, which was even more frightening. Finally, Qin Sun grabbed Jingwu and spun him around. Jingwu had no ability to resist. Under Qin Sun's hands, he was more obedient than the women in the brothel. How could he look like a great monk? Mr. Niu was so excited that the tablet slipped to the ground. Mr. Niu picked up the tablet and saw Jingwu meditating and Qin Chuan peeing. He smiled bitterly. What a sin! What a sin! He put the tablet down and looked out the window. His eyes gradually became empty and a little dazed. Mr. Niu kept thinking about what Qin Chuan had just said. There is a witch in our town. She taught me some tricks to calculate people's lifespans and avoid disasters. I calculate people's lifespans. And it's very accurate. Although human life has an approximate fixed number, but God has compassion on the world, there are corresponding ways to resolve all disasters. Mr. Niu came back to his senses. There was a trace of yearning in his eyes, and he murmured, It's better to believe it than not to believe it. He stood up and walked to the door. Opened the door. And told the secretary waiting at the door. Go to the hospital and find 2 patients who look like ordinary people, but have been given a critical illness notice by the doctor. Mr. Niu returned to the room, picked up the tablet and looked at it. In the grove, Qin Sun kicked Jingwu, who was meditating, to the ground and said anxiously, Let's go! Let's go see Mr. Niu. If you dare to talk nonsense later, I beat you up again. Chapter 1132 Anyone who goes over here has to be harnessed to a plow, and plowed for 2 miles before they can walk. The 2 walked out of the woods. Qin Sun walked easily, as if nothing had happened. Jingwu had no expression on his face, moving his rosary with his hands in front of his chest, walking shoulder to shoulder with Qin Sun, not too fast nor too slow. Xia Ning saw the 2 walk out of the woods, walked forward a few steps, and suddenly stopped. She saw a scar in the middle of Jingwu's forehead, 1 finger long and 1 finger wide, as if he had been hit by a stick. Looking more closely, I found some grass debris on Master Jingwu's clothes, which seemed to have rolled on the ground for several times. Xia Ning was stunned. Did Qin Sun have a fight with Master Jingwu? This Qin Sun is really lawless. Beating someone up just because he doesn't accept bribes? Where in the world is there such a reason? Quickly, Qin Sun walked up to Xia Ning and asked, Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Xia Ning quietly glared at him and said nothing. Jingwu walked past them without stopping and said, Please go ahead. Benefactors. I'll be back soon. Qin Sun knew he was going to find Old Man Niu, so he coughed twice to warn him not to complain. Jingwu ignored him and walked straight ahead. As soon as he entered the small courtyard, he heard Niu Xiaojun behind him asking in her hoarse voice, Qin Sun, did you fight with Master Jingwu? Did you open his 3rd eye? Did you touch his heavenly bodhisattva? Why is there a cock on his forehead? Niu Xiaojun's voice was lowered a little, but not enough. Jingwu heard it clearly. Jingwu paused, then walked faster. Sin. Sin! After a while, he passed through a cave door and disappeared from everyone's sight. Qin Sun glared at Niu Xiaojun and said, Why are you so harsh? I'm a master after all. Can you give me some respect? You came up and asked me if I beat me up. And you opened your eyes, touched the sky bodhisattva, and said something about chickens and chickens? Don't you know how to use the word discussion? He was filled with righteous indignation, as if he had forgotten that he was the one who had just grabbed Jingwu's feet and spun around, threw him to the ground, and kicked him while he was meditating with his eyes closed. humiliating him to the utmost. Niu Xiaojun said angrily. Just tell me whether you hit him or not. Qin Sun sighed. It was just a matter of convenience. Although the Niu family's courtyard is in the north, it is indeed a Suztile garden. Jingwu passed through one cave door after another, walked across the covered bridge, crossed a stream, bypassed a rockery, and walked to an antique green-tiled house. He knocked on the door, and after receiving an answer, he walked in. The door closed. Old Niu stood up from his chair, and saw the scar on Jingwu's forehead, and asked in surprise, Master Jingwu, did you have a fight with Master Qin? Jingwu smiled and shook his head. No. Old Niu, what is the wound on your head? While talking, he secretly glanced at Jingwu's right earlobe, and saw a trace of red marks, which were not clear in the surveillance before. The red mark was very light, just as Qin Sun said. Only the skin was broken, but no blood was seen. His hidden weapon skills were really terrifying. Jingwu put his hands together and smiled bitterly. I have no power to fight back. I was just being beaten. So there is no question of sparring. Old man Niu was not surprised that Jingwu answered so frankly. Master Jingwu practiced martial arts and meditation, and was a true monk who had attained enlightenment. He never used this to deceive the world, and even believed in science very much. In the past, when a seriously ill person came to him for help, he would always say one thing: go to the hospital. Find a doctor. Old Niu got to know him because he had exposed a charlatan who lived for free. Old Niu thought Jingwu had some supernatural powers, and sincerely asked for the secret of longevity. But Jingwu only said, eat scientifically, exercise regularly, and relax your mind. At that time, Old Niu was very disappointed. The older people get, the more they fear death. Years of constipation made him feel that his health was very poor, so he looked forward to some supernatural powers. However, since then, the two of them have become close friends regardless of age. Whenever a master who was said to be so amazing came to him, he would let Master Jingwu take a look. Over the years, Jingwu had exposed 3 serious liars. Qin Sun, maybe the 4th one. Old Master Niu asked Jingwu to sit down, poured tea, and asked, is Qin Sun Kung Fu so powerful that he can make Master Jingwu unable to fight back? Jingwu looked calm. You know Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, right? Old Master Niu was shocked. Are you saying that he is as good as Xiang Yu? Jingwu shook his head. Not really. Qin Sun can beat at least 10 of me, and I am confident that Xiang Yu can beat at most 3 of me. After a calculation, Old Master Niu concluded that Qin Sun could beat 3 Xiang Yus, and said in surprise, according to Master Jingwu, in terms of boxing and kicking skills, isn't Qin Sun the strongest in Blue Star? Master Jingwu put his hands together. Ahmed Ba, like the demon lord in the sky. He is really the Tai Sui god in the world. This Qin Sun, alas, he sighed, thinking, no matter if you are a big bully or a small bully, with Qin Sun's stubborn temper, anyone who comes over will have to be plowed 2 miles before he can walk. When Old Man Niu heard Master Jingwu describe Qin Sun with the same words as Wu Song, his heart was moved again. A strange man. He is indeed a strange man. His martial arts has reached the peak, which is definitely not something that Lu Shakuan can teach. But Qin Sun still respects his master. It seems that he is also a grateful and filial child. Then he can't be that bad. Perhaps, this Qin Sun is really not a liar? The two drank tea in silence for a while. Old Man Niu asked, Master Jingwu, do you think Qin Sun is a liar? Jingwu looked at Old Man Niu, was silent for a long time, took out a bank card from his body, gently placed it on the table, and said, this is the bank card Qin Sun gave me. He said there is 30 million in it. I want me not to expose the fact that he does not understand Buddhism, does not understand Buddhism, does not respect Buddhism. Old Master Niu's heart sank, and he nodded, indicating that he understood. Although he saw Qin Sun beat Jingwu violently after failing to bribe him on the surveillance camera, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart without hearing Jingwu's judgment in person. Although Master Jingwu did not directly point out the facts, he had made it clear enough. I didn't expect another liar. What a pity. Old Master Niu picked up the teacup, drank half of it in one breath, put it down, picked up the bank card, and joked, I always wanted to give Master Jingwu some money for incense offerings, but you always refused to accept it. I didn't expect you to accept it from the young boy. Master Jingwu smiled bitterly and said frankly, If I don't accept it, he will beat me. I can't beat him. Old Man Nyo laughed. Jingwu said, please give the bank card to Qin Sun. Old Man Nyo. I am not worthy of it. Old Man Nyo put the bank card on the coffee table, pushed it in front of Jingwu, and said with a smile, I'm afraid of being beaten. 2. Jingwu put his hands together and chanted a Buddhist name. Amitabha. Sin, Sin. Old Man Nyo stood up and walked towards the door. Just as his hand touched the handle, he heard Jingwu's hesitant voice calling him from behind. Donor Nyo. He turned around. Jingwu stood up, and after a long silence, said, there is one thing I want to say. You just need to listen to it. Don't take it too seriously. Old Man Nyo narrowed his eyes. Jingwu said in a deep voice, when I was sparring with Qin Sun, there was a moment I saw Buddha's light behind his head. Old Master Nyo was shocked. Buddha's light? Master Jingwu put his hands together. I am sure it is not my eyes, and I am also sure it is not the Brocken phenomenon. So whether Mr. Qin is a human Buddha or not, it is beyond my knowledge. I dare not make a rash conclusion. Old Master Nyo smiled. I understand. Chapter 1133 Why don't you look at me straight in the eye? Nyo Xiaojun took Qin Sun and Xia Ning to visit the garden. Qin Sun didn't have much in mind, and kept saying he wanted to go to the bathroom. Nyo Xiaojun was in the mood to be a tour guide, and was interrupted again, and got annoyed. Pull. Pull. Pull, you just poop all day long. Did your butt get loosened in Chengdu? She took Qin Sun and Xia Ning to the living room, and pointed Qin Sun in the direction of the bathroom. Qin Sun walked into the bathroom, locked the door, looked up and looked around vigilantly, and suddenly smiled. Damn it! Whoever wants to install surveillance in the bathroom is too perverted. After Qin Sun finished peeing, he walked to the sink, bent down to wash his hands, closed his eyes, and opened them, and there was a contact lens on each hand. The eye of death. The magic glasses that can show the life number on the other person's forehead by staring at him for 3 seconds. Qin Sun bent down and installed the glasses. He knew that the scene of him and the old bald man Jingwu in the woods must have been spied by Mr. Nyo. The old man would definitely find a way to test his fortune-telling skills. As long as he can get through this old man Nyo will get his minimum living allowance. The human heart has a natural desire and worship for supernatural powers, which is engraved in the genes. Students who have been educated in Country C since childhood seem to despise feudal superstitions, and think they are good young people full of positive energy. But they ignore the popular astrology, blood-type personality theory, tarot cards, and keep saying, accurate, accurate, accurate. What's the difference between this and an old man asking a fortune teller for divination in front of a street stall? Moreover, as people grow older, they encounter more and more things that cannot be explained by natural science, and the fear of death, the emptiness in their hearts, they will become more and more superstitious. And Grandpa Nyo is at the age when he is most easily deceived. Qin Sun walked out of the bathroom and returned to the living room. He chatted with Nyo Xiaojun and Xia Ning. Xia Ning intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Grandpa Nyo Xiaojun's temper, and all he got were some not-so-good answers. My grandpa? He has a bad temper. He likes to break cups. He even breaks antique cups. He likes to scold people, even his own granddaughter. He likes to hit people, even me. He has a weird temper, except for the monk. Few people can stand his temper. Xia Ning's heart sank. Qin Sun is not a person who is good at interpersonal relationships, and it is not convenient for her to always speak for him, and she doesn't know if he will say something wrong today. Qin Sun was chatting with the two of them. His eyes were always wandering, and he didn't dare to stay on Nyo Xiaojun's face for more than 5 seconds. After all, the Eye of Death was a cheap item that was drawn with only 250 points of slacking off. And its note was, this is the power of the devil. Use with caution. Qin Sun was afraid that Nyo Xiaojun would see something. Nyo Xiaojun found out, slapped the back of the chair, and cursed. Fuck you. In your company's office, you talk to me disrespectfully. But in my home, why don't you look at me straight in the eye? If you are hung up and beaten by my grandfather later, I will not beg for mercy for you. Qin Sun was too lazy to explain to her, and stood up to walk around the living room, looking at this and that. This is a Sioux-style garden living room. In the center is a mahogany round table, covered with a delicate silk tablecloth, and on top are several exquisite blue and white porcelain tea sets. There are several carved mahogany chairs around, with intricate patterns carved on the backs of the chairs. There are several ink paintings on the wall, some landscapes, some flowers and birds. Chin Sun stood in front of the wall, his hands behind his back, staring at the painting calmly, nodding from time to time, and making satisfied sounds. Behind him, Neo Xiaojun's sarcastic voice came. Do you understand paintings? Chin Sun was unhappy, pointing at the signature of a landscape painting. I can't understand paintings and I can't read? Wudaozi. The painting Saint Wudaozi. With these 3 words on it. This painting can't be cheap. Neo Xiaojun walked over to Chin Sun and laughed. Stupid. Who would hang an original painting in the living room? It's hard to preserve, and it might get rotten at any time. This is a copy. A fake. Xia Ning also came over, stared at the painting for a while, and said, this fake that is so real can be worth a lot of money. Chin Sun was annoyed, and just felt that the two of them were so pretentious. It seemed like they knew a lot. What landscape paintings, Buddha paintings, are not as good as Mikami Yua's portraits. Suddenly footsteps were heard. Chin Sun and the other two turned their heads at the same time. They saw Old Man Yo and Master Jingwu walking into the living room, talking and laughing. Chin Sun and the other two immediately went forward to greet them. Old Man Yo took a look at the paintings on the wall and asked Chin Sun, Master Chin, do you also like Wudaozi's paintings? Chin Sun, I like it. He was afraid that Old Man Yo would discuss with him about painting style, brushwork, historical allusions, and added, I like anything that's valuable. Xia Ning's smile froze. Neo Xiaojun sighed, stepped away from Chin Sun, looking ashamed to be with him. Old Man Yo laughed twice. Master Chin, just as Master Jingwu said, is a man of temperament. Old Man Yo smiled and asked everyone to sit down, and the maid poured tea. While they were talking and laughing, Xia Ning took out a long red sandalwood box about 30 centimeters long from her backpack. She pulled Chin Sun and asked him to follow her and walked to Old Man Yo. Xia Ning held the red sandalwood box in both hands. He pushed open the lid, revealing the folding fan inside, and said with a smile, Grandpa Yo, it's a great honor to have the opportunity to visit your house and have a chat. It's our first meeting. This is a little gift from Chin Sun and me as juniors. I hope you like it. Grandpa Yo did not take it. He looked up, smiled and looked at Xia Ning and then at Chin Sun. It was only 2 or 3 seconds. But Chin Sun felt that a long time had passed. Seeing this, Neo Xiaojun laughed loudly and like a naughty child. He stood up and walked over and snatched the red sandalwood box. Here you go. She took out the folding fan and opened it. Fanning Grandpa. Grandpa. It's a fan. Very practical. Why don't you take it? Old Man Yo took a look and said, Don't fan it. The fan bones are made of ivory. And the fan cover is from a famous artist in the Song dynasty. It's not easy for a fan to be passed down for decades. This kind of fan that's thousands of years old is even rarer. Don't let others break it. He reached out to take the fan, gently closed it, put it in the rosewood box, and closed the lid, pushed in front of Chin Sun. Master Chin, I called you here on my own initiative. There is no reason for me to accept your gifts. This thing is too valuable. I appreciate the kindness, you take it back. As for me, I prefer others to give me some local specialties. Chin Sun didn't believe that Mr. Neo liked local specialties such as peanuts and walnuts, but he didn't know how to do Tai Chi, looked at Xia Ning. Mr. Neo didn't give them a chance to refuse, and stood up and said, Master Chin, it's time for dinner. Would you like to have a simple meal? I just want to ask you something. Chin Sun nodded gently, watching Xia Ning put the rosewood box into his backpack. His heart sank. If the things are not sent out, the things can't be done. I wonder how many days Elon can hold on. Chapter 1134 True Gold is not afraid of fire. Old man, I dare to test your weight today. Restaurant. Old Man Yo sat in the main seat, let Chin Sun and Jingwu sit on his left and right respectively. Xia Ning sat next to Chin Sun. Neo Xiaojun sat next to Xia Ning. The wine and food were all served. They were all some home-cooked dishes, scorched tofu meatballs, cabbage and meat rolls, Beijing-style pork shreds, garlic chicken wings, stir-fried pork with peppers. In front of Jingwu were some stir-fried cabbage, fried tofu, vegetarian chicken, cold mixed black fungus and other vegetarian dishes. There were many dishes on the table, but none of them were big dishes. Chin Sun ate a few bites and found that the chef's cooking skills were good. About 40% of his own. And he was a rare good chef. Old Man Yo was a talkative person, and he livened up the atmosphere while eating and drinking. The dining atmosphere was very good. However, he just said that he had some questions to ask Chin Sun. But he only talked about singing and acting. He said that he had performed in dramas when he was young, and he played some supporting roles. Those tall male students played the leading roles, which attracted the girls. Chin Sun answered all the questions, and never brought the topic to toilet seats, fortune-telling, or things like the blessing of the gods. They seemed to be competing secretly, as if whoever spoke first would be at a disadvantage. However, when speaking, Chin Sun's eyes never stayed on the old man's face for more than 5 seconds, and he would always move away in advance, showing a look of awe that would explode if he looked at him for one more time. Neo Xiaojun took a bite of the fried pork with chili peppers, frowned, and spit a piece of chili pepper on the bone dish. It tastes bad? It tastes really bad. She saw Grandpa looking at her, pointing at Chin Sun and saying, "Grandpa, I'm not picky. Chin Sun's cooking skills are the best in the world, better than the best. I've eaten the big pot dishes he made, and I feel that other people's food is not as delicious." She stood up and turned around. "Do you think I've lost weight?" Grandpa Neo could see through Neo Xiaojun's thoughts. From picking up the ivory fan to fanning the air just now, to now praising Chin Sun's cooking skills, he was just saying good things for him. Old Master Neo pretended not to hear and scolded. "Sit down. You are a distinguished guest. How come you are so disrespectful?" Neo Xiaojun sat down angrily, buried his head in eating, and was too lazy to get involved in this matter. Damn it! Simple things in the world are complicated by people like Grandpa. The meal was almost over, and they just talked about some meaningless things. Can't they just get to the point and ask Chin Sun directly whether he could open the door? Xia Ning knew that old Master Neo was waiting for Chin Sun to speak, but this blockhead, who didn't understand the ways of the world, didn't realize it. She stepped on Chin Sun's instep under the table. Chin Sun turned his head to look at Xia Ning, then stepped back quietly. "Xia Ning? Damn, idiot." Just when she decided to break the rules and start the conversation, Chin Sun looked at Old Man Neo and asked, "Grandpa Neo, the toilet seat that was delivered to your house a few days ago, how do you feel about it? Does it have a calming effect? If it does, I need to do something else to strengthen it, otherwise its effect will gradually disappear." Old Man Neo put down his chopsticks and said angrily, "Oh, look at my brain. Just now, I wanted to ask Master Chin about the secret of the toilet seat, but after a few drinks, I forgot about it." As he said that, he picked up the bottle and poured wine for Chin Sun, and asked, "I do feel peaceful and clear-minded when I sit on the toilet seat. May I ask Master Chin what secret is there in this toilet seat? Is it really because of your blessing?" Chin Sun put his hands together, with a solemn look on his face, said, "Ahmed Ba. Good, good." He put his hand down, took up the wine glass and drank it all, said, "Grandpa Neo, I'm not going to hide it from you, I'm a fake monk. But I do know some tricks. I have a little trick to avoid disaster and seek good fortune, and the ability to calculate people's lifespan." Grandpa Neo heard Chin Sun's frivolous words, smiled bitterly, and shook his head, took up the wine glass and took a sip, turned to look at Jingwu. Jingwu put his hands together. "Ahmed Ba." After that, he fell silent. Old Master Neo knew that Jingwu really couldn't judge Chin Sun's depth. So he turned to look at Chin Sun and asked directly, "Avoid disaster? Cut people's lifespan?" Chin Sun nodded. Old Master Neo's voice became louder, and he seemed a little angry. "This is feudal superstition. You tricked me?" Chin Sun stood up, looking very terrified. "I dare not. I dare not. Even if I have the courage of heaven, I dare not touch the Tai Sui head." Neo Xiaojun stepped forward, walked in front of Chin Sun, cut off his gaze from his grandfather, and said, "What feudal superstition? Cheating is feudal superstition, and saving the world is religious belief. Nowadays, from building houses on villagers' homesteads to building office buildings by real estate companies, who doesn't set off a few strings of firecrackers and pour a few glasses of wine? And who doesn't choose auspicious dates for weddings and funerals? How can this be feudal superstition? This is people's beautiful expectation for the future." Old Master Neo was stunned. "Although my granddaughter has a bad temper, she has always respected me. I didn't expect that she would stand up for Chin Sun again and again today. It seems that Chin Sun does have some ability to bewitch people." Old Master Neo glared at Neo Xiaojun. "Sit down. Why are you making so much noise? How old are you? Are you still taking classes with me?" Neo Xiaojun was scared and returned to his seat. Old Master Neo stretched out his hand to signal Chin Sun to sit down, and after he sat down, he said with a smile. Master Qin, true gold is not afraid of fire. An old man? Dare to test your weight today. Qin Sun was very happy, but his face looked a little embarrassed. How do you want to test? Old man Niu clapped his hands lightly. The restaurant door opened. Old man Niu's secretary came in with 3 men and 2 women, and lined up opposite the dining table. Old man Niu said, Master Qin, please calculate the lifespan of these 5 people. Qin Sun looked at the 5 people opposite, and saw that they were all wearing sunglasses, so he couldn't see their eyes. Their faces were rosy and shiny. Both men and women were wearing makeup, so it was impossible to really judge their complexion. Qin Sun took a deep breath, looked embarrassed, and said, Grandpa Niu, calculating people's lifespans is against the harmony of nature, and it has a great impact on the person calculating. I'm afraid he will be punished by heaven. Xia Ning became nervous and stretched out his hand to hold Qin Sun's hand. Meaning, then don't calculate. Grandpa Niu looked at the 5 people, then at Qin Sun, and was hesitant. Is it against the harmony of heaven? Will it bring punishment from heaven? We are so familiar with each other, it is not good to force them to count. Just when he was struggling, Qin Sun stretched out 4 fingers and said, I can only count 4 in a year. If I count more, I will be retaliated. Old man Niu was startled, smiled softly, and looked at the secretary. The secretary nodded, left 1 man and 1 woman from the 5-person team, and let the remaining 3 people leave the restaurant. Old man Niu smiled and stretched out his hand. Master Qin, please. Chapter 1135. Calculate again. Calculate carefully. In the restaurant, everyone looked at Qin Sun. Qin Sun slowly picked up the bottle and filled a glass of wine for himself. He dipped his index finger in the glass and pressed it on his forehead, swiping it hard. Suddenly, a red mark appeared on his forehead. It was similar to the one on Jingwu's forehead. Niu Xiaojun exclaimed. You opened your third eye? Old man Niu slapped the table lightly, glared at her, scared her so much that she shut her mouth, and dared not disturb Qin Sun mischief again. Qin Sun stood up and walked in front of a man and a woman. He made a mess of hand gestures with his right hand, stared at the man for 5 seconds, and saw a number 76 appear on his forehead. Qin Sun did not speak, knowing that the person chosen by Mr. Niu would not be so simple. This man looked only in his early 30s, and could live to 76 years old. It would take more than 40 years to verify that his fortune-telling was accurate. Mr. Niu would probably have passed away by then, so what was the point of such verification? Qin Sun walked to the woman, stared at her face, and saw a number 29 on her forehead. He saw that the woman looked like she was about 28 or 29 years old, and was shocked, and asked, Name? The woman replied, Yan Lei. Qin Sun asked again, Age? The woman replied, 29, Qin Sun, 29. The woman explained, Well, 29. My birthday will be 30 in 3 days. Qin Sun looked strange, put his hands together, and shouted, Amitabha. The woman looked at Mr. Niu, and seeing that he had no reaction, she dared to ask, Master, am I going to die? Qin Sun put down his hand and forced a smile. Donor, you worry too much. How could that be? The woman's face fell, and she was about to say something else. The secretary immediately stepped forward and took the man and woman, dragging them out. The door closed. A faint sound of a woman crying could be heard outside the door. He lied to me. He must be lying to me. I know him. He is Qin Sun, the original god. What he asked me just now means that I won't live past 29. I will definitely die on the operating table the day after tomorrow. The room was silent. Qin Sun turned around and saw everyone looking at him in shock. Mr. Niu's eyes flickered, and he seemed a little excited. He sighed and clasped his hands together. Amitabha. Mr. Niu stood up and walked to Qin Sun, gently took his hand, and ushered him back to his seat, and asked, Master Qin, how long will those 2 people live? Qin Sun put his hands together. What a sin! What a sin! He reached out and dipped his hand in the wine glass, and wrote a number on the table. 76. Mr. Niu didn't feel anything when he saw the 76. Then, he saw Qin Sun write down another number. 29. Mr. Niu was shocked. Is it really 29? Just now, when he was having dinner, he received a text message from his secretary, and knew that 2 of the 5 people had been given critical illness notices by the doctor. One of them will have surgery the day after tomorrow, which is very risky. It should be this woman. Unexpectedly, Chin Sun really figured it out. Jingwu took a look at the number 29, chanted a Buddhist name, and said to Old Man Yo, "Donor Nyo, I'm going out for a while." Old Man Yo nodded, knowing that he was going to comfort the woman. Master Jingwu was a warm man, and he couldn't bear to see a woman cry. Jingwu left. The door closed again. Old Man Yo looked at Chin Sun, hesitant to speak, sighed, filled the glasses for the two of them, clinked glasses with Chin Sun, and drank them all in one breath. He drank 3 cups in a row, and his hand holding the glass was shaking more and more. When Mr. Nyo was born, he weighed less than 5 pounds. He was weak and sickly since childhood, and was called medicine jar and short-lived ghost by the naughty children of the same age. These childhood shadows pierced his heart like a thorn. When he was young, he didn't care. He was also a smoker and a drinker. He felt that it was worth living a good life. But as he got older, he became more and more afraid of death and began to maintain his health. But the long-term constipation gave him a headache, and every uncomfortable experience reminded him that he would be a short-lived ghost. Gradually, in addition to paying attention to science, he also placed his hopes on metaphysics. In recent years, he has encountered several scammers. Jingwu, who is most like a master, said that he does not understand metaphysics, and even said that metaphysics does not exist, and that one should believe in science. Now Chin Sun has appeared. He seems to be able to see through people's lifespan? Old Man Yo hesitated. Do you really want to tell fortunes? What if the result is not good? Old Man Yo drank 1 glass after another. At first, Chin Sun drank with him, but later he couldn't keep up with the pace, so he quietly put down the glass. Suddenly, he felt someone patting his shoulder hard. Looking back, Nyo Xiaojun laughed and said, "Damn it! So you really know these mysterious things. No wonder the first gift you gave to Xia Ning was 3 pairs of red shorts that were blessed." Nyo Xiaojun pushed Chin Sun and muttered, "Come on, tell me my fortune. I want to see how strong my fortune is." Chin Sun hesitated whether to show her, and heard Old Man Yo scolding. "Xiaojun, sit down. You are touching the master. You have no manners at all. You are too presumptuous. Master Chin can only do it 4 times a year. You just counted it twice. There are only 2 left. Can't you show some style at such a young age? Do you know what it means to respect the elderly and love the young?" Old Man Yo's voice was very loud. Chin Sun's eardrums hurt, and he felt that his side face was sprayed with saliva. He didn't dare to wipe it off, not at all. Nyo Xiaojun returned to his seat in dismay. Chin Sun turned around, and saw that Old Man Yo had filled his glass again. Old Man Yo held up his glass, took several deep breaths, and said, "Master Chin, would you mind taking a look for me?" Chin Sun clinked glasses with him, and said, "Okay." He drank it all in 1 gulp, put down the glass, and was about to stare at Old Man Yo's face. But he saw Old Man Yo stand up, and walk to the wall and stand. Old Man Yo straightened his clothes. His thin body straightened, as if he was afraid that his posture would be wrong, and he would be seen wrongly. Chin Sun had no choice but to stand up, walk to Old Man Yo, make a hand gesture with his right hand, and stare at him for 5 seconds. 3 question marks slowly appeared on his forehead. Chin Sun was shocked. 3 question marks again. Ningning has 3 question marks. I have 3 question marks. Now Old Man Yo also has 3 question marks. How can everyone live to be over 100 years old? It seems that biotechnology will develop rapidly in the future. Those rich and powerful officials, who do not live to 90 years old, are considered short-lived ghosts. The era of buying life with money seems to be not far away. Chin Sun was surprised, but his eyes narrowed slightly, and his brows wrinkled slightly. As soon as he finished making the expression, he saw Old Man Yo tremble. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and his voice was a little dry, and he asked, "Master Chin, isn't it good?" Chin Sun pretended not to look him in the eye, and turned his head to look out the window. No, I didn't see it." The room was quiet. Old Man Yo opened his mouth slightly, but said nothing. Xia Ning held his breath and concentrated, not daring to speak. Nyo Xiaojun's eyes were red, and he punched the table and cursed. "Chin Sun, I hack your mother. Calculate it again. Calculate it carefully." Chapter 1136 Junior? Is Chin Sun this bastard my grandfather? Nyo Xiaojun was very strong, so he shook the dishes and bowls, and a spoon fell and broke all over the floor. Old man Niu looked at Niu Xiaojun. His voice was low, but he seemed a little weak. Young man, you must not be rude to the master. People's lives are set, everything is fate. It's all fate. Qin Sun saw that after old man Niu finished his 2 sentences, his expression actually returned to normal, and he couldn't help but admire him. Old Master Niu asked. Master Qin, you can tell me, how old can I live? Qin Sun sighed, and said in a very sincere tone. It's hard to say. Old Master Niu, what do you mean? Qin Sun said. Grandpa Niu, I saw 2 balls of light on each of your shoulders, and there was a ball of black mist on your left shoulder. Old Master Niu's face darkened. Qin Sun reached out and touched Old Master Niu's right shoulder, and continued. There was a ball of golden light on your right shoulder. Grandpa Niu's face instantly brightened up again. Master Qin, what does this mean? Qin Sun put his hands together and explained in a deep voice. Grandpa Niu, you are a man of great fortune, and your life should have been smooth, but I don't know why there is a lingering evil spirit on you. Hearing this, Grandpa Niu looked back on his life. He had basically been scheming all his life, and had seen the ups and downs of others, so it was not surprising that he had an evil spirit on him. Qin Sun continued. That group of evil spirit and that group of blessing are on the left and right, and now they have reached a state of equal strength. You could have relied on that group of blessing to prolong your life. However, the evil spirit will gradually grow stronger as you grow older. When your evil spirit is greater than your blessing, your lifespan may also be affected. Alas! He sighed, and seemed not to dare to continue. When Mr. Niu heard this, he felt that it sounded very familiar. Yes! It was the words of the liar, who was exposed by Master Jingwu a few years ago. He said that I was haunted by a ghost, or my life would be in danger. The liar said that he needed to perform a ritual. He asked for a lot of money that time. Now Qin Sun is in danger. His life is in danger. And it is not impossible that he deliberately said this to scare me in order to get my help. Old Master Niu doubted it in his heart. But as long as there was a 1% chance, he would not dare to offend Qin Sun. He put his hands together and asked, Master Qin, is there any way to deal with it? He clearly remembered that in the surveillance footage, Qin Sun said something in the grove. Although human life has a rough number, God has compassion for the world, and there are corresponding ways to resolve all disasters. After saying that, he beat Jingwu violently, saying that he would help him overcome the disaster. Old man Niu only hoped that his way to resolve it was not to be beaten. Qin Sun put his hands together. Ami. Before he finished his sentence, Niu Xiaojun started to curse. Ami. Hack your mother. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just fart. Don't pretend. Old man Niu was angry. He walked up to Niu Xiaojun and gave her a chestnut. Shut up. He turned around and smiled at Qin Sun. Master Qin, don't bother with the juniors. Niu Xiaojun? What do you mean? Juniors? Is Qin Sun my grandfather? Qin Sun saw that the atmosphere was almost set, and he didn't keep it a secret anymore. He said, Grandpa Niu, everything in the world has a way to deal with it, and there is naturally a way to deal with your evil spirit. Grandpa Niu asked. What is the way? Qin Sun said. You are a person of great fortune, so you need to find someone, a person abandoned by heaven. Use her as a container, guide your evil spirit for 30 or 40 years, and slowly transfer it to her, and you will naturally resolve this disaster. When Grandpa Niu heard this, he keenly caught the meaning of 30 or 40 years. This number, my heart moved. 30 or 40 years. I am 66 years old now? It takes 30 or 40 years to overcome the evil spirit. Doesn't that mean I can live to be over 100 years old? Grandpa Niu asked. 30 or 40 years. So long? Qin Sun knew he understood, nodded, and said in a deep voice. Yes, 30 or 40 years. Niu Xiaojun was anxious. Will it take 30 or 40 years to eliminate all the evil spirits? So long? My grandfather, As she spoke, she understood and smiled. Qin Sun, do you mean that my grandfather can live another 30 or 40 years? Qin Sun nodded. Yes, if the evil spirit can be passed away, relying on Grandpa Niu's own great fortune, it will be no problem for him to live past 100 years old. Niu Xiaojun asked. How old exactly? Qin Sun put his hands together. Amitabha. A lifespan of more than 100 years is a secret of heaven, which cannot be glimpsed by human power. But I dare to assert that Grandpa Niu has a good chance of living past 100 years old. The chance is great. Mr. Nyo was overjoyed. The best wish of the sea people for longevity is to live 100 years. What else can you not be satisfied with if you can live past 100? Nyo Xiaojun looked at Qin Sun with a suspicious face and asked, "Is it true?" Qin Sun smiled slightly and said confidently, "Not enough, I will make up for it." "Grandpa Nyo." Nyo Xiaojun said unhappily. "You make up? Is there any way to make up for longevity? What the hell are you doing?" Mr. Nyo saw that Nyo Xiaojun started to behave unrestrainedly again, coughed heavily, and waited for her to sit back in her seat obediently, and asked Qin Sun, "Master Qin, who are the abandoned people you were talking about? Where can I find them? Can such a person with little luck bear my evil spirit?" The more he asked, the more nervous he became. The more he asked, the more uncertain he felt. If there are many abandoned people, then it will be easy. Even if they can't bear too much evil spirit, they can bear it one by one, and they can always clear it. But if there are very few abandoned people, what should we do? Qin Sun was silent for a moment, and said, "The literal meaning of the term abandoned by God is that they are abandoned by God or fate. People usually think that such people are orphans in orphanages, beggars wandering the streets, gamblers who jump off rooftops, and unknown people whose bodies are left in the wilderness. Actually, not the case. This is just an appearance. These poor people are not necessarily abandoned by God. Real abandoned people do not necessarily live a bad life. God does not favor them. But they may be very hardworking and live a good life. The evil spirit on you is karma for you. But it is commonplace for the abandoned people. And it can't hurt them at all. So there is no need to worry that they can't bear it." Old Man Nyo felt relieved and laughed. Qin Sun continued, "But there are very few people like this. 1 in a million. There are at most 100 people in the vast 1.4 billion population of country C." When Old Man Nyo heard this, he was stunned, and his straight back seemed to be hunched a little. 1.4 billion people with less than 100 talents? Isn't this harder than finding a needle in a haystack? Old Master Nyo asked. "Master Qin, such a person is so rare. How can we find him?" Qin Sun waved his hand. "No need to look for him. I just know someone." Old Master Nyo was stunned, smelling a hint of conspiracy, and spoke after a long while. "Who is this person?" Qin Sun was calm and collected. "Yi Lan." Chapter 1137. Big Monk, are you a virgin? Hearing this answer, Xia Ning's heart trembled, looking at Nyo Xiaojun, seeing that she was also looking at him with a strange expression. They both lowered their heads at the same time, looking at the dishes in front of them in shame, not daring to look at the expression of Mr. Nyo. This is too ridiculous. In order to rescue Yi Lan, you directly labeled her as a person abandoned by God? How could a big star be abandoned by God? Only a fool would believe it. This guy is so impatient, can't he be a bit skillful in cheating? He said it very clearly and seriously before, which frightened the old man. But once the name of the acquaintance, Yi Lan, is mentioned, isn't it basically confirmed that he is a liar? Old Man Nyo was silent. He didn't believe it in his heart, but as long as there was a possibility, he was unwilling to give up. After a while, Old Man Nyo asked in a deep voice, "Master Qin, where is Yi Lan now?" Qin Sun answered, "In the United States, being hunted down." Old Man Nyo was startled again. He remembered that Qin Sun said in the grove that he and a friend were in danger of their lives. So it was this Yi Lan? Old Man Nyo suddenly felt like a person with Alzheimer's disease, being led by others. But the atmosphere was so intense. He could only go down this path. Old Man Nyo thought about it, and sighed in his heart. Forget it. Let's wait for that Yi Lan to arrive and see. If we find out that Qin Sun made up this series of lies to use me in order to survive, I teach him a lesson then. Old Man Nyo made up his mind, and stopped being shy. He asked, "Yi Lan, I know. She sang on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. I've seen her performance. She's a very talented person. Why was she hunted down?" Qin Sun told him everything about Yi Lan. She was the illegitimate daughter of Mr. Qin. And then her mother died, and she was taken into the Qin family. But she was treated as an invisible person. And she was hunted by her brothers after her father died. Qin Sun did not hide anything. He knew that such things could not be hidden from the old man. After listening, Mr. Nyo was not surprised at all. He was not surprised about the rich family fighting for inheritance. He took a sip of wine, and winked at the maid who had been waiting in the corner of the room. The maid went out, and then came in with the secretary. Grandpa Nyo said to Qin Sun, Give Yilan address to. He hesitated for a moment, and said, give it to Niu Xiaojun. She will be responsible for bringing Yilan back. Qin Sun knew that this was Grandpa Niu's way of wanting him to remember Niu Xiaojun's kindness, and to use his granddaughter as a bond to maintain the relationship. He didn't waste any words, and directly sent the address that Yilan said to Niu Xiaojun last night. Qin Sun put his hands together, and shouted, Amitabha, Grandpa Niu saved people from danger, you are the Buddha in the world. Old man Niu smiled indifferently, raised his glass, and clinked it with Qin Sun, and drank the glass of wine in silence. Qin Sun noticed that Grandpa Niu was unhappy, but he was not afraid. He had a way to prove to Grandpa Niu that Yilan was a person abandoned by heaven. How could a poor guy who couldn't win 10 times in a row in rock paper scissors be not a person abandoned by heaven? The magic sticker of the rock paper scissors that was covered with dust in the system backpack finally came in handy. Suddenly, Niu Xiaojun stood up and walked to the secretary, holding the mobile phone, and said, Uncle Zhao, add me on WeChat. I send you your address. She smiled shyly. Before you asked someone to arrest me, I secretly blocked you. When Qin Sun heard this, he was shocked. Fatty Niu had a feud with the serious black-clad boss? Now they are teaming up to bring Yilan back? Why does it feel so unreliable? Don't you know to keep the client's information secret when you add WeChat? It makes people feel uneasy. The secretary received Yilan's address and contact information, looked at it, thought for a moment, and said, Grandpa, it takes about 13 hours to fly from Beijing to the United States. And it takes about 2 days to go back and forth. If everything goes well, Ms. Yilan can be brought back to the country in 3 days. Grandpa Niu nodded. The secretary walked out of the restaurant. The few people continued to drink and eat. After a while, Jingwu came back. He greeted Grandpa Niu first, walked to Qin Sun, put his hands together, bowed. Amitabha, Master Qin, with your means, can you help the female donor get rid of this disaster? Old Master Niu drank silently, without looking at the two masters. Qin Sun put down his chopsticks, and tapped his fingers lightly on the table, making a series of tapping sounds. The room became quiet, except for the tapping sounds, which made people feel annoyed. Old Master Niu slowed down his drinking speed, and felt nervous. He was afraid that Qin Sun would impulsively help the woman resolve the disaster, which would affect Qin Sun's ability to resolve the evil for himself. Qin Sun sighed. It's too late. Although there is a saying that the best time to plant the first tree is 20 years ago, the second best time is now. But the female donor only has 3 days left, and the tree cannot grow. Alas. He shook his head and stopped talking. The woman's lifespan was seen by the eye of death, and he thought the system's ability was an ironclad fact. Even if he performed the surgery, she would probably die completely. He was really powerless. Jingwu understood and chanted a Buddhist name. Amitabha, thank you for your trouble. He sat back in his chair, closed his eyes, moved the Buddhist beads with both hands, and silently chanted something. Old man Niu breathed a sigh of relief, poured wine for Qin Sun, and said with a smile, Master Qin, I'm not afraid of you making fun of me. I usually like to collect some small things. The fan you brought just now, I actually like it very much. But just now we were not familiar with each other, ha ha ha. Now that we have had a drink together, we are friends. I, an old man, will shamelessly ask you for it. As he said, he stretched out his hand to Qin Sun. Xia Ning stood up and walked to the coat rack in the corner of the restaurant to take down his backpack, and took out the rosewood box and placed it in front of Qin Sun. Qin Sun took it with both hands and handed it over, saying, A sword is given to a hero. It is a blessing for this fan to be appreciated by Mr. Niu. Mr. Niu took it, laughed a few times, and stood up and walked out. I am a thick-skinned old man, but I never take things for free. I don't have many fans, but I have a lot of paintings. I will pick one for you. As he said this, he left the restaurant regardless of the dissuasion of Qin Sun and Xia Ning. Master Qin, please stay for a while. You and Master Jingwu are discussing some Buddhist teachings here. I'll be back soon. The door was closed. Qin Sun asked Niu Xiaojun, Where did your grandfather go? Niu Xiaojun, are you deaf? He went to pick out paintings. Qin Sun, really? Niu Xiaojun, of course. Qin Sun, pick out paintings for me. Then why don't you take me with you? Niu Xiaojun, do you understand? What if you don't use enough force and pick out a painting that my grandfather likes the most? So will he give it to me or not? Qin Sun, Give me a fan and I have to give you a gift in return, making things so awkward. Niu Xiaojun sneered. My grandfather never dared to accept gifts from others. Qin Sun chuckled. Where did you get all these antiques in your house? Niu Xiaojun? You are so presumptuous. Xia Ning couldn't listen any longer, reached out and pinched Qin Sun's thigh hard, whispering, Be careful with your words. Be careful with your words. As she said that, she pointed at Jingwu who was chanting with his eyes closed. Qin Sun was not convinced. And he touched Xia Ning's thigh back. He looked at Jingwu and prepared to discuss Buddhism with him according to what Mr. Niu wanted. Hey! Master! Shall we discuss Buddhism? Jingwu opened his eyes. Please teach me. Qin Sun asked with a smile. Master! Are you a virgin? Chapter 1138. It turns out that this world is a huge dog-licking arena. Jingwu was stunned, looking at Qin Sun blankly. Xia Ning slapped Qin Sun's thigh hard, pushed him hard a few times, and scolded. Are you sick? How can you ask such a presumptuous question? She turned to Jingwu, put her hands together, bowed slightly, and said, Master Jingwu, I'm sorry. Qin Sun has a lively personality, and he is always careless about what he says. I apologize to you on his behalf. Master Jingwu clasped his hands together in return, and said in a gentle voice, No problem. Qin Sun heard him say, No problem, and climbed up along the pole, asking, Master Jingwu, then let me change the question. Have you ever drunk wine? Jingwu nodded. Yes. Qin Sun laughed and asked again, Have you ever eaten meat? Jingwu, yes. Qin Sun slapped the table lightly, and laughed sarcastically. So you are a playboy monk? Jingwu sighed. I was not born a monk. Is it strange to have drunk wine and eaten meat? Qin Sun asked again. Do you still want to drink wine and eat meat now? Jingwu was silent for a moment, and put his hands together. It's a sin. A sin. I sometimes think about it, but I have never broken the precepts. Qin Sun admired the monk's honesty. Unlike what he expected before he came, this monk didn't seem to be too annoying. He raised his glass to Jingwu and said, I toast you. He drank it all in one gulp, and brought the topic back to the topic, and asked, Master Jingwu, are you a virgin? Xia Ning slammed the table, and was about to teach Qin Sun a lesson, but he covered his mouth with his hand, and could only make sounds. Jingwu looked at Qin Sun quietly, and almost uttered a curse word, and said with his hands together, Why do you ask me that? Amitabha. Qin Sun was not willing to give in. So are you a virgin? Master Jingwu was so angry that he waved his sleeves, and said in a slightly loud voice, No. Qin Sun didn't believe it. Really? Fake? Master Jingwu moved his body, turned sideways to Qin Sun, and put his hands together. Monks don't tell lies. Qin Sun showed a regretful look on his face. Master, your body is like a pile driver. You became a monk without sex life. It's really a lifelong regret. You know, Buddha became a monk after giving birth to a child. Jingwu. He didn't want to talk anymore. Discussing this kind of Buddhism with Qin Sun, a scoundrel, would shorten his life, destroy his Buddhist heart, and bring him divine punishment. Qin Sun released his hand that was covering Xia Ning's mouth, looked at Jingwu who was silent, and asked, Master, I have one last question for you. Why did you become a monk? Jingwu seemed touched when he heard this, and looked through the window at the rockery outside. His voice was low, full of reverie, and he spoke very slowly, word by word. That year, spring. He stopped talking here, his eyes became distant. Qin Sun couldn't help but continue. That year spring, you cut a pound of peach blossoms? Jingwu was slightly startled when he heard these poetic words, turned his head, looked at Qin Sun, and said seriously, That year spring, I fell in love online, and was cheated out of 8,000 yuan. Later, I was discouraged and, by chance I entered Buddhism. Qin Sun. Is it true? Jingwu, Amitabha, I will not lie when I leave home. Qin Sun tried to hold back his laughter, turned his head to look at Xia Ning, and raised his eyebrows. So this world is a huge dog-licking arena. Xia Ning glared, not wanting to pay attention to him. Niu Xiaojun couldn't help it, laughed like thunder, letting out a goose laugh. Ah ha ha ha. Jingwu shook his head, took out a bank card from his pocket, and put it on the table. He closed his eyes, moved the Buddhist beads with his hands in front of his chest, not wanting to pay attention to anyone, even had the urge to hide in the mountains for meditation. He had always thought that the mountain was not that scary. Until he met Qin Sun. Qin Sun looked at the card, thought about it, and put it away. This is a good monk. He really doesn't love money. Next time, go to the club and find 2 technicians to come and use the beauty trap. When you give gifts, you have to give them to touch their hearts. After a while, the door opened. Old man Yo came in, put a long painting box about 70 to 80 centimeters long in front of Chin Sun's desk, and said, Master Chin, I picked and chose, and this painting is just about the same value as your fan. Neither of us will lose out. Chin Sun dared not accept it, and tried to refuse it with Xia Ning, but he couldn't refuse, so he had to let Xia Ning keep it. Old Master Nyo sat down, and saw Jingwu open his eyes, and asked, 2 masters, did you have any experience in discussing Buddhism just now? Are you willing to share it with me? Jingwu hesitated to speak, and moved the Buddhist beads without wanting to speak. Chin Sun thought for a while, and said with a smile, I have learned a truth from Master Jingwu's life experience. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, and treat all things as straw dogs. As soon as the words fell, Nyo Xiaojun laughed. Ah ha ha ha. Old man Nyo was confused. A real monk discussed Buddhism with a fake monk, and finally said a famous Taoist saying, what's so funny about this? The lunch was over. Old man Nyo exchanged pleasantries with Chin Sun, and sent Chin Sun and Xia Ning to the gate of the courtyard. Nyo Xiaojun insisted on sending them off for a while, and old man Nyo did not stop him. Watching the 3 commercial vehicles disappear from sight, old man Nyo turned to look at Jingwu, and asked, Master Jingwu, what do you think of Chin Sun? Jingwu recalled today's experience from beginning to end, and answered truthfully, Chin Sun has all the characteristics of a liar, and he used all the tricks of a liar on you today. But I can't explain why the toilet seat has magical effects, nor can I see where the Buddha's light behind his head in the grove came from. So, I don't know. Old man Nyo nodded gently, turned his head to look in the direction where the business car disappeared, and said slowly, actually, I think he is a liar, but I have to believe him. Jingwu chanted a Buddhist name, looked up at his forehead, and could not see the ham-like scar on it, and sighed, I understand. I understand. In the business car, Chin Sun looked at Nyo Xiaojun in the co-pilot seat and asked, your grandfather asked you to send us off. You don't have to be so honest to send us to our doorstep. Right? Nyo Xiaojun turned his head and snorted coldly. I'm afraid I'd be punished to kneel in the temple again when I go back. So I go to Grandpa Wu Yu's house with you guys to have some fun. She stretched out her hand and pushed Xia Ning, snorting coldly. I sleep with Wu Yu tonight. I used to be the best friend to both of you. But since you were taken away by that bastard, I've been the best friend to Wu Yu. Xia Ning shook her head. Childish. Nyo Xiaojun said sarcastically. Yo. You're indeed a woman with sexual experience. More mature than Jingwu the bald guy. Xia Ning. She clenched her fists, and veins appeared on the back of her hands. Chin Sun sensed danger, quietly moved his butt to the corner, pressed against the car door, and turned to look out the window. Ami. Damn it. Chapter 1139. If you don't do your job well, the painting box will be your urn. Return to Lu Shaoquan Manor. Lu Shaoquan, Wu Yu, Su Luoluo, and a group of security guards were waiting at the door. They took Chin Sun and others back to the living room of the villa like a general who had won a battle, and asked, how was your day? Xia Ning knew that her grandfather was asking if she had managed to get close to old man Nyo. She thought about it, and didn't know how to start. Beat up Master Jingwu, scamming Grandpa Nyo, flirting with Monk Jingwu. None of these things are easy to say. Xia Ning raised the painting box in his hand and said, Grandpa, there should be a play. Lu Shaoquan looked at the painting box and frowned. Return gift? How could there be a return gift? Chin Sun did not notice Lu Shaoquan's expression, raised his right hand, and made a gesture with his thumb and index finger, saying, everything is in the applause, it's in the grasp. Nyo Xiaojun coughed loudly. Ahem. You should hide something from others. Chin Sun looked at her in surprise. Brother Nyo, I thought we were in the same group. Nyo Xiaojun was happy to hear him call him Brother Nyo and laughed. Then let's count it. Chin Sun told Lu Shaoquan about what happened today. Lu Shaoquan listened carefully and looked at Chin Sun with a strange face. He didn't believe that he could calculate people's lifespans at all. But he didn't bother to ask and reached out to Xia Ning. Show me the painting. Xia Ning handed the painting box to Lu Shaoquan. Lu Shaoquan carefully placed the painting box on the table. Open the box. and saw a bright yellow cotton painting cover containing a scroll of paintings. He carefully took it out, untied the painting cover, and gently unfolded it. Qin Sun took a look and found that the painting seemed familiar. Xia Ning took a step forward, took a closer look, and turned to Qin Sun with a surprised face and said, "This is the landscape painting of Wu Daozi that you saw in Mr. Niu's living room." "Did he give you this painting?" Qin Sun asked. "The fake one?" Xia Ning glanced at Niu Xiaojun and shook her head. "I don't know. This one might be real." Niu Xiaojun glared at Qin Sun hatefully. She felt that Qin Sun had robbed her inheritance, and she somewhat understood why Yilan brothers wanted to kill her. Lu Xiaoquan's face was solemn, and he searched for the reputation of a treasure appraiser on his phone, dialed a video call, and asked the master to appraise it. On the other end of the phone, the treasure appraiser was amazed. Great. Mr. Lu can tell the quality of a painting with one move. Landscape painting by the painting Saint Wu Daozi, authentic, a good thing that many people dream of but cannot get. I didn't expect it to fall into your hands. You must set up a few tables someday. Lu Xiaoquan's face became more and more solemn, asked, "How much is this painting worth?" The treasure appraiser on the other end of the phone said, "How can you get an accurate number for a collection of this level? The starting bid is at least 50 million. If we meet a buyer who likes this painting, we can bid 80 or 90 million. Or even over 100 million. It's hard to say how much it will cost." Hard to say. Qin Sun felt a lot of pressure when he heard the price. He remembered that Xia Ning said that the antique fan was carefully selected by Lu Xiaoquan. He didn't dare to give a too expensive one for fear of bribery. Nor did he dare to give a too casual one for fear of being insincere. That fan was not cheap, and it was worth 7 or 8 million. I never expected that Mr. Niu would return 10 times the amount as soon as he made a move. He gave back a collection that might be worth hundreds of millions of yuan. It really is a great gift and a great friendship. Niu Xiaojun's face darkened, and he was heartbroken. Damn it. I have to find a way to get it back in the future. Those scammers who came to my house before were not as ruthless as Qin Sun. He hung up the phone. Lu Xiaoquan carefully put away the painting, looked at Qin Sun with a serious face, and said in a deep voice, "Such a valuable gift. How dare you accept it?" Qin Sun sensed something was wrong and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Lu Xiaoquan looked at Niu Xiaojun and found it difficult to speak. Niu Xiaojun patted his chest and said, "Qin Sun and the others are my accomplices. I also contributed to tricking this painting out. Grandpa, just say what you want to say. You treat me as heir." Lu Xiaoquan smiled bitterly and explained to Qin Sun, "Have you ever heard of doing things for money? If Yilan is taken back, you can't let Niu Xiaojun's grandfather believe that Yilan is really a person abandoned by heaven. You can't solve any evil spirits. You can't make up the pig you set today." He pointed at the painting box on the coffee table and said in a deep voice, "This painting will become a sharp sword stabbing you. And this 100 million will become your life-saving money. This painting box is your urn." Xia Ning was horrified. Wu Yu frowned. Su Luoluo opened her mouth wide, almost crying. Niu Xiaojun was not satisfied, and felt that Lu Xiaoquan had demonized his grandfather. How could it be so scary? At most, he would return the painting, and Qin Sun would destroy 2 more baskets. I would hang myself and beg for mercy. That's how it happened. Qin Sun smiled softly and stretched out his hand to make an okay sign. "Master, don't worry. I guarantee it. I can definitely make up for today's pit. Because," he put his hands together, "Amitabha, Buddha has mercy on me." Niu Xiaojun stayed in the manor. She was very noisy, and not afraid of strangers. She was more relaxed than staying at home, and even a little unruly. In the morning, she followed Qin Sun to practice boxing, and insisted on fighting with Lu Xiaoquan. In the morning, he went to feed the chickens, stole a hen, and hid in the woods to make beggar chicken. In the afternoon, he pestered Wu Yu to go fishing on the lake island. If he couldn't catch any fish, he would buy an electric fish machine online. The manor was much more lively. Qin Sun asked Xia Ning to take over a few marketing tasks for him these days, and asked Yuzi Film and Television Company to approve a cartoon called Your Hair Affair. Xia Ning thought he was bored in the manor, and suddenly he was full of ambition. But Qin Sun only started these jobs, and left them aside, just playing games, and playing her. Xia Ning was annoyed. "Qin Sun, what do you mean by taking so many jobs but not doing them?" Jin Sun was lying on the bed, looking at Xia Ning in surprise. Slacking off. Why are you asking me that? Ahmed Ba. Xia Ning gritted his teeth and said, a dog will always eat shit. Jin Sun smiled, turned over, closed his eyes, and called up the system panel. Slacking off value, 10457853. The next lottery requires 1 billion slacking off value. These past few days, he has been trying to save slacking off value. Jin Sun had read the comments of passengers on the plane on the internet before. He saw a flash of Buddha's light above his head. And he believed it. He thought it was impossible that everyone was wrong. He should have some strange phenomena when he played the role of a charlatan. In addition, those passengers said that when he was blessed, their bodies felt very comfortable. He thought it shouldn't be all psychological. Jin Sun wanted to accumulate some slacking points. And when Yilan came back, he would perform a ritual for her and old man Yo to make them feel good and increase their credibility. Jin Sun opened his eyes and sighed. Damn. It's not easy to be a charlatan. The fishing points are consumed too quickly. I have to find a way to get some from Grandpa Nyo. Take from me. Give back to me. The third day. It was a little after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. On the island in the middle of the lake, Nyo Xiaojun caught a big fish that was 2 fingers wide and put it into the fish basket with satisfaction. A big catch. She took out her mobile phone to play for a while and found that she had received a message. Yilan landed at the Beijing airport, and there were more than 2 hours to reach the Liu family manor. Chapter 1140. It's just that we never see each other again. Why do you need so much ceremony? Nyo Xiaojun received the text message, and then she remembered that she was the leader of the rescue team appointed by her grandfather to rescue Yilan. Secretary Zhao sent a text message to let her announce the good news to Jin Sun and the others. Nyo Xiaojun felt extremely honored, and shouted to Wu Yu, who was playing with his phone in the pavilion. Washboard, let's stop fishing here today. Yilan will be back in 2 hours. Wu Yu was delighted, and got up and walked out. Go! 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 Nyo Xiaojun dropped his fishing rod, ignoring the fish, and chased after it happily. Wait for me. This good news must be announced by me, the team leader. In person. They ran to the living room of the villa, and saw a group of people walking towards the villa in a lively manner from a distance, and they couldn't help but be stunned. In addition to Jin Sun, Xia Ning, Su Luoluo, there seemed to be another Yilan, and a Wang Chui. Wu Yu turned to look at Nyo Xiaojun, with a puzzled look on her face. Nyo Xiaojun picked up his phone and looked carefully at the time when the message was sent. And cursed. Fuck. Fishing really delayed things. This is a text message from around 2 p.m. Jin Sun and his friends had just sat down in the living room. And before they even had time to drink a sip of tea, they heard the earth-shaking sound of running outside the door. Nyo Xiaojun's hoarse voice came. I'm late. I, the leader of the rescue team for Yilan, am late. Nyo Xiaojun rushed into the living room, saw Yilan on the sofa, and asked in a hoarse voice, Yilan, how have you been these days? The living room fell silent. Everyone looked at Yilan. This was also the question in their hearts. How did she survive these days? Being hunted all the way from country C to country America? Not bad. Yilan smiled and replied lightly. After she finished speaking, she saw that everyone was still looking at her, seemingly not satisfied with such a perfunctory answer, so she had to repeat what had happened recently. It was almost the same as what she had said to Jin Sun on the phone before. After her father died, she was thrown out of the morning hall by her brothers. A few days later, she was forced to stay by her brothers and sisters. She held her eldest brother hostage with a fruit knife, escaped, and smuggled to the United States. After smuggling there, she couldn't take a plane. But fortunately she was rich, so she rented a car in the United States. She drove for several days, and randomly stopped in a quiet town and hid. Until yesterday. She was found by the people sent by Jin Sun, and taken back to Beijing. Yilan's tone was calm, with a kind of indifference that saw through life and death, which was somewhat similar to Jing Wu's temperament. After listening, Nyo Xiaojun corrected. Yilan, I sent the person to pick you up. When Yilan saw the group of men in black yesterday, she was also amazed at their professionalism. She tried to find out their identities, but she never got an answer. When Jin Sun took her into the manor just now, she learned the general situation from Jin Sun. It was Nyo Xiaojun's big grandfather who took action. Yilan knew that Nyo Xiaojun's grandfather was not an ordinary person. She bowed to Nyo Xiaojun and smiled. Thank you. Team leader Nyo. Awesome. Nyo Xiaojun waved his hand. Hey. You're welcome. We're all serving the people. A laugh rang out in the living room. Xiaoning asked. Yilan. If you want to run away, is it necessary to cancel your phone number? We couldn't get through to you at that time. And we were scared. Yilan looked embarrassed. She cancelled her number purely out of shock, thinking that the number could be tracked after it was cancelled, which was really stupid now. Yilan was unwilling to admit that he was uneducated, and said, at that time, I didn't think I could come back, so I just cancelled my account. Qin Sun said unhappily. Then you should at least tell me. What's the matter with just leaving? Yilan looked at Qin Sun in silence, somewhat dissatisfied, thinking that he was biting the dog and biting the rebel. Isn't it because he didn't want the rebellious sons of the Qin family to notice it, so as not to bring disaster to Qin Sun? Yilan sighed. Qin Fanshu, do you still remember? Qin Sun. It seems that Yilan doesn't know that Qin Fanshu often appears around him like a ghost. Not only does he remember, he is simply confused. He asked, why do you mention her? Yilan said, I remember that when you had a dinner after the school celebration last time, she said something. The real farewell, there is no long pavilion and ancient road, no persuasion to drink more wine. It's just that in a morning like usual, someone stayed in yesterday. A few days ago, I felt the meaning of this sentence. This is the reality. It's not like what you wrote in the lyrics. Then let's do it separately. The river of time flows into the sea. Finally, we go our separate ways. It's just that we will never see each other again. Why do you need so much ceremony? The room was silent. As Qin Sun #1 lackey, Su Luluo has been improving her flattery skills in the manner these days. She knew that she should ask about Yilan's well-being and make her feel at home. She sat beside Yilan and asked about everything, including Yilan's food, clothing, housing, transportation, and mental state in a foreign country. Yilan answered patiently one by one, without the aloofness of a big star in the past. Qin Sun looked at Su Luluo, and suddenly thought of his grandmother, who also liked to nag and care about people. They chatted for a while. Although Lu Xiaoquan and the maids were not present, Qin Sun still felt a little uneasy and suggested that everyone go to the practice room to chat. This suggestion was warmly echoed by everyone. Although they are all adults, they still feel uncomfortable in front of adults, even if they are not here, as long as they may appear at any time. There is an inexplicable pressure. The group walked to the training room together, closed the door. 7 young people sat cross-legged on the ground. Yilan completely relaxed, pointed at Nyo Xiaojun with her palm facing up, and asked Qin Sun, hey, tell me, how did you convince team leader Nyo grandfather to send out the mysterious black team to bring me back from the United States? Qin Sun hadn't spoken yet. Nyo Xiaojun talked to Yilan excitedly. From Qin Sun's actions on the plane that set off a frenzy on the internet, to them being hit by a female killer's car, to learning that Yilan was being hunted. Qin Sun sent a magic toilet mat, and kept saying that Yilan was a person abandoned by heaven. It was just right to relieve the evil spirit of Mr. Nyo. Yilan was stunned, as if she was listening to a fairy tale. She stared at Qin Sun. You are playing so evil now? Qin Sun put his hands together. Amitabha. Female donor. I really have some skills. Yilan was speechless. She didn't believe it, but she didn't know how to refute it, and she was slightly moved. Qin Sun said that he would use 30 or 40 years to eliminate the evil spirit of Mr. Nyo, so he wanted to keep me safe for 30 or 40 years. Yilan stared at Qin Sun. Her voice was gentle. You don't even know who hired you to be assassinated, and you are trapped in the manor. You finally found a little friendship with Mr. Nyo, but you used it to save me? Qin Sun, what if you can't make up your lie when you meet Mr. Nyo tomorrow? Why are you doing this? She couldn't continue. And after a moment of silence, she continued. Qin Sun was afraid that she would say something scary like I want to pledge my love to you. So he made a stop gesture and said seriously, you're welcome. Do you think I'm a charlatan who is deceiving Mr. Nyo? Actually, I'm not. Yilan, you are really a person abandoned by heaven. A person abandoned by heaven. Yilan frowned. Are you sick? Chapter 1141 I am floating on the ceiling and applauding you. Qin Sun said with a serious face, counting on his fingers. You, Yilan, lost your mother in childhood. You lost your father in middle age, and were hunted by your own brother. The man you like doesn't like you. You finally became the top queen of the music industry. And you are about to be surpassed by others. Yilan couldn't listen anymore, and supported herself on the floor with both hands, and kicked Qin Sun hard. Stop talking. Stop talking. If you keep talking, I'm really going to jump off the building. Seeing Qin Sun shut up, she said with a smile. Her expression softened. When I die, I become a ghost and haunt you. Qin Sun put his hands together. Ba, you are being superstitious. Yilan sneered and said, when you and Xia Ning have a baby, I float on the ceiling and applaud you. Qin Sun was stunned. Xia Ning was speechless. Ba. 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 Go to his feudal superstition. Yilan is so vicious. Just thinking about it. It's all Shenren's fault. Suddenly, Yilan reacted and asked, you just said someone wants to take my position as the queen of the music industry. Who is that person? Qin Sun replied. Song Ying. Yilan shook her head, feeling that she had heard a big joke. She? Can she take it away? Xia Ning thought of the album Qin Sun wrote for Song Ying, titled Original God, and then thought of the dance for the Pure Land, and said seriously, we can grab it. Seeing Xia Ning's serious expression, Yilan frowned slightly. I've only been abroad for a few days, and things are going to change as soon as I come back? Is Qin Sun promised to Song Ying that he would be favored for half a lifetime so valuable? What album is so fierce? The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, in the practice room, Xia Ning and his group were very nervous and couldn't sleep at all. They woke up Qin Sun, who was sleeping like a dead pig, and dragged him here for a meeting. Yilan sat on the ground, squeezing the playing cards in his hand until they were deformed. Qin Sun, what should I do today as a forsaken person? Qin Sun yawned. Cry. Yilan frowned. Cry? Qin Sun laughed. You are a forsaken person. You are so miserable. Why don't you cry? Yilan didn't believe this bullshit at all. When she heard the words abandoned person, she even wanted to laugh. I can't cry, Qin Sun said dissatisfiedly. You are an actor and you can't cry? Isn't this a basic skill? Seeing him mocking her, Yilan didn't want to argue anymore. Movies can be NG, and the pressure of performing in front of big shots will definitely be so great that it will be deformed. And there is no way to do it again. I don't know if it will be messed up, Yilan said with a wry smile. I try my best. Qin Sun nodded and said, I be responsible for singing, and you be responsible for crying. The more sad you cry, the better. Yilan made an okay gesture helplessly. Niu Xiaojun looked at Qin Sun, then at Yilan, and cursed. Why do I feel like you guys are going to mourn my grandfather? Yilan couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. You're so funny. Ha ha ha. Xia Ning shook her head gently. Laughing when teased? How can you cry? So annoying. 9:30. 3 black commercial vehicles slowly drove into the Liu family manor. Qin Sun, Xia Ning, Niu Xiaojun, and Yilan got in the car and drove steadily to Grandpa Niu's house. Yilan looked out the window quietly, feeling a little nervous. Abandoned by heaven? Nonsense. How can Qin Sun prove it? How can such a thing be proved? How can such a fraud end? Cry? I really can't cry. Qin Sun and his group arrived at the gate of the small courtyard of Mr. Niu's house. Everyone got out of the car. Qin Sun and Niu Xiaojun were in a normal mood. Xia Ning had no expression on her face. Yilan breathing slowed down. She quietly looked around and saw the high wall and the courtyard and the lush forests on all sides. She didn't know what dangers were hidden. Yilan became nervous. Qin Sun had whetted Mr. Niu's appetite so much. He gave me antique paintings worth over 100 million yuan, and sent people to pick me up from the United States. He spent so much effort. Once Qin Sun was exposed as a liar, we might be dragged into the woods and hung up and beaten today. Just got off the car. Mr. Niu came out from the gate of the courtyard with Jing Wu, and after a brief greeting with Qin Sun, he welcomed them into the living room. Sit down and serve tea. Old Master Niu looked at Yilan and asked with a smile. Miss He, are you doing well abroad? Yilan put her hands on her knees and replied. Nothing serious happened. Fortunately, you took the trouble to help, otherwise I would still be hiding in the United States like a rat in the sewer. Old Master Niu sighed. Poor child. He paused for a moment, stared into Yilan's eyes, and said with a smile, Actually, I, an old man, also have selfish motives. Master Qin said that you are a person abandoned by heaven, which can just help me get rid of the evil spirit. However, I never force people to do things. If you don't want to, the old man, will never force you. Yilan knew that this was just a polite remark. If she really didn't want to, I'm afraid that she would be found by the rebellious sons of the Qian family tomorrow, and tied to the basement and slapped. She said with a smile. Master Qin told me. I'm honored to be able to help you solve your problems. Old Master Niu put his hands together and smiled at Yilan. Then thank you for your trouble. As he said this, he looked at Qin Sun with a look of embarrassment on his face and said, Master Qin, I think this Ms. Yilan is beautiful, very energetic, talented, and has a very good reputation among the people. How could she be a person abandoned by heaven? Qin Sun knew that this was Mr. Niu who wanted to prove that Yilan was a person abandoned by heaven, and he couldn't just say it without any reason. He replied, Grandpa Niu, I know that Yilan is a big star, and it is a bit absurd to say that she is a person abandoned by heaven, especially since she is my good friend. Plus, she is being hunted down. This series of coincidences makes me think it's a scam. Not to mention others, even if I encounter this kind of thing, I will think he is trying to scam me. Old Man Yo was slightly startled. He didn't expect Qin Sun to reveal his true feelings. He felt that Qin Sun was going to overturn the table and break the jar. He laughed and said, Master Jingwu, you are joking. Qin Sun smiled and continued. But I, Qin, have always been upright and honest. And I always promote people of talent regardless of their relationship with me. Yilan is a person abandoned by heaven, and she will be helpful to Old Master Niu. I will definitely not ignore her just to avoid suspicion. Old Master Niu smiled gently and did not respond. He had not chatted with someone as frank as Qin Sun for decades, and for a moment he did not know how to answer. He turned his head to look at Jingwu, who was playing with Buddhist beads, and asked, Master Jingwu, do you think Yilan is a person abandoned by heaven? Jingwu stared at Yilan for a while. Yilan's mouth curled up into a gentle smile, wanting to leave a good impression. Jingwu answered truthfully, I don't know how to read faces, but Ms. Yilan gives people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze, not like a person abandoned by heaven at all. She looks like a blessed person. The smile on Yilan's face disappeared, and she regretted smiling at Jingwu. She should have stared at him with the resentful eyes of a widow. Old Man Yo didn't speak, lowered his head slightly, and drank tea silently. Chapter 1142. He tricked me into returning to China? Was it to make me buried with him? The living room fell silent, and the atmosphere was tense. Qin Sun snorted coldly, staring at Jingwu and said, Master Jingwu, otherwise you are not as good as me. You have to judge a person's fate by his complexion. The girls in that club can all give people a feeling of spring breeze. Are they all blessed people? He turned his head and looked at Yilan. They are all unlucky. But they are not as unlucky as Yilan. Jingwu put his hands together. Amitabha, sins. Qin Sun's words were vulgar and rude, but Old Man Yo acted as if he didn't hear them, still drinking tea, without saying a word. Qin Sun knew that Old Man Yo was still not satisfied, and he stood up and said, Look at me, I will cast a spell, and let you see how unlucky the abandoned person is. As he said that, he walked in front of Jingwu and took the rosary from his hand. Qin Sun closed his eyes and recited silently, Namo Amitabha, Dataga Dotaya, Dodiyata. Everyone looked at Qin Sun, not knowing what tricks he was going to play. Old Master Niu held his breath and stared at Qin Sun without blinking. His heart was beating fast. Is it true? His expression now seemed solemn. But he wanted to call himself Lazi just now, which sounded a little unreliable. Where can there be such a master? Just when Old Master Niu was hesitant, he saw Qin Sun open his eyes, stop chanting, open his hands, with a serious look on his face. Old Man Niu felt that something big was going to happen, and his heart was hanging. Can I see the golden light that Master Jingwu talked about? Suddenly, Qin Sun moved. Old Man Niu opened his mouth in shock, and was shocked by the scene in front of him. Qin Sun sang in a charming tone, and danced with his hands. Save me from wasting time. Save me from wasting time. You can't just pick on me. Please make the decision. Please make the decision. There should be a reward system for doing more good things. The song is a bit sexy, and the dance is a bit sexy too. Mr. Niu's pupils dilated, he almost couldn't catch his breath, and he held the table with both hands to prevent himself from falling down. God damn it. How dare this guy tease me like this? Which scripture sings like this? I got fooled. I got fooled by a fucking dog. Jingwu shook his head, put his hands together, and silently said, Amitabha. Yi Lan was stunned. Did Qin Sun trick me into returning to China, so that I could be buried with him? Isn't this a bit too much? I feel like crying now. Xia Ning felt cold on her back. It's a lie. Why do you still sing this kind of song, and dance this kind of dance? He attacked old man Niu in the face. Is he crazy? He had a glimmer of hope, but now he's going to lose a layer of skin if he doesn't die. Niu Xiaojun's face turned red, and he clenched his fists, wanting to rush up and beat Qin Sun up. The harder he beat, the better. Maybe Grandpa would let him go. Old man Niu stared at Qin Sun, his face gradually darkened, and suddenly he smiled again. When people are extremely speechless, they will laugh for no apparent reason. Qin Sun was oblivious to the people around him, and he didn't care about the lives of others, and continued to sing and dance with a pious look on his face. The rosary in his hand rustled as he danced. Save me from wasting time. Save me from wasting time. As long as I can be smooth and safe, I will be satisfied. Please make the decision. Please make the decision. When Mr. Niu saw Qin Sun singing and bowing to him, he felt humiliated and raised his hand high, ready to smash it hard on the table. As soon as he raised his hand, the rest of the people in the room were frightened and dared not breathe. Suddenly, old Niu saw a flash of Buddha light appear behind Qin Sun's head. A circle of golden light, full of tranquility and peace, flashed away. Niu Xiaojun saw it and shouted, "Fuck! Are you serious? Are you serious? Fuck!" Xia Ning was stunned. His mind went blank, and his tense body softened. Yi Lan tilted his head and blinked. Am I dazzled? Is this a magic trick? Jingwu closed his eyes and put his hands together. Amitabha. Good, good. Old Niu raised his hands high and gently placed them on the table, without making any sound, for fear of disturbing the master's practice. In order to hide his embarrassment, he even wiped the table, pretending that he just wanted to clean up. After Qin Sun finished singing, he opened his hands and drew a big circle, and put his palms together in front of his chest, with a solemn face, said, "I have finished casting the spell. Xia Ning, Niu Xiaojun, Yi Lan, listen to my orders. Let me verify your identities, and show you how different the abandoned people are." The three of them stood up, making the chairs rub against each other. Niu Xiaojun shouted, "Hey! Master! Please give me your orders." Master Niu glanced at Yi Lan, and felt nervous, but seeing Qin Sun's aura, he felt relieved. A true master is someone who dares to call himself Lazy. Old monk, I dare to dance wildly, and I am very imposing when I command people, because I have real skills. He should not be wrong. Yi Lan is the abandoned person. Qin Sun glanced at the three people one by one, and said, "You three stand in a row in front of me, and play rock paper scissors with me in turn." Old man Niu was confused. Rock paper scissors? What can this prove? Whoever loses is the unlucky one, and is the abandoned person. It's too childish. Xia Ning, Niu Xiaojun, Yi Lan looked at each other, and didn't understand, but they lined up in front of him according to Qin Sun's instructions. Qin Sun put his hands together, smiling. He was not nervous at all. Before going out in the morning, he secretly went to the bathroom, and put the magic sticker of rock paper scissors on the sole of his right foot, put on his socks, and put on his shoes. He was well protected. The magic sticker of rock paper scissors can control the winning or losing of the game at will, and the validity period is 1 day. Qin Sun said to Yi Lan, "Let's go first." As he said that, he clenched his right fist and shook it in front of his chest. Rock, paper, scissors. Yi Lan threw out a fist. Qin Sun showed his cloth. "I won." Yi Lan saw Qin Sun's smug expression and thought it was childish. She glanced at old man Niu secretly, and saw that he was looking at her seriously. She didn't dare to mock him. She thought for a while. Should I cry now? It's a bit too easy. Isn't it a bit too much to cry after losing a game of rock paper scissors? Wait and see. Qin Sun played rock paper scissors with Xia Ning again. Xia Ning won. Qin Sun played rock paper scissors with Niu Xiaojun again. Niu Xiaojun lost. Qin Sun said with a smile, "One more round." This round, Yi Lan lost, Xia Ning lost, Niu Xiaojun won. Qin Sun said again, "One more round." This round, Yi Lan lost, Xia Ning won, Niu Xiaojun won. This went on round after round, until 10 rounds, Yi Lan had not won once. Yi Lan's face was not good, and her hands were shaking when she punched. She stared at Qin Sun, just looking at a devil, and a little stubbornness arose in her heart, and she didn't want to cry anymore. Chapter 1143 My Mother. Did I kill her? Niu Xiaojun discovered the pattern and shouted. Qin Sun. Master, you mean, Xia Ning and I win and lose when playing rock paper scissors with you, but Yilan can never win. Qin Sun nodded with satisfaction. Niu Xiaojun seems careless, but he is actually a warm-hearted person who has been supporting me these days. Be nicer to her in the future, and beat her less often. Qin Sun put his hands together and said with a smile. Amitabha. That's right. I just gave myself a blessing. I am no longer an ordinary person. I am like a magic mirror. Ordinary people have a normal chance of winning or losing when playing rock paper scissors with me. But those who are abandoned by heaven can only lose and never win. Old man Niu seemed to be thinking about something. But he didn't speak. Niu Xiaojun knew that his grandfather was an old fox. And he didn't trust people so easily. Especially after being deceived by fake masters several times. He was extremely wary of masters. Before, there was a master who could put a big iron basin on the table and make a snake appear out of thin air, which frightened his grandfather. In the end, he was exposed by Master Jingwu, and found that it was just a trick. The performance of making a snake appear out of thin air is much more shocking than losing 10 times in a row in rock paper scissors. Niu Xiaojun took out her mobile phone and began to calculate the probability. But she looked like an old man who could not figure it out. After a while, she asked Xia Ning for help. How do you calculate the probability of losing 10 times in a row in rock paper scissors? Xia Ning thought for a while, and said, the probability of losing once in rock paper scissors is 2/3. And the probability of losing 10 times in a row is 2/3 to the 10th power. Niu Xiaojun lowered his head, staring blankly at the calculator on his phone, and rolled his eyes, and handed the phone to Xia Ning. You calculate. Xia Ning pressed the calculator for a while, observing the expression of Grandpa Niu, and said, Grandpa Niu, the probability of losing 10 times in a row in rock paper scissors is 1.7308%. There was no change in the expression on Grandpa Niu's face, and he seemed dissatisfied with this method of using rock paper scissors to verify that Yilan was a person abandoned by heaven. Qin Sun noticed the look on old man Niu's face, waved his hand, and said, What do you mean by count? The probability that Yilan will lose to me today is 100%. He gestured to Xia Ning and Niu Xiaojun to leave, walked in front of Yilan, raised his fist and said, Yilan, do you dare to guess 1,000 times? Yilan was shocked. 1,000 times? Qin Sun nodded. Old man Niu's eyes lit up, staring at the two of them, without saying a word, and tacitly agreed to this method of proof. Play rock paper scissors 1,000 times in a row? Yilan just returned to the capital yesterday. Even if she and Qin Sun conspired to practice rock paper scissors together, they probably couldn't cooperate 1,000 times in one night without making mistakes. Qin Sun shouted softly. Rock paper scissors, paper. They both made moves at the same time. Yilan lost. Qin Sun shouted again. Rock paper scissors, paper. Yilan lost again. Yilan was not convinced, shouted. Come again. Lost again. Come. Still lost. Come. Come again, 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 again. The speed of the two people became faster and faster, from once every 3 seconds at the beginning to almost once every second at the end. The speed was amazing. Qin Sun stopped shouting. Yilan was very excited, and her voice was getting louder and louder. Come! 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 After the two of them guessed for more than 3 minutes and almost 200 times, Yilan's voice gradually became smaller. Come! 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 Ah! In her voice, there was a sense of powerlessness. 5 minutes later, Yilan's eyes were red, tears were rolling in her eyes, and she mechanically waved her arms and punched. Come! 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 Her eyes were empty, and her mind was full of memories of her time with her mother. Her heart was getting more and more painful, and her expression was getting more and more dull. Xia Ning couldn't bear to watch any more, and turned her head away. Niu Xiaojun wanted to interrupt them, but seeing that her grandfather was watching with great interest, she had to grit her teeth and persuade herself. A little impatience can ruin a big plan. Jingwu closed his eyes, moved the rosary beads in front of his chest, silently chanting, praying for poor Yilan. But it didn't work. Yilan lost again and again. Again and again. Again and again. Old man Niu's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he wanted to stand up from the stool several times to cheer for the two people to play rock paper scissors. About 10 minutes later, Yilan couldn't help it anymore, and 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She said in a trembling voice, "Is it okay not to come? I'm not going to come. I don't want to. Come." Jin Sun knew that Yilan mentality had collapsed, and he gently put down his hand, without looking at old man Yo to ask if he could stop. It seemed like someone had forced Yilan into such an awkward situation. Jin Sun stared at Yilan's tearful eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Female donor, let's do it one last time, okay?" Yilan choked and nodded. "Okay." She took a deep breath and said, "Rock, scissors." Before she finished her words, she saw Jin Sun turn around and turned his back to her. Jin Sun turned his back to Yilan, faced old man Yo, opened his right hand in front of his chest, and said to old man Yo, "Grandpa Yo, what do you think I should do?" Grandpa Yo understood. Jin Sun turned his back to Yilan, asking him to make a gesture for Jin Sun to prevent the possibility of the two of them joining forces to defraud. Grandpa Yo saw that Yilan had lost almost 1,000 times, and he had long believed that Yilan was a person abandoned by heaven, but it would be nice to verify it again with a new trick. He reached out and closed 3 fingers of Jin Sun's open palm. He made a scissors gesture. Jin Sun confirmed his eyes with Grandpa Yo, and said with his back to Yilan, "I'm fine." Yilan looked at Jin Sun back. She knew she should lose, but she just wanted to win. She shouted, "Rock, scissors, paper." She waved her hand, and it came out as paper. Her palm was wide open, and her 5 fingers were stretched straight, full of momentum. A slap on the face would definitely leave 5 scars. Seeing this, old man Yo couldn't help but stand up. He stared at Yilan in shock, his eyes flickering slightly, just as excited as when he saw Nyo Xiaojun's fat granddaughter, who weighed more than 9 pounds, was born. Jin Sun slowly turned around, revealing the scissor hand on his chest. Yilan stared blankly at Jin Sun's scissor hand, squatted on the ground, buried her head between her knees and cried bitterly. "So, I am such an unlucky person. I. She looked up at Jin Sun, tears welling up in her eyes, and asked sobbingly, My mother? Is it me who killed her?" Jin Sun put his hands together and chanted a Buddhist name. "Amitabha." "No," he said it with certainty. But Yilan looked unconvinced. "Although you are a person abandoned by heaven, your bad luck can only bring bad luck to yourself, but it cannot bring bad luck to others. If you hadn't been born, your mother would have died earlier. So," he bent down and held Yilan's hand, pulling her up with force. "To some extent, you have extended your mother's life." Yilan stared at Jin Sun and asked, "You didn't lie to me?" Jin Sun put his hands together and said unhappily, "I lied to your grandma." Yilan was stunned and lowered her head and cried, not daring to cry out loud, and her shoulders kept shaking. When Mr. Nyo heard the word extend life, his heart moved slightly, and he winked at the maid waiting beside him. The maid walked to Yilan with a tissue box and held her hands flat, asking her to take a tissue to wipe her nose and tears. Xia Ning stared at the tissue box and completely relaxed. Mr. Nyo, this old fox, finally got fooled. Chapter 1144. No way. Shouldn't. Don't. Seeing Yilan crying, Nyo Xiaojun thought of what Jin Sun once said. "I'm good at making women cry," looked at Xia Ning with a strange expression. How did the old nun cry on the bed? Wasn't it too miserable? Jingwu stared at Jin Sun, looking left and right, looking up and down. He looked like a liar. But how did he do all this? Nearly 1,000 rounds of rock paper scissors, torturing a woman from body to soul. Is there really a god helping her? Or is it true, as the rumors on the internet say, that Jin Sun is a Buddha on earth? Yilan lowered her head and sobbed, trying to stop herself, but she couldn't help it. Everyone looked at her silently, without interrupting her. After a long while, Yilan finally stopped crying. She raised her head and smiled with red eyes. "I haven't cried for so many years, and I can't stop crying once I start. I'm sorry to make you laugh." "I'm sorry." Old man Nyo stood up and gestured for her to sit on the chair, and said with a smile, "Don't laugh. Don't laugh. You are a filial child." Seeing Yilan looking at him nervously, he asked with a smile, "Child, I heard that you have encountered some difficulties recently." Yilan looked at Jin Sun, and wanted to mention that he was also being hunted, but saw Jin Sun shook his head. She had no choice but to nod slowly. "Yes, Grandpa Nyo. Grandpa Nyo reached under the table and pressed a button. The door opened, and Secretary Zhao walked in. Grandpa Nyo instructed him. Miss, he encountered some difficulties because of her father's inheritance. I heard that she even encountered a murder. What era is it? How can there still be such lawless people? Go and investigate. Those who should be punished should be punished. And those who should be arrested should be arrested. Make sure to ensure Miss Ye has legal inheritance rights and life safety. Yilan stood up and bowed to express her gratitude. She knew that the Qian family had complicated relationships and had several backers. It should not be so easy to put those brothers in jail. However, with what Grandpa Nyo said, they probably wouldn't dare to mess around. The 30 billion inheritance and name can be saved. After Secretary Zhao left, Grandpa Nyo looked at Qin Sun intentionally or unintentionally. Qin Sun understood. Knowing that Grandpa Nyo wanted to start performing rituals to ward off evil, Grandpa Nyo had given Yilan more respect than expected. So he couldn't be stingy and let him have a good time. As for Zhang Lei's matter, he would talk about it after the ritual was performed. People can't be too greedy. Wanting both, Qin Sun walked up to Grandpa Nyo, put his hands together, and said, Grandpa Nyo, you are indeed a Buddha on earth. Since you are so kind, I will not waste any more time, and will immediately prepare to build a bridge between you and Yilan. Let the evil spirit on your body be transferred to Yilan. Grandpa Nyo stood up and put his hands together. Thank you. Master Qin, what do you want to prepare? If you need any help, just ask. Qin Sun wanted to do it directly, but after hearing Grandpa Nyo's polite words, he thought of his own lazy system that was crying for food, and came up with a plan. He said with a serious face, Grandpa Nyo, I have to do some preparations in the next 3 days. I have to bathe, burn incense, eat vegetarian food, chant scriptures, and worship Buddha every day. I need to borrow your Buddha's temple. Is that okay? Grandpa Nyo was overjoyed. It's my honor. It's my honor. He has a Buddhist temple at home, and it is decorated very solemnly. But because of his meditation, he has become disenchanted with Buddhism and always feels that the Buddhist temple is just an ordinary room. Now Qin Sun, the original god of the internet, is willing to stay in the temple for 3 days. It is like opening the temple in disguise. It can gain some divinity. Jingwu stared at Qin Sun's serious face and frowned slightly. Why do I not believe him when he said he would eat vegetarian food and worship Buddha? He is not that kind of person. Qin Sun saw that Grandpa Nyo agreed readily and regretted that he said too few days. I don't know how much slacking value he can get from Grandpa Nyo. This big Buddha. In 3 days. Qin Sun, Yilan, Nyo Xiaojun naturally stayed at the Nyo family. Xia Ning shamelessly followed him and stayed there. But she didn't dare to share a room with Qin Sun, lest Qin Sun, who was supposed to be a vegetarian and a Buddhist, break his vows. She shared a room with Nyo Xiaojun. Nyo Xiaojun's bed was very big, but she had just found a sister, who loved her so much that she insisted that Yilan sleep in the same bed as well. Nyo Xiaojun was fat. As a result, the 3 women squeezed into one bed and talked about dirty jokes all night long, which was very lively. The next day, the Buddhist hall was a quiet place, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter at will. Jingwu sat on a cushion and meditated and chanted. Xia Ning and Yilan followed suit, also sitting and chanting. Nyo Xiaojun sat in the corner playing with his phone. Qin Sun took 2 cushions and stacked them together as a pillow, and lay on the ground playing with his phone. He noticed that Jingwu turned his head to look at him from time to time, and asked, Master, why are you looking at me? Jingwu, aren't you going to chant and worship Buddha? Qin Sun raised his eyebrows and asked back, You don't think I'm slacking off, do you? Jingwu nodded. Yes. Qin Sun snorted coldly and said confidently, It's too shallow. Too shallow. I mean, your cultivation is too shallow. Some people recite the sutra with their mouths, and some people recite the sutra with their hearts. You are obsessed. Jingwu was too lazy to argue with Qin Sun, turned his head, closed his eyes, and continued to recite the sutra. The first day was over. Jingwu recited the sutra for a day. Xia Ning, Yilan recited for a while, and stopped for a while, and recited for half a day. Qin Sun and Nyo Xiaojun kept playing with their mobile phones, sitting, lying, rolling, and finally played dozens of games in a double row. Qin Sun won dozens of MVPs. Nyo Xiaojun couldn't stand it anymore and cursed. You killed so many lives in front of the Buddha, are you still a human being? Kill more than a dozen every time. Until you become a super god, you will go to hell. Qin Sun smiled slightly, and put his hands together. If I don't go to hell, who will? In the evening, each went back to his room to take a shower. In the study of Mr. Nyo, he and Jingwu sat opposite each other. Qin Sun warned Mr. Nyo that it was not suitable for him to visit them in the Buddhist temple, so as not to affect the effect of the practice. He was very obedient, and didn't even look at it. Jingwu became his spy. Old man Nyo asked with a smile. Master Jingwu, did Master Qin Sun have any unusual phenomena when he chanted sutras and worshipped Buddha today? Since seeing Qin Sun Buddha light with his own eyes, Yilan lost 1,000 times in rock paper scissors. He always suspected that Qin Sun would suddenly have golden light one day, and was afraid of missing such a grand scene. Jingwu answered, yes, and no. Old man Nyo's eyes lit up and asked, what do you mean? Jingwu said truthfully, I didn't see any magical phenomena on Qin Sun, but I saw something very unusual. Old Master Nyo leaned forward and lowered his voice. What happened? Jingwu sighed. Qin Sun lay in the Buddhist hall and played with his phone all day. Old Master Nyo was startled. He didn't recite the sutra? Jingwu hesitated for a moment and said, he said he recited it in his heart, and he recited the Heart Sutra. Old Master Nyo was silent, and his heart was in a tangle. After a while, he comforted himself. In the video of Master Qin Sun consecrating the toilet mat, he said, today I will go to the toilet by myself. Yesterday, before the rock-paper-scissors game, he consecrated himself and said, save me from wasting my time. Master Qin Sun said that managers should be like this. It cannot be judged by common sense. Old Master Nyo smiled and nodded to Jingwu. That's good, that's good. The Heart Sutra is good, the Heart Sutra is good. Jingwu? Is this okay? Jingwu couldn't stand it anymore, and reminded him. I don't approve of this way of chanting. I think he is slacking off. Old man Nyo just comforted himself successfully, and instantly began to doubt himself again. His eyes flickered. This isn't it? This shouldn't be. Don't do it. Chapter 1145. He attacked very quickly. I had no time to dodge. The next day, at night, in the study, Jingwu reported the situation to Old Man Nyo as usual. Today, Qin Sun played games with Nyo Xiaojun in the Buddhist hall for the whole morning. At lunch, he said that the vegetarian dishes were bland, and he didn't even know how to stir-fry them with lard. Old Man Nyo's face darkened. Jingwu continued. In the afternoon, Qin Sun and Nyo Xiaojun talked for the whole afternoon. They also shared a lot of dirty jokes with each other. As he said this, he reminded, telling dirty jokes in front of the Buddha in the temple. That's the Buddha. It makes me lose my mind to chant. Grandpa Nyo slapped the coffee table. It's outrageous. It's really outrageous. Jingwu saw that Grandpa Nyo was angry, and clasped his hands together to comfort him. Grandpa Nyo's face was uncertain, and he wanted to swear several times, but he forced himself to hold it back. In the end, he couldn't help but pounded the table and cursed. This Nyo Xiaojun is outrageous. How can a girl tell dirty jokes in her own home? Jingwu. No wonder others say that those who are favored are fearless. Mr. Nyo's adaptability is really strong. Once they blindly believe in someone, they are tolerant of that person without limits. Qin Sun is right. This world is a huge dog-licking arena. Jingwu looked at the moon outside the window, and sighed in his heart. Qin Sun is the same. Whenever Mr. Nyo trusts him, he always does something to destroy this trust. It's a bit like the secular world, where those love experts play the game of being close and distant. Jingwu left. Old Man Nyo sat quietly in the room for a long time, muttering. Is Qin Sun a liar? But isn't the preparation for this a bit of a joke? Slacking off? What's there to slack off? Slacking off. God? The third day. In the study. More than 10 minutes had passed since the agreed time, and Jingwu hadn't come yet. Old Man Nyo paced in the room, looking out the window constantly. Jingwu has always been a very punctual person. Why is it so late today? Something happened in the Buddhist temple? Qin Sun escaped? There is no need. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Old Man Nyo walked over quickly and opened the door. Seeing Jingwu standing at the door, he was stunned. Jingwu's forehead was black and blue, the corners of his mouth were red, and his clothes were torn. Especially the crotch, which was wrinkled, as if he had been bitten by a wild dog. Old Master Nyo was shocked and asked, Master Jingwu, are there assassins? Without waiting for Jingwoo's answer, he asked again in a hurry. Is Master Qin injured? Jingwoo looked at old Master Nyo blankly, limped in, closed the door, and clasped his hands together. Ba. Qin-sun played games with Miss Nyo this morning, and met Miss Yi in the afternoon, and Miss Xia asked me about Buddhist scriptures. I praised Miss Xia for her Buddhist nature, and Qin-sun was unhappy. I had to drag them to play cards together. First, 3 people played landlord. And then 4 people played throwing eggs. They played until dark. And didn't even have dinner. When I was about to come over, I couldn't help but say to Master Qin, "You have insulted Buddha in the temple for 3 consecutive days. Don't you feel guilty?" Old man Nyo looked unhappy. Playing games? Not letting others listen to Buddhist scriptures? Landlord? Throwing eggs? This sounds more evil than the tantric cult. Jingwoo continued. Unexpectedly, Qin-sun was irritated. Threw the poker. And asked me if I had been secretly complaining about me these days. Saying that I was slacking off every day? I said yes. I also said that I now suspect you are a liar. As a result, he jumped and attacked me. And the speed was so fast that I didn't have time to dodge. Old man Nyo frowned. Looking confused. Is there such a thing in the world? Fighting in front of the Buddha? Old man Nyo asked. So, you fought for more than 10 minutes? Jingwoo said with an angry look on his usually calm face. No. I was just being beaten. I couldn't fight back. He was so dirty. Old Nyo glanced at Jingwoo's crotch secretly, and found it funny. He was angry and amused. Jingwoo continued. When Qin-sun beat me, Miss Nyo cheered on the side. And Ms. Yi and Miss Xia came forward to help me. But we couldn't beat Qin-sun even with the strength of the 3 of us. Under the attack of the 3 of us, Qin-sun was able to accurately avoid the attacks of the 2 of them, without hurting them, and gave me a fierce blow. He put his hands together and spoke quickly. Ba. What a sin! What a sin! Old Master Nyo imagined the scene. Qin-sun was like a dragon, weaving in and out among the 3 people, and hitting Jingwoo hard. And he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Master Qin-sun is really capable? Jingwoo widened his eyes. His Buddhist heart, which he had cultivated for more than 10 years, almost collapsed. He put his hands together and kept muttering. Ba. 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 Donor Nyo. Let go of everything and be free. And the Buddha's light will shine in your heart. Don't be obsessed with appearances. He turned around while chanting, limping through the door and leaving. Old man Nyo knew that he had said something wrong, sighed, and smiled bitterly. This is what happened. How can a real monk like you be jealous of a fake monk? At this point, Old man Nyo was stunned, and he patted his mouth gently. What fake monk? What fake monk? There are no fake monks. They are all real masters. He became less and less confident as he spoke, and gradually fell silent. Old man Nyo stood quietly in the room for a long time, and suddenly jumped up in a hurry, and shouted, Damn it! Is it real or fake? Late at night, Qin-sun lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and called up the system panel. Slacking points, 120459857. The next lottery requires 1 billion slacking points. Yoshi, Yoshi, Yoshi. 3 days ago, I played the charlatan and danced. Saved me from wasting time, and consumed more than 5 million slacking points, leaving more than 6 million. Now there are more than 120 million. Mr. Nyo is indeed a big shot. His slacking points increased by more than 100 million in just 3 days. It seems that he has been very angry these days. I have to perform well tomorrow, and give him some sweetness. On the other hand, when Qin-sun was in high spirits, others were miserable. Jingwoo tossed and turned on the bed, his body aching all over. Evil monk. Evil monk. Vile. Shameless. On the other side, Old man Nyo woke up and fell asleep, sitting up from time to time, muttering in a low voice. Is it true? After saying that, he lay down on the bed. Never mind. We know tomorrow. After a while, he sat up again by supporting the bed. Is it true or false? Fuck. After a night, the sky was pale. Old man Nyo stood in front of the window with dark circles under his eyes, watching the rising sun gradually penetrate the clouds, and clasped his hands together. Whether it is true or false, it will be known today. Chapter 1146. The method is completed. Please open your eyes. Xiaoning. Nyo Xiaojun. And Yilan got up early and washed up. They knocked on the door of the next room, and woke up Qin-sun, who was sleeping like a dead pig. Qin Sun washed up and walked to the restaurant with the three of them. In the corridor, Yilan was very nervous and asked, Qin Sun, you will perform a method for me and Mr. Niu today. Do you need me to do anything? In the past 3 days, Qin Sun was just playing in the temple and did not communicate any details with her at all, which made her panic. She had never been so nervous even when she was on the Spring Festival Gala. Qin Sun looked relaxed and said, No need. Just follow my pace. Today I will lead you to complete the ceremony and show you how I, a high-level monk, can help people. He now has more than 120 million points of lazy fishing, and he feels very relieved. Yilan thought of Qin Sun's various behaviors in the past 3 days, and felt even more uneasy, and said sarcastically, High-level monk? What kind of Tao did you get? Qin Sun smiled slightly. When one person gains enlightenment, everyone around him will benefit from it. He stopped and turned to look at the 3 girls. Look at how I have won the heart of Grandpa Niu today. You have become a distinguished guest of the Niu mansion. You will enjoy the good life with me in the future. Yilan sighed. Xiaoning was speechless. Niu Xiaojun winked and made a disgusting expression. Qin Sun and his group walked into the restaurant and saw that Grandpa Niu and Jingwu were already sitting and drinking tea. They greeted them with a smile. In the restaurant, there was no one else except the 2 of them and a maid. Qin Sun had instructed beforehand that he didn't want too many people to know that he knew some Taoist magic, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. This was exactly what Mr. Niu wanted. He didn't want others to know Qin Sun's methods, and just wanted to keep him as a treasure. So he didn't invite relatives and friends to witness the ceremony of his consecration, and didn't even notify his children. Everyone chatted and laughed while eating breakfast. No one mentioned the consecration. After breakfast, Qin Sun said, Mr. Niu, let's go to the temple together. Mr. Niu was impatient, but he looked calm and nodded. The group walked to the temple. Qin Sun held Mr. Niu's hand with his left hand, and Yilan's hand with his right hand, and walked to the middle of the temple. The others stood by the wall and watched. Niu Xiaojun yawned. Xiaoning looked nervous. Jingwu looked solemn, staring at Qin Sun's every move with a scrutinizing look, wanting to see what kind of magic he was going to do. Grandpa Niu stared at the big Buddha statue in the temple for a while, then turned to ask Qin Sun, Master Qin, what should I do? Qin Sun smiled and answered, You don't have to do anything. I do it later, you just need to follow my rhythm. Grandpa Niu nodded vigorously. Okay. Qin Sun added, Relax later, don't be embarrassed. Grandpa Niu thought of the dance Qin Sun had performed a few days ago. Save me from wasting time. And immediately felt embarrassed. Want me to dance? Yilan's chest kept rising and falling, and his palms were sweating. Suddenly, he was startled, and realized that it was the first time that Qin Sun held his hand, and he felt a little happy inside. Old man Niu couldn't help asking, Master Qin, when will it start? He didn't say anything else. When he was nervous, he wanted to go to the toilet, and he wanted to go now. Qin Sun held him, and Yilan tightly in one hand, and his eyes fell on the big nose of the Buddha statue, and said in a deep voice, Since Mr. Niu is ready, then let's do it now. Mr. Niu. So suddenly, before he could say anything, he heard Qin Sun singing with a deep and magnetic voice. In the past, winter was cold. In the summer, it was rainy and watery. In the autumn, your voice was warm from afar. You said there was white snow behind the house at that time. In the valley, there were golden flags fluttering in the strong wind. The singing created a mysterious and profound atmosphere. As the song sang, Qin Sun raised the hands of Mr. Niu and Yilan high, and slowly moved his feet around, leading them to follow suit. Mr. Niu was confused. What kind of ceremony is this? What kind of scripture is this? Is this true? I am old and I am being led to dance like a kindergarten kid. How dare he do this? Yilan was confused. This is not a scripture. This is a song. Is it too childish? Qin Sun didn't care. With a solemn look on his face, he held their hands high and turned around. I saw a mountain eagle flying over 2 lonely fish. 2 fishes crossed a river as salty as the sea. A river fell down and met people who were broken. People were walking and their bodies were covered with mountain eagle dust. Xiaoning was stunned by this scene, turned to look at Niu Xiaojun, and saw that she was also stunned. It's over. It's over. It's over. This guy is not a sword licking blood. This is like rubbing your neck back and forth on the chainsaw. Jingwu moved the Buddhist beads with both hands, listened carefully to the lyrics, tasted a hint of Buddha nature from it, and sighed in his heart. Good lyrics. In a short song, it describes the origin, growth, reincarnation, end, rebirth, cycle, and eternity of life. If Chin Sun is willing to practice well, he will definitely become a good monk. In the center of the Buddhist hall, Chin Sun sang faster and faster, and turned faster and faster. Old man Yo was not tall, and his steps were not big. He was pulled around like a spinning top, and was very embarrassed, and he was breathing heavily. After a while, he felt backache and leg pain, dizziness, and his surroundings were a little blurry. He gritted his teeth and persisted, hoping that it would work. Suddenly, a golden light flashed through the corner of Old Man Yo's eyes, and his heart trembled. He immediately turned to look at Chin Sun. He saw a circle of golden Buddha light shining brightly behind him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It lasted for a long time. Old Man Yo stared at the Buddha light for a long time. His body trembled as if he had been electrocuted, and he wanted to shout but found that his throat was tight. Gradually, he felt that his breathing became smoother. His waist was no longer sore. His legs no longer hurt, and his eyes were no longer blurry. It was as refreshing as being in a mountain spring in the dog days of summer. His whole body seemed to be weightless, floating in the clouds. It was ethereal and dreamlike. It was not like being in the human world. Old Man Yo did not care whether he was like a spinning top or a kindergarten student. He walked briskly and spun quickly in circles following Chin Sun's rhythm. After singing a song, Chin Sun let go of Old Man Yo and Elon hands, faced the Buddha statue in front of him, closed his eyes, and put his hands together, standing in silence. Old Yo turned to look at Elon. Elon looked shocked, not daring to speak, pointed at the back of Chin Sun's head, as if asking, "Did you see the Buddha's light behind his head?" Old Yo did not speak, but nodded solemnly, meaning, "I saw it." He turned to look at Jingwu and others by the wall, and saw that they also widened their eyes, with a look of shock on their faces. He knew, this Buddha's light. Everyone saw it. Old Yo was excited. "It's not fake. It's real. It's real. There is really Buddha's light. I am so lucky to be able to see Buddha's light again and again." Old Yo was excited. He looked at Chin Sun, who was standing still with his eyes closed. He followed his example and closed his eyes, and put his hands together to worship the Buddha statue. He didn't face the Buddha statue directly. He slightly turned his body, and half of his body was facing Chin Sun. Yilon followed suit, putting his hands together and closing his eyes to worship the Buddha. After a while, Old Yo heard Chin Sun shout, "Amitabha! The Dharma is complete. Please open your eyes." Chapter 1147. I'm singing and dancing here. I didn't expect that she got the Tao. I become a chicken and a dog. Old Man Yo opened his eyes, felt refreshed, and looked a lot younger. Suddenly, he saw Nyo Xiaojun rushing over and looking around, exclaiming, "Fuck! Grandpa, you seem really younger. Fuck! What the hell is this? Fuck!" It was rare that Old Man Yo didn't scold Nyo Xiaojun for swearing. He couldn't suppress the smile on his face, and bowed slightly to Chin Sun with his hands clasped together. "Thank you. Master Chin, thank you. Master Chin. You are so kind, I cannot repay you. I am so kind, Master. Please let me know if you have any instructions in the future." Chin Sun nodded seriously, feeling very uneasy. "Shit! Is this boss so humble? What do you mean by letting me know? I will be satisfied if I can find the temple gate with a pig's head in the future. How dare I dare to be so arrogant? No wonder the ancient emperors liked to keep national teachers so much. It turns out that when wine, sex, money and power are at their fingertips, they yearn for mysterious power even more. The charlatans are very popular." Chin Sun looked at Yilon, who was still shocked, and said, "Yilon, no matter where you are in the future, at home or abroad, you must pay a visit to Grandpa Nyo once a year. No mistakes are allowed." He paused, and his voice became louder. "Otherwise, it will be bad for both of you." Grandpa Nyo's heart trembled. Yilon nodded repeatedly. "Got it, Master Chin, Master Chin." Grandpa Nyo looked at Yilon in silence. A glimmer flashed in the depths of his eyes, as if he had made some kind of determination. He walked up to Yilon's side, and said in a gentle voice, "Miss Yi, I heard Master Chin talk about your experience, and I know you are a very pitiful person, and quite lonely. You had an unfortunate childhood, and you also had a bad fate when you grew up." Yilon stared at Old Man Yo blankly, not understanding why the big man who had always been indifferent to her suddenly became so kind. Although she became the so-called evil removing container, there was no need for him to be so intimate to her. Old Master Niu continued. I see you are about the same age as Niu Xiaojun. If you don't mind, you can keep her company and call me Grandpa like her. Come to see me during the 3 festivals of the year and have a family dinner. My house is quite big. It's just a matter of 1 more room and 1 more pair of chopsticks. He looked at the stunned Yilan and laughed twice. The old man, will shamelessly accept you as my goddaughter. How about it? As soon as the words fell, the whole room was silent. Yilan was stunned. Qin Sun was shocked. He originally wanted Yilan to have a close relationship with old man Niu, and to visit him once a year for the next 30 or 40 years to maintain this friendship. He never expected that old man Niu would directly recognize Yilan as his granddaughter. It doesn't matter if he does it or not. With old man Niu's status, even if she is a dog in his family, Yilan cruel brothers would not dare to mess with her. Qin Sun thought it was a little funny, and thought, just now I said that if one person gets the Tao, all his family members will be blessed. Let them follow me and enjoy the happiness. As a result, I was singing and dancing here and pretending to be a charlatan for a long time. But I didn't expect Yilan to get the Tao. And I became a family member? Damn it. Someday, I will make friends with Fatty Niu and let her recognize me as her godfather. Xia Ning looked at Yilan and smiled softly. I originally thought that Mr. Niu was a heartless and cunning man. But I didn't expect that he was really the same as he claimed before. Don't take other people's things for nothing. Now I need to use Yilan to dispel the evil spirit, so I will give her a lifetime of peace. Jingwu smiled and put his hands together. Good, good. Donor Niu. This is a great act of kindness. Niu Xiaojun walked in front of Yilan and pushed her. Why are you still standing there? Serve tea. Yilan came back to her senses and waved her hands wildly. I can't. Niu Xiaojun ignored her, picked up a cup of tea from the table, stuffed it into Yilan's hand, and gently kicked her calf with his foot to drive her to old man Niu. Go, go, go! Yilan held the teacup in both hands, trembling slightly, looking at old man Niu blankly. Old man Niu smiled kindly, stretched out his hand, said, Xiaolan, you should take 2 steps forward. I'm old, I can't stretch my hands that far. Looking at old man Niu's smile, Yilan felt great pressure, at a loss for a moment, and subconsciously looked at Qin Sun. Seeing Qin Sun nodded, she felt inexplicably at ease. Yilan's hand stopped shaking. She walked slowly to old man Niu, knelt on one knee, and offered him a cup of tea. She said, Grandpa Niu, you, have some tea. Grandpa Niu smiled. Xiaojun doesn't call me Grandpa Niu. Yilan pursed her lips slightly, took a deep breath, and said with courage, Grandpa, your granddaughter Yilan offers you tea. Old man Niu smiled heartily, took the cup with both hands, took a sip of tea, put the cup on the table, and reached out to help Yilan up. Xiaolan, today we are in a rush. I don't have time to prepare properly. In 2 days, I will pick an auspicious day to hold a recognition ceremony, take you to worship the ancestors, set up a few tables of wine, and invite friends in the circle to celebrate together. As long as I live, no one will dare to bully you. Yilan was deeply moved and speechless. Although she knew that Mr. Niu recognized her as his granddaughter in order to get rid of the bad luck, he chose a day to hold the recognition ceremony, worship the ancestors and set up wine, which showed enough respect. Not just a pure tool. She downplayed her life on the run these days to Qin Sun and the others, but she knew the pressure. When she went to bed at night, she was often awakened and checked the whole house, looking out the window, looking under the bed, and even lifting the toilet lid, for fear that there was a killer hiding in the house. From now on, she can finally sleep peacefully. Yilan's eyes were red, and she bowed to Grandpa Niu to express her gratitude. Grandpa Niu smiled. You are so polite. Kid, we are all family. You should feel more comfortable. Yilan stood up, just smiled, still not knowing what to say. Niu Xiaojun stepped forward, held Yilan's hands with both hands, and asked with a smile, Yilan, how old are you? Yilan didn't understand what she meant. I just had my birthday not long ago. I am 26 now. Niu Xiaojun said. I am 25. I will call you sister from now on. How about you call me brother Niu? Yilan felt weird. In the past, She and Niu Xiaojun had crossed paths when filming Fatal Identity. But Niu Xiaojun always stood on Xia Ning's side and argued with her several times. He even said that he would sit on her until she pooped. Unexpectedly, now they are a family. Yilan hesitated and nodded. Okay. Niu. Brother Niu. Niu Xiaojun laughed loudly. Very proud. A burst of laughter rang out in the room. And everyone was happy for Yilan. Today, she recognized her grandfather, held her thigh, and relieved her of her life. From now on, she will be like a big devil in the entertainment industry. How long Grandpa Niu can live. How long she can be popular. Grandpa Niu was very happy. Took out his mobile phone and made a call. Secretary Zhao, bring the murderer to the Buddhist temple and let him give Master Qin an explanation in person. Chapter 1148. I earn the money that is mine, and I earn less money that is not mine. What's wrong? Hearing this, Qin Sun was shocked. Damn it! Has the mastermind who hired someone to kill me been caught? I have only known Grandpa Niu for 6 days. In these 6 days, he not only brought Yilan back from the United States, but also kidnapped Zhang Lei from Country J? Grandpa Niu is really well connected. Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Sun has been busy with Yilan affairs these days. She is always worried that the relationship with Grandpa Niu is only enough to handle Yilan affairs. And she can't ask for more. I didn't expect the old man to take the initiative to solve this matter. For businessmen like them, it takes a lot of energy and money to find the murderer in the vast sea of people in Country J. But for the real big shots, it seems to be a piece of cake. Yilan smiled, and smiled with some relief. If Qin Sun ran around for her, and finally failed to find the murderer who was chasing Qin Sun, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Money, Qin Sun can make it. Sexual compensation, Qin Sun is unwilling to take it. This unrepayable favor will make her sleepless. Niu Xiaojun narrowed his eyes, and observed the expressions of Qin Sun and others. He put his hands behind his back, straightened his back, and looked proud. TSK? A bunch of ignorant guys. What a big deal. Show me some respect in the future. After a while, Qin Sun heard footsteps, and turned to look at the door. Secretary Zhao came in with 2 black-clad bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards were escorting a prisoner on the left and right. The prisoner was wearing a black hood, and his hands were tied behind his back. 2 bodyguards dragged the prisoner to the center of the Buddhist hall, kicked his feet, made him kneel in front of the Buddha statue, and held his shoulders tightly. Grandpa Niu said to Qin Sun, Master Qin, this is the murderer who hired someone to kill you. They have interrogated him several times, witnesses, material evidence, confessions, all are complete, there will be absolutely no omissions. Qin Sun put his hands together, and bowed to thank him. Amitabha. Grandpa Niu is awesome. Awesome. Old Master Niu. After spending many days together, he still wasn't used to Qin Sun's way of talking, too straightforward, not pretentious at all, like a low-class liar. Old Master Niu pointed to the prisoner kneeling in front of the Buddha and said, Master Qin, will you interrogate him yourself? Qin Sun nodded, walked to the prisoner and squatted, reached out, and pinched the strap of his hood. Xia Ning, Yilan, Niu Xiaojun all looked at the prisoner, and their breathing slowed down. Xia Ning was nervous, hoping that the person under the hood must be Zhang Lei. Although they concluded that it was 99% Zhang Lei. What if it wasn't? If it wasn't Zhang Lei, it would be troublesome if it was someone else. Which meant that Qin Sun had offended so many people that they couldn't figure it out. Qin Sun untied the rope, lifted the hood, and revealed the face of a middle-aged man. This man had fair skin, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and exuded a refined temperament. At this time, he had a gag in his mouth. Seeing that there were no bruises on his face, Qin Sun knew that he had not been treated by the great memory restoration technique, and was a softy who would admit everything without being tortured. The softy saw Qin Sun. His eyes widened, and he made a woohoo sound from his mouth, which was a bit fierce. Qin Sun was not panicked. He looked left and right, turned his head to look at Xia Ning, and asked, Ning Ning, is this man Zhang Lei? As soon as the voice fell, the woohoo sound from the middle-aged man's mouth became louder, and his body kept struggling, trying to stand up from the ground, as if he had received a huge stimulation. Xia Ning was speechless. You don't know Zhang Lei? Qin Sun smiled embarrassedly. At the beginning, he was hospitalized in the hospital, and found the bug installed under the wheelchair by the nurse. He took advantage of the situation, and took out his mobile phone to check Zhang Lei's information on the spot. He lied that he had seen Zhang Lei's movie when he was a child, and was fascinated by his appearance of a man dressed as a woman. At that time, he was determined to marry Zhang Lei. He also shouted, "If you let her accompany you through the winter, can I sleep in the middle?" However, he didn't pay much attention to Zhang Lei's appearance, only remembered that Zhang Lei was dressed in white in almost every film and television drama, which was full of sluttiness. The incident that left a deep impression on Qin Sun was that Zhang Lei's cheating was exposed and caused criticism from major media, so he had to retreat behind the scenes. That was an era that was not tolerant enough. Coming out was more shameful than cheating. In addition, Qin Sun still remembered that Zhang Lei liked to cling to the elegant, and there was a limerick composed by Zhang Lei in the information. "Sister is pretty, with 2 perky breasts. I want to touch them, and my heart is beating." He seemed to want to pretend to be a man with normal sexual orientation. Yi Lan knew Zhang Lei, and even had a meal at the same table with him. Seeing him kneeling on the ground with a gag in his mouth, she felt mixed emotions. She said to Qin Sun, "Yes, he is Zhang Lei." Qin Sun turned around, looked at Zhang Lei, who was whimpering and blushing, and asked, "Zhang Lei, are you looking for someone to kill me?" Zhang Lei rushed forward, trying to hit Qin Sun's nose with his forehead, but he was held down by 2 bodyguards, and he couldn't touch her at all. He struggled for a while, nodded vigorously, and snorted heavily. Yeah. Qin Sun saw that he admitted it, and sighed with regret. "You were a very clean traffic star back then, without tattoos, no earrings, no dyed hair, and no gynecological diseases. Why do you have to go down the path of crime when you are old?" Zhang Lei struggled, making a woohoo sound. Very angry, Qin Sun looked up at a bodyguard and said, "Master, please unplug his butt plug." Zhang Lei's eyes widened. Whimpering, a bodyguard unplugged his gag. Zhang Lei immediately sprayed, "Fuck your mother. Qin Sun. Hack your mother. You are the one with gynecological disease. You're the one who put a butt plug in your mouth. Fuck you." Saliva flew everywhere. Qin Sun suddenly stepped back more than a meter, avoiding the attack. He sat cross-legged on the ground, frowning. "What kind of character is that? Why are you spewing shit all over your mouth just after the butt plug was removed?" Zhang Lei didn't care, and continued to curse with all kinds of ugly words, for more than 2 minutes, before gradually stopping. Qin Sun smiled and asked, "Zhang Lei, I ask you, why do you want to kill me?" Zhang Lei looked at Qin Sun like a fool, as if he didn't believe that he would ask such a stupid question, and said loudly, "You not only robbed my box office, but also robbed my company. Is it strange that I want to kill you? Killing you, isn't it natural?" Qin Sun said unhappily. "Zhang Lei, you are no longer the major shareholder of Beijing Film and Television. You are just the CEO of the company. Why do you risk your life for a few million a month?" Zhang Lei knelt on the ground, stared at Qin Sun, and said with a sinister face, "Qin Sun, you can't be too greedy. You can't make all the money. You can't rob everyone's money. Others have to live too." Qin Sun sneered. "I make the money, that's mine. I make less money, that's not mine. What's wrong? Is it illegal?" Chapter 1149, Don't you know what kind of person I am? Switch, kill. Zhang Lei glared at Qin Sun with hatred, and said with gritted teeth, "You can't do things to the extreme. Do you know what it means to leave a way out for others, so that we can meet again in the future? I'm in your hands now, but you will be in someone else's hands one day. You will die a horrible death." Qin Sun didn't mind his curse, smiled, and shook his head gently. "You hired someone to kill me, and you told me to leave a way out for others? Who did this?" Zhang Lei cursed Qin Sun again, spitting saliva everywhere. "Fuck you. You deserve to die. You beast shouldn't have been born. An orphan whose whole family is wiped out." Qin Sun frowned, stood up, walked to Zhang Lei, raised his right ankle and twisted it, slapped Zhang Lei's mouth with his foot. Paw. With a crisp sound. Zhang Lei screamed in pain, turned his head, spit out a mouthful of blood on the ground. His head was dizzy, and he was a little confused. Niu Xiaojun's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Sun kick. "I've seen many slaps, but this is the first time I've seen a kick. What a fucking niche way of beating someone." Qin Sun looked down at Zhang Lei and said coldly, "Everyone has his own responsibility. If you want to kill me, I don't blame you. But why did you let the killer crash my car?" He pointed at Xiaoning. "My wife is in the car." Yilan blurted out when she heard it. "What wife?" Have you got the marriage certificate? Can someone who doesn't have a marriage certificate be called your wife? Just after she finished speaking, she found that Grandpa Nyo, the big monk, Xian Ning, all looked at her, and immediately regretted it, and her face began to get hot. Nyo Xiaojun was focusing on something different, and muttered in dissatisfaction. Hey Qin Sun, I'm in the car too. My life is also my life. Speak for me, speak for me. Zhang Lei's eyes were red, he gnashed his teeth, looked around and cursed. You all deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. Finally, his eyes fell on Qin Sun's face, staring with a pair of red eyes, cursing. I wish I could peel your skin off with my own hands, eat your flesh, and drink your blood. I'm going to hack you to death. Fuck you to death. When Qin Sun heard him say, fuck you to death, his eyes were red with excitement, and he said it smoothly, as if it was his catchphrase in bed. He sneered, knelt down and gently placed his hands on Zhang Lei's arms, and said sinisterly, well said. Only sissies play with weak women, men should play with men. You want to hack me to death? I respect you as a man, I give you a chance. As he said that, he raised his head and said to the bodyguard, Master, please uncuff this mad dog, I want to fight him, to the death. Qin Sun stood up and stepped back a few steps, twisting his neck, turning his wrists, preparing for the battle. Jing Wu saw this, and knew that Qin Sun was angry. Because Qin Sun started from 0 frame when he hit him, without any warm-up movements, but even so, the power was still extremely terrifying. Zhang Lei might die in the temple today. The bodyguard looked at Mr. Nyo, and when he nodded, he untied Zhang Lei's handcuffs and retreated to a place not too far away. Zhang Lei knelt on the ground, looking up, looking at Qin Sun blankly, dazed. He was like a lock-mad dog, pulling the chain and yelling at passers-by. But once he was freed from his restraints, when he could really run to the feet of passers-by, he was a coward again. The tragic bodies of Kato Mizukin and the other two appeared in Zhang Lei's mind. He knelt on the ground motionless, and looked at Qin Sun with a vacant look. Qin Sun saw this and cursed. Look at yourself. What kind of person are you? You want to show off, but you are not right, and you are a coward. Waste. He looked at the bodyguard and said, Master, do you have a weapon with you? Give him a weapon to give him courage. The bodyguard was startled, looking at Mr. Nyo, seeing him nod, took out a dagger from his waist, and put it into Zhang Lei's hand. Qin Sun stared at him, said in a deep voice, Sister-in-law, you have been accumulating anger for a long time, and now you have a weapon, quickly transform. Zhang Lei lowered his head, looking blankly at the dagger in his hand, which was shining coldly. He hid well in J country, thinking that he would never be found in his life. But suddenly someone broke the door, and held him down and took him away. Knowing that the other party was very powerful, he concluded that he was dead at that time. But he didn't want to die without a complete body, and would rather be injected to death. Just now, he saw Qin Sun was very emotional, and he was so excited about scolding that he forgot that he was a dog, that they could do whatever they wanted. Zhang Lei hesitated for a moment with the dagger, and threw it on the ground, making a jingling sound. Qin Sun frowned. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Why did you throw the knife? I kill you even if you dodge. He walked over and kicked Zhang Lei in the chest, just like kicking a stray dog on the side of the road. There was only a crisp sound of crackling, the sound of the sternum breaking. Zhang Lei flew out of the temple, fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and fainted. Qin Sun looked at the unconscious Zhang Lei outside the door, spat, and said, Why are you pretending to be so good? After saying that, he turned around, faced the big Buddha statue, put his hands together, and said, It's a sin. It's a sin. Jingwu walked quickly to the door, stretched out his hand to smell Zhang Lei's breath, and breathed a sigh of relief. The breath was weak, but he was still half alive. Qin Sun finally held back. He was not the kind of demon who was bloodthirsty. Two bodyguards dragged Zhang Lei away. Qin Sun walked to old Master Nyo, put his hands together, and bowed to express his gratitude. Grandpa Nyo, it is said that there is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as a thief who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Thank you for helping me solve this crisis. Otherwise, I would not be able to sleep well. Old Master Nyo put his hands together and bowed slightly. Master Qin, compared to your efforts, what is my contribution? He had always thought that Qin Sun's actions were to reduce his own lifespan, luck and other things, which he considered to be the most precious in the world. Old Master Nyo continued. According to Secretary Zhao's report, this Zhang Lei was the one who spread your whereabouts to Kato Mizukin when you were attacked in Country J. And he created momentum to force Kato Mizukin to ambush you. Qin Sun was startled, and then he realized that Zhang Lei had assassinated him more than once. Old Master Niu stared at Qin Sun, and said slowly, I think Zhang Lei will never get out of this life. Qin Sun's face showed no joy. Life imprisonment? Not bad. Not bad. He knew that attempted murder was usually sentenced to life imprisonment, and hiring a killer might be sentenced to a lighter sentence. But he was not convinced. He was not killed not because Zhang Lei was soft-hearted, but because he was tough enough to escape. How can you reduce the other party's guilt just because you are so capable? How can there be such a reason in the world? If the killer had knocked over the car and set it on fire, wouldn't everyone in the car have died? When Old Man Niu saw Qin Sun's expression, he was secretly delighted. This was the effect he wanted. You can't give enough sugar at once. Otherwise the other party won't know how to cherish it. Old Man Niu pretended to be embarrassed. And after a moment of hesitation, he looked at Secretary Zhao and asked, Secretary Zhao, how do you think Zhang Lei will judge? Secretary Zhao stepped forward and said with a serious face, Old man, it's my fault that I didn't have time to tell you. In addition to hiring a killer, Zhang Lei has other problems. We have just found out that Zhang Lei has a big tax problem, and the amount of tax evasion has reached 300 million. He raped as many as 13 male artists, half of whom are still active in public, and one even committed suicide because he could not bear the humiliation. Although he did not succeed in hiring a killer to kill, the nature of his crime was extremely bad. He dared to contact foreign evil forces and violently rammed a commercial vehicle full of passengers. The circumstances were extremely serious. At this point, he stopped talking. Old Master Niu's face turned cold, and he said angrily, It's simply lawless. If such a person is not killed, how can we be worthy of the people? How can we be worthy of Master Qin? He looked at Qin Sun and asked, Master Qin, what do you think? Qin Sun put his hands together. A look of compassion appeared on his face, and he chanted a Buddhist name. Amitabha. Old Master Niu is really the modern Bao Qingtian. I can only wish him to be reborn in heaven. Chapter 1150 Master? None. Two bodyguards dragged the unconscious Zhang Lei away. Seeing Qin Sun's satisfied expression, Old Master Niu smiled. Master Qin, I am grateful for your kindness. In the future, if you have any reasonable requests, just tell me, I will definitely do it. If it is unreasonable, I have some shady tricks. Qin Sun looked flattered and thanked him repeatedly. He knew that he had firmly held his thick and hard thigh. As long as you don't rape sows in the street, you will never be caught in jail for stealing. Old Man Niu looked at Yilan and said, Master Qin, I know you are busy with business on weekdays. I don't want to bother you too much. But, if possible, I hope you and Yilan can come home to see me often. When people get old, they are afraid of loneliness. Xiaoning? Why does this sound weird? Qin Sun and Yilan often go home to see the old man. And the couple return home together? He wouldn't want to match them up and turn Qin Sun into his grandson-in-law. Right? Qin Sun and Yilan looked at each other, and Yilan immediately turned her head away, seeming a little embarrassed. He put his hands together and said to Old Man Niu, Grandpa Niu, I will come to see you often. Whether Yilan comes or not, I will come. Old Man Niu laughed. Realizing that he was a little abrupt just now, he stretched out his hand to call Niu Xiaojun over, touching her head and said, This is my youngest granddaughter. Although she was very heavy when she was born, almost 10 kilograms. But she was very thin when she was young. She looked very cute. She was the one who looked most like me. When she was 3 years old, I took her for a walk in the yard at night, and she caught a cold. The next day, she had a high fever and got a serious illness. She almost died. She managed to survive, but got pathological obesity. No matter how I treated her, she couldn't be cured. She was chubby and cute when she was young. When she grew up, Qin Sun saw Niu Xiaojun's awkward smile. He lowered his head slightly, understanding that her obesity brought a lot of trouble to her childhood. Old Man Niu looked at Xiaoning, bowing his hands to express his gratitude, said. Later, she didn't want to study in her original school. She changed schools in junior high school, and one day she came home and told me that she met two beautiful girls. One is Xiaoning, and the other is Wu Yu. I remember, it's Wu Yu. She was not shy to begin with, and she became more and more cheerful, and more cheerful. As he said, He patted Niu Xiaojun's shoulder heavily and said with a smile, "The result is like this. What a headache." Ha ha. Qin Sun and Xia Ning laughed. Niu Xiaojun was embarrassed, lowered her head, and rubbed her toes on the floor, acting like a little girl for the first time. Old man Niu looked at Qin Sun, sighed softly, and smiled. "Master Qin, I know you and Xiaojun are good friends, and you have some business dealings. I always told her to get closer to you and spend more time with you. People you make friends with when you are young may become lifelong friends." Niu Xiaojun raised her head and looked at her grandfather with a strange expression. "Closer? More frequent visits? I don't know who said it a few days ago. Stay away from that idiot Qin Sun." Grandpa Niu pulled Niu Xiaojun to Qin Sun and said with a smile, "Master Qin, my granddaughter is a miserable person. An old man? Dare to?" He hesitated, seemingly a little embarrassed to speak. Niu Xiaojun was confused. "What does it mean? Why are you so shy? What are you doing? Want me to steal the old nun's husband? Isn't this fucking inappropriate?" Niu Xiaojun's legs tightened quietly, prepared to run away at any time. Qin Sun said with a smile, "Grandpa Niu, you can say whatever you want." Old man Niu smiled. "Xiaojun's life is not perfect because of my carelessness back then. I owe her, and now I want to ask her for an opportunity. I want you to accept her as your apprentice." Qin Sun was stunned. "Accept an apprentice? The system can't give birth to a child. How can I teach her? Qin, am nothing but a fake. Except for my broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, perfect figure, and small V face. It is more difficult for me to teach her how to do it than to cure her pathological obesity." Niu Xiaojun heard her grandfather's rude request and looked at Qin Sun with wide eyes. "Master?" She looked at Xia Ning again. "Master's wife? Damn! She doesn't exist. Fuck him!" Niu Xiaojun yelled, broke free from Grandpa Niu's hand, and ran out of the temple. A breeze blew by, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Old Niu stared at the door in a daze, and said helplessly, "This kid." The opening ceremony ended too quickly. It was only one song long, and everyone's breakfast hadn't been digested yet. It was a bit childish, not solemn enough. However, when old Niu saw the Buddha's light behind Qin Sun's head, felt his body light after the opening, and was amazed by Niu Xiaojun that he had become younger. He didn't care about the sense of ceremony. "I just feel that those masters, who seemed to be mysterious and serious in the past, were all liars. A real master should be like Qin Sun. He made light of heavy tasks, so light that it was a little, not serious." Qin Sun said he wanted to go home, but old man Niu kept him there, and they chatted for the whole morning. After lunch, he sent Qin Sun and his group to the gate of the courtyard. The business car was already waiting on the side. Qin Sun and old man Niu said goodbye reluctantly and walked into the car. Suddenly, he heard Jingwu's voice behind him. "Master Qin, I have something to ask you." Qin Sun turned around and saw Jingwu walking slowly in front of him. Jingwu asked with a serious face, "Master Qin, I have observed you for several days, and I don't see any Buddha nature in you. Excuse me, are you really practicing Buddhism?" Qin Sun answered truthfully, "No, I don't practice Buddhism. I told you. I learned all my skills from a fortune teller at the market." Old man Niu smiled but said nothing. He didn't care whether Qin Sun practiced Buddhism or magic, as long as it was useful. Moreover, he sent people to investigate the town where Qin Sun came from. There was indeed a fortune teller in their town, who was very accurate in predicting people's lifespan more than 10 years ago. "She did die early, as Qin Sun said?" Jingwu asked. "Then why did you pretend to be a monk?" Qin Sun smiled. "It's not appropriate for a man like me to pretend to be a nun. Right? Jingwu, it's a sin, it's a sin." Qin Sun was about to leave, but Jingwu called him back. "Wait a minute." Jingwu looked embarrassed, hesitated, and said, "Master Qin Sun, although I am in the Buddhist sect, I have always believed in science. But since I met you, my worldview has collapsed. You may really be a Buddha on earth. I want to ask you, do you think I have Buddha nature? Will I be able to attain enlightenment one day?" Qin Sun looked at Jingwu's pious face, thought for a while, and asked, "I ask you a question. Answer me truthfully. If the netizen who cheated you out of 8,000 yuan in an online relationship stood in front of you, what would you do?" Chapter 1151, Kneeling to Worship the Toilet Seat? Disgusting, really disgusting. Jingwu was stunned, lowered his head, and remained silent for a long time. It was as if he had encountered the most difficult problem in the world, and he could not figure out the answer. After a long time, he raised his head and put his hands together. Ba. I will ask him to pay back the money. Qin Sun put his hands together and said softly, You have some Buddha nature, but not enough. Jingwu stepped forward, looking to ask for advice humbly. Master, please answer my questions. Qin Sun said with a smile. Buddha nature must be based on human nature. You have been in an online relationship with her for so long. Flirting and tug along. Isn't it just to hug her? In addition to paying back the money, you have to sleep with her at least once. Otherwise, he pointed at Jingwu's chest. Your inner demon will always be there. You have drunk wine, eaten meat, but you became a monk without sleeping with a woman. You are a monk. You should know better than me. Most monks in the world have slept with women. You have to sleep with him once. If you still insist on being a monk after sleeping with him, your Buddhist heart will be pure enough. Hearing this, Jingwu opened his mouth wide and gradually frowned. And the frown deepened. Old man Neo smiled but said nothing. If someone else talked to Jingwu like this, he would definitely scold him. But Qin Sun, he made a lot of sense. Niu Xiaojun laughed secretly on the side and praised Qin Sun. Xia Ning just felt embarrassed. Yilan smiled bitterly and shook his head. After a while, Jingwu shook his head and said, Hug? I can't do it. Qin Sun smiled slightly and sighed in a pretentious tone. Then you will never become a Buddha. Jingwu was a little anxious and defended. My online love partner is a man. Qin Sun, ah? Everyone present looked at Jingwu in surprise, and they didn't expect that he would have such a great love affair. Jingwu explained. Otherwise, why would I say I was cheated out of 8,000 yuan? If it's a woman, it's not a lie. Qin Sun had raised his voice a little too high just now, and he was a little embarrassed. He gently patted Jingwu's shoulder and said, Master Jingwu, you are obsessed. After saying that, he turned and walked into the business car. Jingwu stood there, silent, with a slight flicker in his eyes, as if he had realized something. The group returned to Lu Shaoquan Manor. In the study, Qin Sun and Xia Ning told Lu Shaoquan everything. After listening, Lu Shaoquan looked at Qin Sun with a complicated expression and asked, Are you saying that you pretended to be a charlatan and gave a blessing to Mr. Niu, so that he could help you catch Shan Lei and save your life? Qin Sun nodded. Yes. Lu Shaoquan's face was solemn. What if it's exposed in the future? Qin Sun knew that his master had not seen it with his own eyes, and he did not believe in the so-called Buddha's light, blessing, and rituals. So he answered, Master, I am not completely lying. I actually have a little experience in fortune-telling. If I can fool Grandpa Niu once, I can fool him twice. And in the next few years, I will use No Xiaojun relationship to become more closely tied to their family. By then, Niu Xiaojun will make 10 billion or 800 million yuan a year from me. Even if they realize that I'm a liar, they won't bother to expose me. When Lu Shaoquan heard this, he smiled helplessly and thought Qin Sun was naive. If he helps someone's granddaughter make 10 billion or 800 million yuan a year, no one will expose him as a charlatan. However, such a huge profit. Go and rob. Lu Shaoquan sighed. It's come to this. We can only take it one step at a time. After that, he signaled Qin Sun and Xia Ning to leave. Lu Shaoquan told the Lu family and the two families of the Xia family in the group that Qin Sun crisis had been resolved, causing a lot of excitement in the group. They all asked about Qin Sun's situation. Qin Sun said his previous remarks to the group again. The group was silent for a moment. They sent a message. Lu Gang, you are too bold. I don't feel at ease. Xia Shujia, you kid. Xia Zheng, my dear grandson, come and tell me your fortune. Lu Jingya, disband the group. Don't leave any evidence. Everyone delete the group messages. Not long after, Qin Sun saw the group named Qin Sun Pinyin. Disbanded. In the training room, Qin Sun was surrounded by Xia Ning, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Yilan, and was cornered by the wall. Behind the crowd stood a strong Su Luoluo. A group of women asked at once, Qin Sun, speak. Will you speak or not? Can you tell fortunes? Why are you becoming more and more weird? Did we really see Buddha's light at the back of your head? What kind of magic is this? Or is it a real witchcraft? Qin Sun huddled in the corner, shivering, and had no way to explain. Hearing their voices getting louder and louder, he stood up, shouted with a cold face, and said, "Shut up. What Buddha's light? Where is the Buddha's light?" The girls were startled, quieted down, and stared at Chin Sun with an indignant look. Chin Sun looked solemn, and said in a deep voice, "Why are you chirping here? Do you think I'm going to die? I tell you again, there is no Buddha's light, there is nothing. Don't talk nonsense." After saying that, he looked serious, and swept his sharp eyes over the crowd. Xia Ning and the others were stunned, and fell silent. After a while, they looked at each other, and seemed to have figured something out, and nodded solemnly. "Yes. There is no Buddha's light. We saw it wrong. Everyone, stop spreading rumors." Nothing. Chin Sun breathed a sigh of relief, and decided not to pretend to be a charlatan anymore. It was too annoying. Or learn a magic trick that can create Buddha's light as soon as possible, and use magic to cover up magic, and fool around. The next day, Niu Xiaojun went home to get some clothes, and returned to the Lu family manor, and told Chin Sun a strange thing. Old man Niu renovated his bathroom. From the ceiling to the floor, and then to the toilet. Everything was replaced with a new one, just to match that magical toilet mat. Old man Niu even consulted a silk cultural relic restoration master, and customized a constant temperature and humidity wooden box for the toilet mat according to the cultural relic standard. To store the toilet mat, except when it is in use, it is placed in the box at other times. Just like a tens of millions of antiques. Niu Xiaojun said with an unhappy look on his face, punched his thigh, and cursed. "Fuck. I feel sick when I think that after my grandfather is 100 years old, our family will have to place a toilet seat on the altar for us young people to kneel down and worship." Chin Sun and his friends laughed. 3 days later, a convoy of more than a dozen cars took Yilan and Niu Xiaojun away from the Lu family manor, saying that they were going to worship the ancestors of the Niu family and conduct a family recognition ceremony. Old man Niu called Chin Sun and asked him if he could attend. Chin Sun refused, saying that he didn't want to be too ostentatious and just wanted to be the exclusive master of consecration for Old man Niu. Old man Niu on the other end of the phone smiled. "Very good, very good, very good." That night, Yilan stayed at Niu's house. The next morning, Yilan and Niu Xiaojun came back. In the afternoon, Chin Sun and others were playing cards in the practice room, while discussing how to market Original God. Su Luluo stood by the window, looking at the scenery of the manor. Suddenly, she saw 40 or 50 cars driving towards the manor, and stopped at the door. Nearly 200 people in black uniforms got off the cars. She was startled and said, "Boss Chin, we are surrounded. The other side has a lot of people." Chin Sun threw away the bad cards in his hand, got up and walked quickly to the window, looking at the door from a distance. Xia Ning and others also ran over. "I saw more than 200 security guards in the Lu family manor holding weapons, rushing towards the door in a mighty manner." The two teams of people confronted each other across a huge iron door. Suddenly, more than 200 black-clothed men outside the door, who looked like thugs, knelt down in unison. Chin Sun turned his head and looked at Yilan, who had a complicated expression, smiled. "Yilan, it seems that your brothers are here to ask for forgiveness?" Chapter 1152 Spending 10 billion in a month, catching it off guard. Yilan made a circle with her hands, put them on her eyes like a telescope, stared at the door for a while, said coldly, "It's really interesting. The people who bullied me are the rebellious sons of the Qin family, but they let more than 200 bodyguards kneel at the door. What a great prestige." After saying that, she turned and walked to the middle of the practice room, sat cross-legged on the ground, and lowered her head to sort out the scattered playing cards. Seeing this, Su Luluo looked at the bodyguards kneeling outside the gate, and said with a heartbroken look, "Sister Yilan, if you don't go out to meet them today, these bodyguards will probably kneel here until the sun sets. They are so pitiful." After saying that, she found that no one paid attention to her, and lowered her head sadly. Perhaps only a worker like herself can empathize with other workers. Others are children of capitalists, and can't pee in the same pot with her. Chin Sun and the others returned to their seats. Yilan silently shuffled the cards and dealt them. "Another hand? Don't think I don't know that you had a bad hand just now." Chin Sun noticed Yilan's nervousness and asked, "Are you really not going down? They must have brought expensive gifts to apologize. They are all valuable things. Don't waste them." Yilan was annoyed and said, "If you want to covet those gifts, will you accompany me down?" All the gifts are for you. Will you accompany me? Qin Sun heard her say the word accompany twice in a row, one more than 3, and knew that Yilan was afraid to face it alone. Her half-brothers were 20 to 30 years older than her, the same age as the parents of ordinary people. It is estimated that the impression of majesty was left in her heart since she was a child, and she had a psychological shadow. Now she wanted a tall shoulder to lean on. Qin Sun thought about it, and did not want to continue to interfere in Yilan affairs. Previously, Yilan wanted to write her own name on the will, forcing him to become her son, and she has been ridiculed by Xia Ning in the past few days. Qin Sun replied, I won't go. What gift? I don't care if it's valuable. Does Qin need money? I always treat money like dirt. Yilan was so angry that she threw the cards on the ground, and glared at Xia Ning. It's all your fault. Xia Ning? Qin Sun frowned, and said, Yilan, you are too rude. Xia Ning heard Qin Sun defending himself, and his resentment towards Yilan instantly dissipated. He said, Yilan, let's stop being childish. The people who came must be prominent figures in the Qin family. Their business status is higher than my grandfather's. Now they come to you in such a mess to apologize. My grandfather is not convenient to show up. He can only pretend not to be at home, so as not to use your power to see the Qin family's mess and be hated by them. The one who tied the bell must untie it. You must go down. Hearing Xia Ning's words, Yilan was silent. She felt that it made sense. Lu Shaoquan had given her protection these days, and she couldn't bring trouble to him. But she was really a little afraid of those brothers and sisters. From childhood to adulthood, they had never given her a good face. At this time, Xia Ning said, I go with you. Yilan looked up at Xia Ning, not knowing what to say. Xia Ning smiled. I go as your friend. As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Xiaojun shouted loudly, And me! I'm your brother. We've signed a contract. Will you said, then I go and join in the fun. I can fight better than Xia Ning and brother Niu, and I can be a bodyguard. Su Luoluo was infected by the atmosphere and said, I go too, I go too. I go, I can go, as a cheerleader. Wang Chui smiled, and said nothing. She was happy that Yilan could meet such a group of people. She glanced at Qin Sun, and felt mixed emotions. This Qin Sun was clearly working as a central air conditioner, helping unmarried women everywhere. But he was a loyal lover. It was so annoying. Surrounded by a group of women, Yilan walked towards the door. When she reached the door, she subconsciously turned back to look at Qin Sun. Qin Sun encouraged her. Don't think too much. Just keep it simple. You accept the gift? Listen to their apology. Scold them a few more times, and then send them away. Come on. Yilan hesitated, turned around and left. If you don't want to come, then don't come. Hack you. Qin Sun walked to the window and looked at the door from a distance. 7 or 8 minutes later, he saw a butler riding a balance bike to the gate and got into the crowd of bodyguards. After a while, more than 200 bodyguards lined up neatly in 2 rows on the left and right of the gate. The gate opened. The butler walked out and negotiated with a man in black outside the door. Not far away, 2 men and 1 woman got out of a luxury car. Each of them carried a black box in their hands, and walked into the gate of the manor step by step. Several people walked through the bodyguards' line, and walked quickly towards the villa. Qin Sun saw that more than 200 bodyguards outside the gate were still kneeling on the ground, and sighed. How much money does the Qin family pay you per month? They don't even let me get up. After a while, the Qin family disappeared from sight. Qin Sun knew that the 3 representatives of the Qin family should go to the reception room to negotiate with Yilan and others. With Niu Xiaojun, a shameless and tough man, in charge, they should be able to get a lot of benefits. The Qin family will definitely pay for their stupid behavior. Qin Sun sat back on the floor of the training room, and picked up the poker cards on the floor out of boredom, and they flew everywhere. After a deck of cards flew away, Qin Sun lay on the floor, looking at the ceiling, and felt even more bored. He closed his eyes and opened the system panel. Slacking points, 120859879. The next lottery requires 1 billion slacking points, almost 130 million slacking points. That's a lot. But it is still far from 1 billion points of lazy fishing points. Forget it. Go and draw with the lucky wheel. The things drawn with 100 million lazy fishing points have never seen garbage, except for the magical toilet seat worshipped by Grandpa Nyo. Qin Sun's eyes fell on the turntable in the upper right corner of the panel, and it immediately flew out and became as big as a Ferris wheel. He thought, consumed 100 million lazy fishing points to draw. The big turntable turned rapidly, and soon, a stream of light floated out. The stream of light dissipated, revealing a treasure chest. And out of the treasure chest popped out a wall clock. This clock looked like an ordinary wall clock. But strangely, it ran backwards. Qin Sun's eyes fell on the wall clock. And its message popped up immediately. Congratulations to the host for winning the hidden prize. Name, Slacking Value Converter. Quality, top quality. Function, within 1 month. Every penny the host spends properly will be converted into slacking value at a 1-to-1 ratio. How to use, spend money properly. Note, you will regret not having enough money when you need it. Is your money enough? Qin Sun stood up with a somersault, blinked, and was a little unbelievable. Hidden model? Top equipment? Slacking value converter? Convert money into slacking value? It's hard to save 1 billion slacking value, but it doesn't seem difficult to spend 1 billion a month. Qin Sun was excited, and did several backflips like a monkey before he gradually calmed down. As soon as he calmed down, his ambition grew. Fuck. 1 billion is a waste, 2 billion is also a waste. After I achieve the staged reward of 1 billion slacking value, according to the nature of this system, I must reach 10 billion slacking value next time to win the grand prize. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were firm. I will start this slacking value converter after I get 10 billion, spend 10 billion a month, and catch it off guard. Suddenly, ding! System prompt. Slacking value converter started, countdown 31 days. Chapter 1153, Patching on the Spot. Is there such a shameless system in the world? Hearing the system prompt, Qin Sun cursed. System, fuck your mother. Did I ask you to start it, and you started it? Patching on the spot at any time according to the host's intelligence, filling the loopholes. Is there such a shameless system in the world? The system did not respond, as if it was dead. Qin Sun closed his eyes, and his eyes fell on the wall clock on the system backpack. On. The wall clock zoomed in, and there was a number 31 on it. He opened his eyes and sighed. You have a conscience, and you didn't play dumb, and you knew that August has 31 days. Qin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground, lowered his head and frowned in thought, and calculated his money, and it seemed that he only had a few 100 million. It was too far from 10 billion. I have to find a way to make money. And I have to get 10 billion within a month, and then spend this 10 billion. Thinking of this, Qin Sun stood up and walked out of the practice room quickly, and rushed to the reception room of the manor owner's villa. There are 3 fat pigs there, cannot be let go. In the luxurious reception room, on the precious carpet, some sofas are neatly placed. 2 groups of people sit opposite each other. There is a coffee table in the middle. The people who come are the 2nd and 3rd sons of the Qian family, 2 of Yilan brothers. They look to be in their 50s. There is also the 4th son of the Qian family, who is Yilan's sister, who also looks to be in her 40s. On the coffee table, 3 black boxes have been opened, containing jewelry, watches, antiques. It is full of jewels and precious stones. You can tell it is worth a lot of money at first glance. The gifts that rich people like most usually have 2 characteristics. One is that it is valuable, and the other is that it is pretentious. It just so happens that what is on the table meets these 2 requirements. As for practicality, this is not what they consider. If we really talk about practicality, the dragon robes in the Forbidden City are not as good as the original pants of the senior sister. The dragon robes cannot be worn, but the pants of the senior sister can be worn, can be masturbated, and can be used to make tea. But who would have the nerve to give them away? Yilan sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, glancing at the gifts on the coffee table, said, What do you mean? Did you install bombs and watches and jewelry? Qian Lao looked embarrassed, chuckled twice, said, Little sister. Yilan heard this name, and immediately raised her hand to make a stop gesture. Stop! I have never heard of this name since I was a child. Qian Lao laughed twice again. We are all family, you. Seeing Yilan's cold eyes, he stopped laughing and said, We heard that you had a period of exile a while ago, and had a hard time. So this is a consolation for you. He noticed Yilan's expression and continued. In fact, we are also wondering why you hid in the United States. Yilan sneered. Niu Xiaojun couldn't stand it anymore, pointing at his nose and cursing. Old ding. Why are you pretending to be stupid here? Why did Yilan hide in the United States? Don't you have any idea? Qian Lao still had a slightly embarrassed smile on his face, and he sighed and explained. I heard about it. Yilan thought we would send people to hunt her down, so she sneaked into the United States. But, he spread his hands, looking a little aggrieved. But we didn't do anything. That day, after you took my brother hostage with a fruit knife and left, we were very angry, but we never looked for the so-called killer. We didn't even look for you. We were busy with other things. What he said was half true and half false. At that time, they did not immediately go to bother Yilan, because the old man passed away too suddenly, and there were still some bad accounts between them and their brothers and sisters. Seeing Yilan so excited, they wanted to let her calm down and deal with the internal problems first before looking for Yilan. This is what is called pacifying the country before fighting against foreign enemies. They were also shocked when the eldest brother of the Qian family was suddenly taken away for investigation, and then they realized that something was wrong. After much inquiry, they finally knew that Yilan might have found someone powerful. They got the exact news last night. Yilan was adopted as a goddaughter by a big boss with connections everywhere. She was not the goddaughter who called grandpa and dad in bed, but the goddaughter who was brought to the ancestral worship and had a name and a place. The brothers and sisters of the Qian family finally understood why they could not use all kinds of connections to rescue the boss of the Qian family. And no one helped them at all. They discussed until midnight last night, and came here in a grand manner to apologize today. Seeing that Qian Lao was sincere, Yilan's heart was beating, and she turned to look at Niu Xiaojun. Niu Xiaojun understood, picked up his phone and walked to the corner, dialed Secretary Zhao's number, and said in a hoarse voice, Hello, Uncle Zhao. I want to ask you something. Didn't Yilan go to the United States a while ago? Did her brothers and sisters of the Qian family find a killer at that time? The three brothers and sisters of the Qian family turned to look at Niu Xiaojun. With awkward smiles, the fat man walked to the corner, seemingly avoiding their discussion. But his voice was so loud that the whole reception room could hear it. She didn't care about their face at all. There was really no need to care about their face. Someone once said, if there were 1,000 elixirs of immortality in the world, those people on the domestic rich list would not even be qualified to eat one, let alone smell it. The Qian brothers and sisters, who were so high and mighty in front of the world, could not even have a meal at this fat man's house. But Yilan had a meal yesterday. In the corner of the living room, Niu Xiaojun had a serious face and kept nodding. I see. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Hang up the phone. She sat down next to Yilan and whispered to Yilan. Secretary Zhao had examined everything very clearly, and all kinds of evidence showed that the Qian family did not do anything extreme to Yilan. Without evidence of guilt, the head of the Qian family can't be locked up for too long, and will be released in the next 2 days, otherwise it will have a bad impact. Yilan was stunned. So it was all because I was too dramatic. He cancelled his phone card, smuggled himself to the United States, and didn't dare to take a plane. He rented a car and drove for a day to hide. He even got up in the middle of the night to search for assassins in the room. Finally, Qin Sun acted like a charlatan in front of Mr. Niu, dancing and singing to ask for a talisman? So stupid. Yilan looked at the three siblings of the Qian family opposite, a little embarrassed, and thought of what Qin Sun had just said. Listen to their apology, scold them a few words, and send them away. I've already apologized. The scolding is all because of my own drama, this scolding. Forget it, just scold me. Yilan slapped the sofa and said, I'm not a child anymore. You threw me out of the funeral hall. My father's body is still warm, and you came to force me to hand over the money. Now you say you didn't hire a killer to kill me? I think you didn't have time to hire a killer to kill me. The three brothers and sisters of the Qin family were hit by what he said. Their eyes were a little wandering, and a ball of fire rose in their hearts, but they could only suppress it. Yilan said in a terribly cold voice, My name is Yilan, my last name is Yi, and I have nothing to do with your Qin family. We will not interfere with each other in the future. She pointed at the 3 boxes on the coffee table. Take your things and get out. The 3 brothers and sisters of the Qian family exchanged glances. From Yilan's words, they heard that she would not retaliate against them. The 3 stood up and nodded to Yilan and the others. The second son of the Qin family said, Leave the things, as a memory. Yilan kicked the coffee table in anger. Take it, get out. The 3 brothers and sisters of the Qin family had no choice but to bend down to pack the boxes, and turned to walk out the door. As soon as the three of them reached the door opened. Chin Sun appeared at the door, and his eyes swept over the three people, and finally fell on the black boxes in their hands. Chapter 1154. She is a beautiful girl. How helpless she must be. Chin Sun stood outside the door, seeing the three brothers and sisters of the Chin family carrying boxes, looking like they were about to leave, and asked calmly, "Are you leaving?" The second son of the Chin family nodded. "Yes, Mr. Chin." Before coming, they had done some research, and knew that Yilan was hanging out with the internet celebrity Chin Sun. They were somewhat relieved that they hadn't seen her just now, because according to the information, this Chin Sun has a kind of calm madness, and will suddenly attack people's lower body. Unexpectedly, when he was about to leave, he blocked his way. Chin Sun frowned. "You don't want to keep the things in this box?" The second son of the Chin family sighed. "Sister, Ms. Yilan insisted on not taking it, and we are helpless." Chin Sun narrowed his eyes, and asked, "Is it worth money?" The second son of the Chin family was stunned. He has been giving gifts for many years, and he has never met anyone who asked such a core question so nakedly. This is as presumptuous as going to a club and asking someone if they are virgins. The second son of the Chin family smiled bitterly. "A little gift, the three boxes add up to almost 50 million. Chin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, "Take it." He reached out and grabbed one box after another, holding them all in his hand, walked into the reception room, and hooked the door with his foot. "Three Chin family bosses, don't be in a hurry to leave. Sit for a while." Xiaoning, Yilan and others were shocked. They didn't know what Chin Sun was going to do. Why did he come up and rob things like a gangster? Still closing the door. "Close the door and beat the dog?" Chin Sun said to the three brothers and sisters of the Chin family. "Why are you still standing there? Sit down." Suddenly, he noticed a pair of eyes that had been fixed on his face. He looked over and found that it was the fourth sister of the Chin family. The fourth sister of the Chin family looked to be in her 40s, well-maintained, with tight and fair skin, and a pair of peach blossom eyes that revealed the charm of a mature woman. She was staring straight naked, with a lustful look. Chin Sun could tell at a glance that this person was not simple. She must have been a great beauty when she was young, and her charm was full of stories. Don't be fooled by her fair skin and beautiful face. She must have spread her legs behind her husband's back. She is beautiful, spreading her legs, and will eventually become a ghost in the mountains. Chin Sun asked. "Annie, why are you staring at me?" She and four sisters' temples jumped, and sighed. "Mr. Chin, you are much prettier than on the internet." As soon as he opened his mouth, Chin Sun felt that he was about to be kept by someone, looking at the woman in front of him, who had no place to lick. He said coldly, "What do you want to say?" She and four sisters' hearts sank. She was used to the little wolves and little puppies in the entertainment industry crawling in front of her to suck her toes and drink her urine. And for a moment, she ignored Chin Sun's identity besides being a star. She and four sisters said with a smile, "Mr. Chin, why are you talking so coldly? I used to give you a lot of gifts when I watched your live broadcast." Chin Sun's expression eased a little, hesitated, and asked, "That? Are you the richest woman in Beijing?" He was in great need of money now. And the richest woman in Beijing who appeared and disappeared in his live broadcast room had given him millions of gifts. She is considered the #1 fan. If I could meet her, maybe I could borrow some money to spend. The rich woman from the Chin family, who lives in Beijing, seems to have the ability to do so. The fourth sister of the Chin family smiled slightly stiffly, saying, "No, I'm not as crazy as her. She is willing to spend money to support a young man, but she always likes offline transactions. Before confirming that the other party has a special skill, she will not waste too much money online." Chin Sun felt relieved but a little disappointed, saying, "Then why are you talking so much nonsense? Go, go, go! Everyone go back and sit down, have a cup of tea before you go." The three brothers and sisters of the Chin family had to sit back. They had heard of Chin Sun's name. He was very talented, known as a human-shaped self-propelled money printing machine, but his personality was a bit eccentric. He was ruthless and thick-skinned, shameless and cunning, and he could be said to be the dregs of all schools of thought. What worried them most was that he had a very strong fist. Chin Sun walked up to Su Luoluo, handed the three black boxes to her, and said, "Take good care of the things. It's a gift from a guest. How can you let the guest take it back? Isn't this looking down on people? You don't know any rules at all?" Su Luoluo looked aggrieved. She sat on the sofa, her legs together, stacked the three boxes neatly together, pressed her arms tightly on them, and nodded vigorously. "Yes, Boss Chin, I take good care of it." Qin Sun found an empty sofa opposite the three brothers and sisters of the Qin family and sat down, lying on it, crossing his legs, and said directly, 50 million is not enough. As soon as the words fell, the Qin family's three siblings looked unhappy, and a huge rage rose in their hearts. Although Qin Sun was somewhat famous on the internet, but with his current achievements, they usually had to queue up to see him. Now they are asking for trouble. What do you mean 5,000 yuan is not enough? This is not ghost money. Xia Ning and others looked at Qin Sun, who was sitting like a mountain king, and they felt embarrassed for him. Yulan had acted too much, and had run half a circle around the earth. The other party was very sincere enough to come and apologize with 50 million. The second son of the Qin family sat upright and said, Mr. Qin, I don't understand what you mean by this. Qin Sun sneered, pointed to Yulan not far away, and said, such a beautiful girl, just because her father died, was hunted to the ends of the earth by you. Is there still the law? Is there still the law? You are using 50 million to get rid of beggars? The penalty for the announcements she turned down these days is tens of millions. As he said this, he slapped the sofa hard to increase his momentum. The three brothers and sisters of the Qin family smiled bitterly and looked at Yulan. Seeing Qin Sun venting his anger for her, Yulan was happy and enjoyed the process. However, she also felt that it was a bit too much to put the blame on someone out of nothing. She stood up and walked to Qin Sun, bent down and whispered in his ear for a while, then turned around and walked back. Qin Sun knew that everything was a false alarm. He thought about it and didn't care. He pounded the sofa again and said loudly, is there such a thing? He looked at Qin Lao and said, Yulan told me just now that she hid in an iron cage for animals on the smuggling boat, ate only coarse food, and slept under a bridge in the United States, hiding from the wind and sleeping in the open. That's the United States, where homeless people and black people masturbate everywhere at night. She is a beautiful girl. How helpless she must be. As soon as the words fell, Yulan turned back suddenly, stumbled, and almost fell on the sofa. She looked at Qin Sun blankly, more helpless than being harassed by homeless people. An animal cage? Eating bread and vegetables? Under the bridge? What is Qin Sun going to do? He has such a poor hearing. Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun blankly, with a look of shock on her face. What is he going to do? Isn't his intention to knock on the bamboo pole a little too obvious? Niu Xiaojun looked at Qin Sun, and then at the three siblings of the Qin family, with a smile on his face, looking like he was watching the fun without fear of trouble. The second son of the Qin family stared at Qin Sun, and asked in a deep voice, word by word, Mr. Qin, what do you want? Chapter 1155. I hope that we will never meet again in the future. I want to ask for an explanation for Yulan. Qin Sun pointed at Yulan, and said loudly, although the second son of the Qin family is not as respected as the eldest son of the Qin family, he is also the president of several large companies. He usually stomps his feet 3 times. He couldn't stand a young man like Qin Sun talking to him in such a tone. So he stood up suddenly, and said loudly, what do you want to say? Qin Sun stood up and stared into his eyes, and said, her last name is Qian too. Now tell me, where is her money? Where is her money? The atmosphere immediately became tense. Everyone looked up at the two people standing in confrontation, fearing that in the next second, Qian Lao Air would be grabbed by Qin Sun's legs and spun around. Yulan was moved. Just now, Qin Sun would rather play with his phone in the practice room than come to support the scene, but finally he found his conscience, and finally came down to make a scene. And he was very aggressive. This is the good thing about shameless people. Even if they are not right, they are still strong. Seeing Qin Sun firing on all cylinders, Xia Ning felt a little uncomfortable, but didn't say anything, and planned to deal with him in the evening. Qian Lao knew that Qin Sun was talking about Yulan inheritance, took a few deep breaths, regained his composure, and said, Mr. Qin, it's all a misunderstanding. We didn't send anyone to hunt down Qianlan, nor did we think of playing tricks on our father's will. Her legal rights will definitely be protected. Qin Sun heard this, and sat back on the sofa. Qian Lao followed him, and sat down. The two looked at each other for a few seconds. Qin Sun spoke slowly, saying, after all, she was scared. She should be compensated for mental damage. 50 million is not enough. It's far from enough. Qian Lao's face was gloomy. Yulan was also confused. Seeing that it was good, why not accept it? Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun, not knowing what he was up to. It was a bit too ostentatious for him to stand up for Yilan today. 50 million is not enough? If they really wanted to kill Yilan, then of course, it would not be enough. But to get 50 million for a mistake is already very good. The second son of the Qian family stared at Qin Sun. Seeing Qin Sun smiling but not saying anything, he suddenly became nervous, thinking that Qin Sun was already thinking of a combo to beat him up. The second son of the Qian family said, "These days, we paid the penalty for the notices that Qian Lan turned down." Qin Sun turned to look at Wang Chui and asked, "Sister Chui, you should calculate the money that Yilan could have earned these days, and the money that she needs to pay. Calculate the total amount of money." As a top assistant, Wang Chui knows all these things and has figured them out long ago. She took out her phone and said, "Sister Yi, I have turned down 4 announcements in the past few days. I should have earned 10.5 million yuan. But I have to pay 31.5 million yuan because of the breach of contract. This is 42 million yuan. As she said this, she walked in front of Qin Sun and showed him the information on her phone. Qin Sun didn't even look at it, but looked directly at Qian Lauer and said, "Did you hear that? 42 million in and out, rounded up to 50 million. Qian Lauer was silent for a moment, and suddenly smiled, as if his anger had burned his laughter nerves. Okay. 50 million is 50 million. Qin Sun heard him agree, and hurriedly turned around, and called Su Luoluo. "Su, quickly give Mr. Qian your bank card number, and run forward." Su Luoluo was startled. "Me? Yilan?" Wang Chui was also confused. "Making wedding clothes for others? What is this for?" Qin Sun turned to look at the second son of the Qian family and explained. Yilan can also be called Nyolan now. Her grandfather is a person who serves the people. A huge amount of money cannot appear in the bank card for no reason. First transfer it to my card. And then I will slowly transfer it to her in installments. When the second son of the Qian family heard this absurd reason, he just thought it was ridiculous. He guessed that Qin Sun said so much just to highlight Nyolan. 2 words, warning them that Yilan's status is not ordinary now. If they are to be punished, they have to bear it. Qian Lauer nodded. "That's your business. I can hit anyone's card, as long as you admit it." Qin Sun crossed his legs and said with a smile, "Don't worry about my character." Su Luoluo carefully put away the 3 black boxes, took out a notebook from his bag, wrote down Qin Sun's bank card number, tore off a page, and handed it to Qian Lauer with both hands. Qian Lauer took it, and handed it to Qian's third son beside him. "Mr. Qin, you will receive this amount before 5 p.m. tomorrow at the latest." He clasped his hands together. "I hope we will never meet again in the future." He stood up and left. Qin Sun said hurriedly, "No hurry." Qian Lauer stared at Qin Sun. His nostrils slightly dilated. And for a moment, he was so angry that he wanted to fight him. Qin Sun pointed at the 3 black boxes and said, "Please take those 3 boxes back." Qian Lauer was startled, and a smile blossomed on his livid face. He said, "Mr. Qin is really a good person. He will not accept gifts after receiving money. He is really a role model for the younger generation." Qin Sun waved his hand. "That's enough." He leaned on the sofa, looked up at Qian Lauer, and said, "Please convert the 3 boxes of gifts into money, and transfer them to the card. I remember you said it was worth 50 million. Right?" The smile on Qian Lauer's face froze, and collapsed like a river bursting its dam. And he said angrily, "Just now you asked for 50 million. Now you ask for another 50 million. You. He habitually wanted to say something vicious. But when he thought of the rumor that Yilan became the goddaughter of a big shot with Qin Sun's help, he swallowed all the dirty words in his heart. Qian Lauer stamped his feet. "Why didn't you say it all at once?" Qin Sun laughed. "I have a habit. I like to ask for money like dumplings, asking for 50 million at a time. And I always ask for it warm. Otherwise, it's all fucking gone." Qian Lauer walked away in a huff. At the latest, the day after tomorrow afternoon, 100 million will be in the account. Qian Lao San hurriedly followed. Qian Lao Si went to get 3 boxes, and when she reached the door, she couldn't help but look back at Qin Sun again, before closing the door. Niu Xiaojun laughed a few times, and said to Qin Sun, "Qin Sun, that old woman is interested in you." "Qin Sun, what do you mean?" Niu Xiaojun laughed. "The old woman can't hide her eyes when she wants to pinch someone." Qin Sun looked contemptuous. "Get away from me. Don't let your stench pollute my pure heart." Niu Xiaojun gave him the middle finger crazily. After a while, "Xia Ning, Yilan, Wu Yu surrounded Qin Sun, staring down at him on the sofa. They looked left and right, like looking at a mentally retarded child with an underdeveloped brain. Qin Sun looked up at them, and found that the look in the eyes of a group of women who wanted to kill a man could not be hidden. He covered his chest with both hands and asked, "Why are you looking at me like this?" Chapter 1156. I just ask one question. Can't I spend my own money? Qin Sun crossed his arms, huddled on the sofa, looking up at a group of women staring at him, like a daisy swaying in the wind in the corner. Poor, weak and helpless. Xia Ning couldn't bear to see him look so dead, slapped the back of his hand hard, said coldly, "You are so strange today. What do you want to do?" Wu Yu echoed loudly. "What do you want to do?" Yi Lan stared at Qin Sun and asked loudly, "Qin Sun, I thought you came here to help me at first, but then I found out that it was not true. Why did you put my money into your bank card? What is your intention?" Qin Sun was a little embarrassed, and stretched out his right hand and rubbed his fingers, and said, "I'm a little tight on money now, and I need money. I use it for a while, and return it to you after I use it up." Yi Lan? Return it to me after I use it up? What can you pay back after you've used it up? Wu Yu said sarcastically. Who just said that he didn't like money and treated money as dirt? Why are you a Pichio now? You want to put the money in other people's pockets into your own pocket? Qin Sun said with a chuckle. I was young and ignorant just now, and I didn't know the benefits of money. Xia Ning said coldly. It's only been less than half an hour, and you've matured. You're growing fast. Qin Sun said with a harmless smile. Everyone's physique is different. Xia Ning laughed angrily, stepped on Qin Sun's instep, and asked, Tell me, what do you want so much money for? Qin Sun took a deep breath and said in a tone full of fighting spirit, Promote the game. Xia Ning was shocked. You want to spend 100 million to promote it? As soon as she said it, she realized something was wrong, narrowed her eyes slightly, and asked in a deep voice, But you have more than 100 million yourself. You don't need to steal Yi Lan money. How much do you want to spend? Qin Sun held up a finger. Yi Lan sneered. 100 million? Good fellow, you don't even want to pay a penny. Qin Sun shook his head. Wu Yu realized that things were not simple, and asked, 1 billion. Qin Sun shook his head. Xia Ning guessed it immediately, and suddenly got angry, and raised her fist to hit Qin Sun's forehead. 100 billion? I wake you up. Qin Sun turned his head to avoid Xia Ning's punch. Xia Ning became even more angry, swinging her fists, and her fists rained down on Qin Sun, making a loud thumping sound. Yi Lan and Wu Yu were so scared that they hid aside. Niu Xiaojun saw Xia Ning's skillful boxing skills, and knew that she had abused Qin Sun a lot. Qin Sun looked nonchalant, and it seemed that they had a lot of fun in bed. Yi Lan saw that Xia Ning had been beating Qin Sun for a full half-minute, and frowned, thinking that Xia Ning might be taking revenge because Qin Sun had stood up for her. She stepped forward to stop Xia Ning and said, That's enough, that's enough. 10 billion? How is that possible? He must be joking. Xia Ning stopped her fist and stared at Qin Sun. She knew Qin Sun better than anyone else. The more ridiculous the goal this mad dog said, the more determined he would be to pursue it. This guy is not kidding. Qin Sun looked at Yi Lan, grinned, and said, I'm serious. I'm going to spend 10 billion to promote the original god. Niu Xiaojun jumped off the sofa, squeezed into the crowd like a flesh bomb, and said loudly, Do you want to hear what you were saying? My second uncle couldn't say such words after his stroke. Did you make your brain yellow after performing the oracle for my grandfather? Qin Sun smiled slightly, and was about to say something. Stop laughing. Xia Ning stopped him immediately. She sat next to Qin Sun on the sofa, holding Qin Sun's hand tightly with her right hand, as if she was afraid that this madman would run away. She stared into Qin Sun's eyes, and said earnestly, Qin Sun, my family used to run a game company and lost more than 500 million yuan, which is a stain on the development history of our group. It's not a big loss, but it's also a big loss. I know the importance of promotion for a game, and it really costs a lot of money. But even the most expensive game promotion fee in the world is only more than 80 million yuan a month. But it's a mature hit game, and the game company is sure to make money, so it can accurately calculate a figure with the highest income-output ratio. Then, they started to spend a lot of money. A lot of money. This is to make more money. How can you prepare 10 billion to spend on a game that hasn't even been launched on the market? Or even in internal testing? That's 10 billion. Xia Ning let go of Qin Sun's hand, and didn't care that he was surrounded by a bunch of people. He gently put his arm around his waist and shook it. His tone was like coaxing a child. Be good. We won't make trouble anymore. I approve. Approve. She hesitated, and emphasized her tone, as if she had made a decision that went against her ancestors. I approve 100 million yuan for marketing expenses. Okay? Xia Ning opened her clear eyes, staring at Qin Sun eagerly, trying to awaken his rationality. Yilan shook her head, stepped aside and sat on the sofa. It's really so annoying. After laying the groundwork for a long time, it turns out that it's just to spread this kind of dog food? These two beasts are not singing a double act. Disgusting. We grew up with Xia Ning since childhood, and rarely saw Xia Ning like this. She has always been more mature than her peers, and has always been aloof. But now she exudes the radiance of motherhood and the tenderness of a young woman. Qin Sun has really taken advantage of her. Niu Xiaojun looked disdainful, and always felt that if there were no one else around, the two of them would have started a fight on the sofa. Qin Sun was silent for a moment, and said, No. As soon as the words fell, Xia Ning pushed him hard, stood up and walked to the opposite sofa to sit side by side with Yilan, staring at him coldly. Wu Yu. Niu Xiaojun followed. The four women sat in a row, staring at Qin Sun as if he were a criminal. Qin Sun sighed and said, I have my reasons. Once this game is successfully promoted, I will make at least 200 to 300 million a month. After saying that, he saw the four women opposite snorted coldly, crossed their arms at the same time, and looked at him with contempt. He continued, I'm talking about pure profit. 200 to 300 million a month. After saying that, he saw the contempt on the faces of the four women became even stronger, and they all turned their heads away, looking as if they couldn't bear to watch. Xia Ning shook her head. I don't believe it. Qin Sun was helpless. Knowing that she didn't believe it, they didn't believe it either. But time was running out. There would be no chance of opening a top-notch item, like the slacking value converter. If I were to argue with them in the usual way, I would never be able to raise the 10 billion until the day I die. They, believe it or not. Qin Sun leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, put his hands on the sofa backrest, and said, It looks like there's nothing to talk about. Xia Ning turned around, and saw Qin Sun's arrogant look. He felt something was wrong. He hesitated and said, No need to talk. Qin Sun, I made a lot of money for the company. Right? Xia Ning, I keep it for you until you calm down. Qin Sun smiled and asked in a deep voice, I just want to ask, can't I spend my own money? Chapter 1157, Trick the Singles and then kill them? The living room was quiet. Yilan, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Su Luoluo, Wang Chui suddenly turned to look at Qin Sun and Xia Ning. Her eyes wandered over their faces. Spending his own money? His own money? This is the truth, but the implication is, I spend my money, don't mind it. If the tone is a little more serious, it would be, I spend my money, it's none of your business. If the tone is a little more sarcastic, it would be, I spend my money, I don't care, who do you think you are? Although Qin Sun has always been violent and arrogant to outsiders, when would he say such harsh words to Xia Ning? Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun expressionlessly, and after a long silence, she suddenly smiled and said, Okay. After that, she lowered her head, no longer looking at Qin Sun, took out her mobile phone, opened her mailbox, found a document, and read it without emotion. Mr. Qin, I will report your personal assets to you. According to the previous contract, Oak Marketing Company can take more than 85.6 million from the company account as of last month. The box office share of the richest man in Shiheng City has been paid. After deducting various taxes, the company account has 726,433,209 yuan. The current market value of the pharmaceutical stocks you bought in the stock market is about 40 million yuan. Do you need to cash out? Xia Ning looked up at Qin Sun, and without waiting for his answer, he lowered his head and continued to read. The copyright fee for your song is currently 63,770,000 yuan. After deducting the platform commission from your doing live broadcast, after taxes, there is still 7,960,000 yuan. Although the Wandering Blue Star and the Three-Body Problem were given to President Zheng, they have not been published yet, and the final royalties are still unknown. Qin Sun heard Xia Ning's low and cold voice, and knew that she was sad, and said, "Don't say it." But he saw that Xia Ning did not look up, and waved at him. "President Qin, don't worry. I finish it soon. There are also some serious infringements. We filed a lawsuit and received compensation of 5.21 million. So far, only 2.56 million has been received. Total." Xia Ning lowered her head and stared at her phone, silent, not sure if she was counting or didn't want to talk anymore. The room was quiet. No one dared to speak. Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Xia Ning trio. Usually Wu Yu and Niu Xiaojun talk more, like to chatter non-stop. But their core has always been Xia Ning. She is the one who has been settling things since she was a child. Even if Niu Xiaojun has a special status, once Xia Ning gets angry, they can only shrink to the side. And today, Xia Ning seems to be sad? Just like the day when her 6 coffee shops closed down, she calmly analyzed her decision to run the shops to the 2, but she was full of powerlessness. She was completely broken. Yi Lan looked at Xia Ning, who was silent and lowered her head with mixed feelings. Although she wanted Xia Ning to break up with Qin Sun, she was not very happy now that there were signs of a breakup. Besides, it seemed that they couldn't break up. Su Luluo looked at Qin Sun and Xia Ning, and her heart was pounding. The last time it beat so fast was when she was a sophomore, and her mother said she wanted to give her a younger brother. Xia Ning raised his head and smiled softly, with a distant smile. "Boss Qin, I calculated it, and it's a total of more than 926,320,000. What a pity. It's less than 10 billion. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's smile, was silent for a while, and said slowly, "Forget it. Leave this money in the company's account, and I think of a way myself." Xia Ning's heart shrank suddenly, and it hurt a little. It's like a child from a poor family who keeps clamoring for a hamburger, and the mother keeps persuading him that it's too expensive, saying it's not worth it, saying it's junk food, but she just won't buy it. But when the child suddenly said, "Okay, let's go home and eat," she felt guilty towards the child. Xia Ning felt uncomfortable, and then inexplicably angry. She glared at Qin Sun and said loudly, "Forget it? How can you forget it? If you don't spend this money, you will definitely bring this up when we quarrel in the future. Say I delayed your takeoff. You earned this money yourself. You can spend it however you want. I don't care. We haven't gotten married yet." Yi Lan frowned. "Marriage? So annoying. Sprinkling sugar even when quarreling? So annoying." Qin Sun was unhappy to begin with, and after being scolded by Xia Ning, his voice became louder. "I won't spend it. I worked hard to earn this money. If I lose it all, I will have to beg on the street in the future?" Xia Ning said angrily. "I still have money. It's not like I can't support you. Are you a big eater?" Yi Lan, Niu Xiaojun, and Wu Yu all looked disgusted, and got up and left the sofa one after another, not on the same side as Xia Ning. Damn it! We were arguing peacefully, but suddenly they started showing off their affection. It's like luring singles here and then killing them. Will they let people live? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, laughed, walked over to sit next to her, but she pushed him away. He didn't get angry and said, "I want to spend 10 billion, but I don't have to invest all of it in game promotion. I can launch the game quickly, invest 100 million or 200 million first, and see how the market reacts. If you can see the prospect of making a lot of money, then continue to invest more. When the game makes money, I will buy land and build buildings, buy luxury cars, buy luxury houses, and spend 10 billion yuan. Isn't this reasonable?" After hearing this, Xia Ning didn't think it was very reasonable. Who would rush to promote and launch a game before it's been tested? Who would say they would invest hundreds of millions to promote the game before it's launched? And who would think about buying land and building buildings before the game makes money? However, Qin Sun made a concession, saying that he would slowly invest 100 million or 200 million first, and then make additional investments based on the market reaction. This is not as scary as the one who just opened his mouth to invest 10 billion. Xia Ning took advantage of the situation and said softly, "You should have said it earlier. It's so embarrassing to calculate the property just now. Just like a divorce." Qin Sun laughed. "Don't mention it, you are really good at math." Xia Ning, "Not bad, I almost studied science back then." Qin Sun, "Fortunately I didn't study it, men in science classes are all shy." Xia Ning, "Really?" Qin Sun, Of course not, look at me. Xia Ning. You are so coquettish. In the room, Su Luoluo looked at the two with an ant smile, and ate candy happily on the side. Others couldn't stand it anymore, and kept moving away from the couple, and shrank to the corner of the room. But their conversation still drifted into their ears. Niu Xiaojun grinned, and got goosebumps all over his body. Wu Yu covered his ears with both hands, and felt that it was not as comfortable as being struck by lightning. Yilan stared out the window for a while, and couldn't bear it anymore, turned his head and said loudly, Okay. 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 What crime did we break to deserve this torture? Can you hide it from others? Disgusting. Qin Sun and Xia Ning shut up. Xia Ning was a little embarrassed, lowered her head slightly, and stared at her knees. Qin Sun was thick-skinned, and smiled at Yilan. Disgusting? Then I tell you something happy. Yilan looked at Qin Sun quietly. Qin Sun smiled and said, I will ask Yi Tianho to be the global spokesperson for Genshin Impact. The endorsement fee is 100 million. Chapter 1158. Without Zhang the Butcher. We will eat hairy pigs? Whose money is not borrowed? Yilan looked down at Qin Sun, proudly raised finger and asked, 100 million? Qin Sun smiled. 100 million. Yilan smiled playfully. Endorsement fee? Qin Sun nodded lightly, looking proud. Xia Ning was confused. What's going on? Just now they said that they would spend 100 or 200 million slowly to see the situation, but now they want to spend 100 million directly to hire an endorser. Or a global spokesperson? Yilan was silent. 100 million yuan is indeed a lot of endorsement fees. The endorsement fees of the top stars in the entertainment industry are generally around 20 million yuan for 2 years. Only top sports stars can get endorsement fees of over 100 million yuan. The top here refers to strong strength, strong honors, strong popularity, and there are only a few such people in the country. There are top stars who get 400 to 500 million yuan in endorsement fees a year, such as Bai Hong and herself, but that is accumulated from a bunch of endorsement fees. Which company would offer a star 100 million? You are kidding me. Yilan stared at Qin Sun and asked, Are you serious? Qin Sun replied, Do I look like someone who loves to lie? He said it very sincerely. Yilan laughed a few times, but suddenly stopped smiling like she was slamming on the brakes, pointed at Qin Sun's nose and scolded him. When I filmed The Richest Man in Shihong City for you before, you charged me tens of millions. You are a miser who only takes in and never spends out. Would you be so kind as to give me 100 million for endorsement? 100 million? She became more and more angry as she spoke. 100 million exactly? Now I understand why you transferred the money from the Qian family to your card. So, after a roundabout way, you want to use my mental damage compensation to ask me to be your spokesperson. You want to get something for free again? Qin Sun saw that Yilan was very excited, and her saliva almost sprayed on her face, and he didn't indulge her and said, What do you mean by getting something for free? Fuck. From The Journey of Flower, to The Richest Man in Shihong City and Fatal Identity, my 3 movies made you the queen of the 6 billion box office within a year, and you have completely established your foothold in the film industry. Are tens of millions too much? Have I ever asked for an extra dime from the beginning to the end? He stood up, turned his head slightly away, avoiding Yilan's face, and yelled, Fuck. Speak without thinking? This passage is from the movie Black Gold. Qin Sun's performance was flawless, shoving the whole reception room into silence. Yilan stared at Qin Sun in a daze. She was speechless, because what Qin Sun said made sense. Spending tens of millions to become a box office magic drug can expand one's career, increase one's own value, is not a loss at all. But, out of nowhere, why did Qin Sun suddenly explode? Did he take a nuclear bomb? Xia Ning stood up and patted Qin Sun on the back, and swallowed all the words she had in her mind to persuade him to save money. She used to think that she would be a mother who was emotionally stable and did not spoil her children. But after meeting Qin Sun, she found that it was a bit difficult. If their children were as willful as Qin Sun in the future, she might be soft-hearted and let them be a little more unruly. For example, facing Qin Sun now, there is absolutely no way to deal with him. Qin Sun said to Yilan expressionlessly, I've already said it, this 100 million is borrowed, and most half a year, I will pay you back with interest. Yilan didn't say anything. Qin Sun turned to look at Su Luoluo, said, Student Su, you and Ning Ning draft the endorsement contract today, and transfer 100 million to Yilan account. He didn't dare to wait for the money from the Qian family to arrive before transferring it to Yilan, lest this unscrupulous system make a wrong judgment. Borrowing Elon money to pay Elon as endorsement fee is not a legal operation. After all, the system said spend money properly. Borrowing other people's money to buy their moral integrity. It seems not very decent. Su Luoluo didn't dare to agree. Looked at Xia Ning. And saw her nod slightly. Then said, "Okay." Elon opened her mouth. But didn't say anything. And agreed with an unhappy look. "Damn it! Qin Sun. This bastard just said damn it and hacked me. This 100 million is mental damage compensation. Anyway, after the game is launched, I will definitely be ridiculed by netizens. This money is not taken for nothing." Qin Sun sat back on the sofa, looking at the depressed Elon, with a harmless smile on his face, said, "That, Elon. Can you lend me some more money?" Elon's eyes widened, suspecting that there was something wrong with her ears. "What did you say? You just scolded me, said you would give me 100 million, and then you turn around and ask me to lend you money?" Qin Sun rubbed his hands, and smiled innocently. Yes. Elon sneered. "Or I can just wait for your 100 million to arrive, and then I will transfer it back to you, and you can ask me to be your endorsement again, so that the endorsement fee will be 200 million. If the money goes around again, it will be 300 million. If it goes around 100 times, I will become a 10 billion endorsement, and your game promotion fee will be as high as 10 billion. Tell it out, and we will both save face. What do you think?" Elon said it in anger, but she saw Qin Sun's expression of enlightenment, as if he had realized something. Qin Sun looked serious, frowning and thinking. It seems quite reasonable. Can this bug be fixed? Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Warning! 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 Qin Sun closed his eyes, looking like he had no desire to live. Damn it! This system is getting more and more shameless. Patching it urgently all the time. And can't bear to see the host do well. Qin Sun opened his eyes, and said to Elon, "That's not necessary. Lend me the money, I have other uses for it." Elon asked, "What are they for?" Qin Sun crossed his legs and began to talk while counting his fingers. "Who said that a game can only have one spokesperson? You are the global spokesperson. I will find another national spokesperson. One in East China, one in South China, one in North China, one in Central China, one in Southwest China, one in Northwest China, and another in Northeast China. That's 9. All of them cost money." Xia Ning. Elon and the others were silent for a moment, when they heard Qin Sun's serious nonsense. After a while, Xia Ning gently pushed Elon and said, "Let's go out for some fresh air. Let him calm down here alone." Elon ran away. "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Qin Sun must be crazy." Wang Chui followed quickly. Wu Yu trotted past, and did not forget to turn around and scold Qin Sun. "Idiot!" Qin Sun was not happy. He looked up and saw Niu Xiaojun coming over. He said, "Take good care of your washboard. Look at her quality." Niu Xiaojun chuckled. "You? A big idiot." After scolding her, she ran away. Qin Sun? Soon. Su Luoluo was the only one left in the room. Qin Sun saw her looking at him timidly, and in a dilemma. He waved his hand helplessly and said, "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." Su Luoluo ran away, not forgetting to close the door. Qin Sun looked at the empty reception room, and snorted coldly. Without Zhang the butcher. Will we eat the hairy pig? He took out his cell phone, and picked through the address book, and finally landed on the 3-word Xia Shuheo. It doesn't matter who you borrow money from? Uncle Hao is a straightforward person. I started with him, and borrowed all the way to Mr. Xia. I don't believe I can't raise 1 billion. Chapter 1159. Xia Shujia is such a grown man. But he still complains to women? Dial the phone. Before Qin Sun had time to speak, Xia Shuheo's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. "Qin Sun! Fuck. I just wanted to call you these 2 days, but I didn't have the nerve to do it. I didn't expect you to call me first. You are worthy of being my good buddy." Hearing this, Qin Sun heard this enthusiastic voice and smelled a hint of danger. "I didn't have the nerve to call you? Are you trying to let me down?" Qin Sun asked tentatively. "Uncle Hao, what's the matter? You're missing me?" Xia Shuheo laughed a few times on the other end of the phone. It was a hearty laugh, which made Qin Sun feel better. The laughter stopped. Xia Shuheo said, "My nephew-in-law. Lend me 500,000. Qin Sun? He felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly flying around in a dry toilet. Uncle Hal, what's wrong with you? Why do you have to borrow such a small amount of money? Xia Shihao on the other end of the phone was stunned, and then laughed. If you are willing to lend more, it's fine. Qin Sun fell on the sofa, looking like he had lost all hope in life, and said, Uncle Hal, I don't mean the amount of money. I just want to ask you, what trouble have you encountered? As soon as he said it, he regretted it. What if Xia Shihao encountered some big trouble and needed a lot of money? Wouldn't it be uncomfortable for him? Xia Shihao sighed on the other end of the phone and said, I'm telling you, you can't tell anyone else. I'm in love with a female student, and I accidentally got her pregnant. Now she needs 300,000 yuan for nutrition. I'm a soft-hearted person, and I thought I'd give her more. So I just told her I'd give her 500,000 yuan. I can't ask your aunt for this money. Qin Sun rolled his eyes. Damn! I'm paying for your bad fate? I don't believe that I can get back the 500,000 yuan. Qin Sun sat up, sighed, and said, Uncle, send me the card number, and I transfer the 500,000 to you this afternoon. Xia Shihao laughed on the other end of the phone. Okay. You are worthy of being my future nephew's son-in-law. If anything goes wrong with your sponsorship of a female college student, I will definitely protect you. Qin Sun? Then thank you. Uncle Hal. He hung up the phone. Qin Sun looked out the window with a blank face, and felt that his life had never been so miserable. He died before he could accomplish his mission. In the future, you have to ask for money first. Whoever asks later will be in trouble. Qin Sun calmed down, walked out of the living room, and knocked on Lu Shaoquan's study. Master, are you there? Are you there? Master? The door opened. Qin Sun walked in with a smile, and closed the door. Master, I have something to tell you. He talked a lot, for more than half an hour, and his mouth was dry. From the game market in Country C, to the global game market, to the charm of the game Genshin Impact, to his personal ideal in life. Qin Sun looked at Lu Shaoquan with a determined face. Master, I must consider whether this is my only chance in this life. Lu Shaoquan was silent for a moment. What you just said, I didn't understand. Qin Sun? Lu Shaoquan continued. But do you want to get money from me? Qin Sun smiled. Yes. It's a loan. Master, you still understand. Lu Shaoquan's face darkened, and said, There is no such thing as a loan between a master and an apprentice. Qin Sun stood up with an embarrassed face, smiled bitterly, bowed slightly to Lu Shaoquan, and prepared to leave the study. Lu Shaoquan frowned slightly and said, I don't know how much money you want. I can't give out so much at once. If I give too much, I'm afraid my other children and grandchildren will have opinions. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, raised his head, and said, I can give you 200 million. He looked at Qin Sun, his eyes shining, and said in a deep voice, Qin Sun, whether you and Xia Ning get married or not, whether you get divorced or not, we are master and apprentice. You have to take care of me until the end of my life. You have to pass on Lu's Bajiquan. Qin Sun's eyes were slightly red. He bowed deeply to his master, and said, Master, even if you don't give me money, I will still take care of you until the end of your life. Lu's Bajiquan will never be gone. After coming out of the study, Qin Sun returned to the bedroom, and saw that Xia Ning was not there, guessing that she should be in the practice room playing with Yilan and the others. He didn't care, closed the door, sat on the bed, and called Xia Zheng. He still spoke passionately, and when he got emotional, he almost cried. On the other end of the phone, Xia Zheng asked, Boy, Xia Shujie cheated me the same way back then, and I lost 500 million. Do you want to cheat me now? Qin Sun looked embarrassed. Grandpa, how could that be? I've always been a reliable person. On the other end of the phone, Xia Zheng sneered. Don't give me that. Reliable people can't come up with a movie script like The Birth of a Macho Man. Qin Sun? The other end of the phone was silent for a moment, asked, Did you borrow money from old Lu? How much did he give you? Qin Sun answered truthfully. 200 million. Xia Zheng's voice suddenly rose, like a dog whose tail was stepped on. How much? 200 million? Is he going to buy your life? Or is he going to buy my life? Is this old Lu crazy? Fuck. Qin Sun didn't dare to answer. Xia Zheng cursed a lot, very dirty, saying something like Lu Shaoquan was so old that he would wet his shoes when he peed, but he still insisted on pretending to be cool. Finally, Xiaozhen said loudly, "I give you 200 million and 1 yuan. I beat him." Qin Sun was moved and said, "Thank you, Grandpa." Xiaozhen said, "No need, this is between me and old Lu, it has nothing to do with you. Go play." After saying that, without waiting for Qin Sun to respond, he hung up the phone. Qin Sun was stunned. It stands to reason that Lu Shaoquan is his master, and his future grandfather, so he should be closer to him. But he just like Xia Jing's bandit spirit. It's not so restrained to get along with him, it's more relaxed, and even a little bit unrestrained. Qin Sun paused for a while, and called Xia Shujie. It rang for a minute until it hung up. He didn't know whether he deliberately didn't answer, or Xia Shujie didn't see it, so he sighed and didn't call again. At the beginning, he misunderstood Xia Shujie as a beast, and gave him the cold shoulder, and even pinched his neck in the staircase corridor of the hospital. Maybe he hasn't completely let it go. 5 minutes later, Qin Sun heard the phone ring, and saw that it was Xia Shujie, and answered the call. "Qin Sun, you want to see me? I was in a meeting just now, you have something to do?" The voice on the other end of the phone was neither cold nor warm. Qin Sun smiled and greeted, exchanged a few words of pleasantries, and repeated what Xia Zheng had said to Lu Shaoquan just now. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and Xia Shujie's voice seemed a little low. "Are you crazy? You finally saved up some money, and now you are so arrogant, you want to spend hundreds of millions to promote a game?" Qin Sun smiled awkwardly. "Uncle, I can calculate the interest for you. I borrowed less than a year, so I will calculate the interest for 1 year." Just after he finished speaking, he heard Xia Shujie say unhappily, "Am I crazy because of poverty? Want to take your little interest? To tell you the truth, I don't believe a word you say. What are you going to do? Tell me the truth, and I see if I can help you." Qin Sun knew there was no hope, and laughed awkwardly twice, and said, "It's okay. It's okay. Uncle, I find someone else to think of a solution." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Qin Sun was rejected once, and he shrank back. He didn't dare to call the next person immediately. Looking at the names in the address book, he sighed on the bed. Alas, people with thin skin are tired of living. Suddenly, the phone rang. Qin Sun saw that it was Lu Jingya. He sat up and cursed in a low voice. "Am I not worthy of having hundreds of millions? Xia Shujie is such a big man and still complains to women?" Chapter 1160. You lend me money, I give you a loan at high interest, how's that? The call was connected. Qin Sun heard Lu Jingya's voice full of concern on the other end of the phone. "Xiao Sun, your uncle Xia said you just borrowed money from him, and it was a lot of money. Did you encounter any difficulties?" Lu Jingya's voice was always gentle, but now there was a hint of urgency in her voice, which moved Qin Sun. "Auntie, I'm actually doing this to promote the game." On the other end of the phone, Lu Jingya was silent for a moment, and asked softly, "Is it a difficult thing? Tell us. We can definitely help. Strength lies in numbers. Let's face it together." Qin Sun heard her disbelief, and smiled bitterly. "Auntie, it's really true." "Ah, it's okay. I can think of a way." There was silence on the other end of the phone, and Lu Jingya sighed and said, "You are so reserved. Kid, you are stubborn, and I can't control you too much. I can raise more than 60 million in 3 to 5 days if I squeeze my money. I transfer it to you first. I think of a way later. I go and persuade old Xia again. You rarely ask for help, I won't let you call him in vain." Qin Sun was moved and said, "Thank you, Auntie. I will return the money by the end of the year at the latest. You don't have to worry." Lu Jingya smiled and encouraged on the other end of the phone. "I'm old, I can't keep up with the times, I can't see through the thoughts of you young people. Young people should dare to think and act, just go ahead and do it. Auntie will always support you." Qin Sun thanked him repeatedly. He hung up the phone. Lu Jingya knew from Qin Sun's tone that Xia Ning was not with him, and immediately called Xia Ning. As soon as the call was connected, she asked directly, "Ning Ning, Qin Sun is borrowing money everywhere today. He called your grandpa, grandfather, and father. Did you know?" Xia Ning's voice on the other end of the phone was surprised. "What? Is he crazy? He just borrowed money from us, and we ran away. Now he is borrowing money from you?" Lu Jingya realized that the situation was more serious than she thought, and said with a serious face, "Qin Sun is a good person, but sometimes he is too passionate. like a galloping wild horse. You are more calm. You should control him, lest he stumble. Xiaoning sighed and said, Mom, I dare not control him. Just now I had a few words with him because of this matter, and we almost broke up. Lu Jingyao was anxious when she heard this. That's your fault. Speak softly. Don't you know him? He is soft-hearted. Stop nagging. She paused and said, Forget it. Forget it. Don't worry about him. If you really break up with him because of these few $100 million, I don't think you will want to get married again in this life. Qin Sun is worried about something now. You should take good care of his diet and daily life these days, pay attention to his mood swings, and report to me if there is any situation. Hang up the phone. Lu Shaoquan Manor, Kung Fu Room. Xia Ning listened to the beep sound on the phone, blinked, looked confused. Qin Sun is under a lot of pressure? Leave him alone? Take care of his diet and daily life? Pay attention to your emotions? I wanted millions to open a coffee shop. You and Dad were always sarcastic. Who cared about my emotions? And you insisted that I was nagging? Xia Ning shook her head, put away the phone, smiled bitterly. Is it really easy for an outsider to chant? In the bedroom. Qin Sun searched through the names in his phone's address book, searching up and down, and they were all people he didn't know well, some of whom he was embarrassed to lend money to. He knew that borrowing money in this world was almost like robbing money, and it was likely that you would never get it back. Qin Sun didn't ask his family for money. They were all simple workers, and if they heard that he had to borrow so much money, they would be scared and unable to sleep. Besides, he had only transferred a mere 30 million yuan to his family before. Such a small amount of money is useless. Qin Sun flipped through the phone contacts and saw Xia Jing. He knew that the get out of class was over after looking at the time. He didn't know whether Xia Jing was using a mobile phone or a phone watch. So he didn't use WeChat and sent a text message directly. Xia Jing. Have you seen 8-year-old financial management? Shocking the world and the like? Soon. There was a reply. No. It's too childish. Qin Sun? He sent a text message. Lend me money. I calculate the usury interest for you. How about it? After waiting for a while, he received Xia Jing's reply. How much interest? Qin Sun didn't know what the interest rate was. Reply. Double, you lend me 1 yuan, I give you 2 yuan. Xia Jing, 10% interest? How much do you want to borrow? Qin Sun, how much do you have? Xia Jing, I have 5,618,000 in my bank card, but I have to wait until I'm an adult to use it. Can you wait? Qin Sun spat. Reply. Go play. Xia Jing seemed anxious, and immediately replied with a message. I have 2,100 yuan in my WeChat account. Qin Sun sent a message. Transfer it over. After a while, Qin Sun saw the transfer from Xia Jing's WeChat account and immediately clicked to receive it. Muttering, even a mosquito leg is worth a lot. He felt dirty after cheating the kid of 2,000 yuan. He no longer had any psychological burden and called Lu Gang. The call was connected. Qin Sun still used the same rhetoric of, the only chance in this life. On the other end of the phone, Lu Gang was silent for a moment and said, I don't think highly of your crazy plan, but I am willing to lend you 100 million. I only ask you to take Wu Yu with you in the film industry in the future. She really likes to be a director now. Qin Sun said loudly. Uncle, don't worry. I have designated Wu Yu as the director of the Wandering Blue Planet and the Three-Body Problem. In the future, she will have the first choice for any script I have. She will definitely become the most famous female director in the world. On the other end of the phone, Lu Gang laughed twice. Send the bank account number. Qin Sun sent Lu Gang the bank account number, and he felt more confident about borrowing money. He called his sci-fi fan Zheng Mingquan. Magic City. A luxurious office. Xia Shujia was on a video call with Lu Jingya. Are you saying that Qin Sun borrowed money from your dad? My dad? Your brother? Me? And even Xia Ning? Who gave it to him? Lu Jingya answered. I just called around and asked around. Except for you. Almost everyone gave it to you. I just did some calculations. My dad gave 200 million, your dad gave 200 million and 1 yuan, my eldest brother gave 100 million, General Manager Zheng gave 100 million, I plan to give 60 million. That's a total of more than 660 million. Xia Ning and the others haven't given it yet. Xia Shujia sighed. I didn't expect Qin Sun golden signboard to be so valuable. He can make money faster by using his face than by illegal fundraising. Lu Jingyao put her face close to the camera and asked seriously. How much are you going to give? Xia Shujia was stunned. How much do you mean I have to give? Lu Jingyao explained. We have given everything and you, the future father-in-law, don't give anything. Is that appropriate? What will the child think of you? Will he think you are mean and stingy? When you two eat New Year's Eve dinner at the same table in the future, will he offer you a toast? Xia Shujia was stunned, and he didn't believe that such words would come out of his wife's mouth. What do you mean Qin Sun will think I am mean and stingy? As a father-in-law, should I care about this? What do you mean he won't offer me a toast? How dare he not offer me a toast? Xia Shujia was silent for a moment with a gloomy face, and said impatiently. My husband, and I will raise 200 million yuan to him. If he loses all the money, I don't expect him to pay it back. I will catch him and bring him back to our family as a son-in-law, and pay with my body. Chapter 1161 Who cares about his heart? Qin Sun borrowed money more and more easily, more and more excited, and less moral. He called his client from a year ago, the apple seller Mr. Zhao, and the other party readily borrowed 5 million. It's just that after borrowing the money, in order to show his generosity, he said something that was not very nice. Boss Qin, how can I worry about you? If you don't pay me back, I treat you as a dog. Then, Qin Sun asked Songying for money again. Songying didn't ask anything, and directly said to wait for a few hours, and she would find a rope to perform a hanging scene, and get more money for Qin Sun. Qin Sun was a little embarrassed, and said, Don't make it real and hang yourself. Be careful. On the other end of the phone, Songying was overjoyed. Brother Qin Sun is so good to me. I won't become a ghost to harm you even if I hang myself. Qin Sun. He borrowed money from Enku again. Enku's voice was soft and teasing. Boss Qin, I'm so poor, you still want to borrow money from me, aren't you afraid that I starve? She teased Qin Sun for a while. Send the card number. I have 388,000 yuan in my husband's money, I give it to you. Qin Sun hung up the phone, thinking that the money was so dirty, like selling meat. However, he was in great need of money now. Even if it was gold panning from a cesspool, he would reach out and take it, as long as he didn't take it out with his mouth. Then, Qin Sun called Xiao Lele. Hello. Lend me some money. Xiao Lele had saved some money since she met Qin Sun, most of which were gifts she received during the live broadcast, when the popularity of 9-turn large intestine was high. She did not hesitate, and lent Qin Sun 420,000 yuan. Qin Sun looked at the address book and felt that it was enough. He couldn't ask Monsieur and Huang Hui for money because they both had patients at home. After borrowing money, Qin Sun walked to the practice room with satisfaction and opened the door. Xia Ning and the others were sitting on the ground, looking up at him with complicated expressions. Qin Sun knew that they already knew that he was borrowing money everywhere, and he didn't care at all. He put his hands on his hips and said in a bandit-like manner, Who else? Who else wants to lend me money? Everyone looked at each other. Su Luluo sat at the back of the crowd, quietly raised her hand, opened her mouth, and said silently, I. Suddenly, Xia Ning turned around and looked at her indifferently. Su Luluo put down his hand in dismay and lowered his head silently, like a child who had made a mistake. Xia Ning smiled and said, Luluo, if you want to borrow, just borrow it. How you spend your money is your own business. You don't have to look at our faces. I'm just curious, why did you lend him money? Su Luluo raised his head with a look of certainty. I firmly believe that Mr. Qin can succeed, and the original god will definitely be a big hit. Xia Ning, tell the truth. Su Luluo was seen through, felt a little embarrassed, smiled awkwardly, and said in a low voice, That? I want to flatter Mr. Qin. Keep this job. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Qin Sun giving her a thumbs up, saying loudly, Good. This is the best flattery you have ever done in your life. Su Luluo was flattered, her eyes sparkled, and she felt extremely satisfied. Qin Sun saw that no one else wanted to lend him money, so he walked into the room, sat in the crowd, and gave Xia Jing work instructions. Ning, I tell you a few things, you should hurry up and do them. First, submit the original god for review as soon as possible, and try to launch it within a month. Xia Ning was stunned. No internal testing? Internal testing, that is. Internal testing. Usually, during the game development process, it is a test conducted by the development team or a specific user group in a closed environment. The main purpose is to discover potential problems, evaluate user experience, and optimize product performance. There are almost no games in the world that are launched directly without internal testing, especially large games. Jin-sun shook his head and said, "No need. Didn't I fix the bug myself a few days ago? Now the original God has been optimized by me very well, and it can be launched directly. If you don't believe me, you can go to the company to play it." Seeing Jin-sun word so confidently, Xia-ning had to remain silent and prepared to go to Hamiyu to find out in the evening. She reminded, if a game wants to receive the game version number and be successfully launched, the process is a bit complicated. We must first prepare complete application materials, including game introduction, content description, copyright certificate, test report, etc. These materials need to be submitted to the Provincial Publishing Management Department for review. After the Provincial Publishing Management Department reviews and approves them, the application materials will be submitted to the State Press and Publication Administration for approval. This process can take a few weeks or a few months. It is difficult to obtain a publishing license within a month. Jin-sun did not expect it to be so troublesome, and said, "I give you 100 million yuan for PR. Don't feel bad about the money. As long as you can spend it. You're a good baby." Xia-ning was a little embarrassed to hear him call her baby in public. Yilan rolled her eyes. Niu Xiaojun looked contemptuous. 100 million yuan? You have so much money to burn? You're just wasting the money you borrowed? I'm the legal representative of Hamiyu Company, and I can get the year-end dividend. You spend this meaningless money. Aren't you taking money from my pocket? Jin-sun looked at Niu Xiaojun quietly, wanting to act like a domineering CEO and put pressure on her. Now spending money is his top priority, and he will kill anyone who stands in his way. Niu Xiaojun was not afraid of him at all, and said sarcastically, "Won't you go to my grandfather for a cup of tea?" Hearing this, Jin-sun found that he had gotten stuck in a dead end, thinking only of spending money, and was somewhat reckless. Obviously, there are more efficient and lower-cost ways to do things. It would be nice to save the money to buy land and build a building. Jin-sun put his hands together and smiled. "Ahmed Ba, I go see if Jingwu has returned to secular life tomorrow." After dinner, Xia-ning, Yilan, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Wang Chui, even the top assistants fled from Jin-sun and ran to Hamiyu Company to test the original God. The company has already closed. Several girls are playing the original God with their test phones in the office, and they find that it is much better than before, and all the big and small problems are gone. Wu Yu looks at the beautiful pictures of the game, and the beautiful music, and sighs. Maybe Jin-sun is right. Xia-ning raised her head. But 10 billion is too much. Yilan sneered. If you can't bear to part with her, give her to me, I will directly sell my assets and give him 10 billion. Xia-ning retorted. You can only buy him with money, but not his heart. Yilan sneered. Who cares about his heart? Xia-ning? Wang Chui was anxious, and stepped forward to grab Yilan's arm. Sister Yi, be careful with your words, be careful with your words. In 3 days, your concert in Beijing will start soon. Don't make any trouble. Before, Yilan fled to the United States and turned down many invitations. But now she is back, and the scheduled concert can go on smoothly. A concert with more than 60,000 people can go on normally, regardless of how much money it makes. At least it doesn't have to bear a huge penalty. Yilan lowered her head, continued to play games, and suddenly said, Sister Wang, if Jin-sun sings with me, I will lend him 300 million yuan. Do you think it's worth it? Chapter 1162 How much money can you make from a concert with 60,000 people? It's worth it, Wang Chui said without thinking. Inviting other stars as special guests to a celebrity concert can increase the highlights of the concert, increase the popularity, and enhance the interactivity. With Jin-sun's popularity on the internet and his performance skills, becoming a special guest at Yilan concert is undoubtedly the icing on the cake. Hearing Wang Chui's affirmative answer, Yilan looked at Xia-ning and saw that she did not object, and said, Okay, I give that bastard another chance. Xia-ning frowned slightly. Bastard? Who is your bastard? You call him so intimately. The night was getting late. The group returned to Lu Shaoquan Manor. Jin-sun was lying on the bed, received a call from Song Ying. On the other end of the phone, Song Ying choked up and said, Brother Jin-sun, I want money but not my life today, and I got 10 million against my father's will. Add my own private money of 2.16 million, I can give you a total of 12.16 million. Jin-sun was embarrassed, said, Your father was afraid that you would be cheated, So he was anxious, so he beat you. Does it hurt? Song Ying answered with sobs. It doesn't hurt anymore. I can get 10 million yuan for a beating, so it's worth it. Qin Sun corrected. It's a loan. Borrow? Song Ying was anxious. You want to pay it back? Then I got this beating for nothing? No. The phone was hung up. Qin Sun? He sat up, looking blankly at the moon outside the window, muttered. Not allowed to pay back? This beating seems to be not unjustified. After saying that, he lowered his head, sent the bank account number, and attached a sentence. We have a saying, if you borrow money from a woman, you will get your asshole rotten, so I must pay this money back. Song Ying replied quickly. I know an old Chinese doctor who is good at treating assholes. Qin Sun had no choice, and did not reply, sighing. It was still too light a beating. After a while, he received another call from Messier and Huang Huai. They didn't know how they knew that he was borrowing money everywhere, and they expressed their dissatisfaction with his different treatment, and generously donated money. Messier borrowed 100,000 yuan. Huang Huai borrowed 6,000 yuan, and said that he would transfer 50,000 yuan of medical expenses to Qin Sun in advance next month. Qin Sun lay on the bed, silently counting the gains of the day. He extorted 100 million yuan from the Qian family. He borrowed a total of 800 million yuan from those big guys. Boss Zhao 5 million. Song Ying 12.16 million. Anka 388, 000, Qiao Lele 420, 000, Su Luoluo 90, 000, Messier 100, 000, Huang Huai 56,000. Add to that the 926,320,000 in his own company's account. The total is. Qin Sun calculated several times in his mind, and the result was different every time. He had no choice but to take out his phone, open the calculator, and finally figured out the result. 1,844,534,000. It's not a small amount, but it's far from enough. Although 1 billion lazy points can be used to draw a lottery, Qin Sun does not plan to draw a lottery at the 1 billion level. According to previous experience, when the lazy points reach 1 billion, the lottery will be automatically triggered, and it cannot be delayed. After the lottery, the body will be abnormal, from the initial fever to the last coma in the ICU. He judged that the next time, there will be a more severe reaction. He may fall into a serious coma, and he will definitely not be able to make money at that time. Qin Sun decided to get 10 billion in one go, then spend 800 million or 900 million, and finally spend the remaining 9 billion at lightning speed, catching the system off guard. Thinking of this, Qin Sun showed a smug smile on his face. 10 billion, spend 1 billion on the lottery, and there are still 9 billion? He suddenly woke up. Fuck. My math is shit. The next lottery needs 1 billion, the next lottery needs 10 billion, then I need 11 billion. He slapped his forehead in anger, and suddenly felt that 1.844534 billion was too little. Qin Sun's heart sank, and after a while, he forced himself to cheer up. Don't panic. Don't panic. People with systems are afraid of not getting money? Get money. Get money. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door. Qin Sun was a little surprised. Xia Ning never knocked when entering the bedroom. But how could someone come to his bedroom at night? Could it be Louison? Qin Sun listened to the knock on the door, and said nothing. There was another knock outside, and Xia Ning's voice came. Qin Sun, are you there? Qin Sun was startled and said loudly, yes. Why don't you just come in? Xia Ning's voice came. Pay attention to your appearance. Yilan has something urgent to talk to you about. Please come out for a moment. Qin Sun asked. What's the matter? So urgent? Yilan's voice came from outside the door. I have 300 million yuan to lend you. Qin Sun jumped out of bed when he heard it. I opened the door right away. He immediately put on his quilt, went to the closet to find a formal suit and put it on, and then went to the dressing table to fix his hair. Outside the door, Xia Ning, Yilan, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun and others stood in the corridor waiting. 3 minutes passed. Yilan became impatient and teased Xia Ning. Is he hiding a woman in the room? Why hasn't he come out for so long? Xia Ning snorted coldly. He is getting dressed. But it was a bit long today. Yilan looked disgusted. How shameless. You usually sleep naked? Xia Ning asked anxiously. Only him. I wear pajamas. Yilan, does it make a difference? The door opened. The light from the bedroom shined on the faces of the people in the corridor, illuminating their astonished faces. They stared at Chin Sun in amazement. White shirt, black suit, black trousers, black leather shoes, and hairspray? Xia Ning looked up and down at Chin Sun, who looked like a domineering president, and asked, Chin Sun, you are wearing a suit and tie at night. Are you crazy? Chin Sun said. Didn't you tell me to pay attention to my appearance? Xia Ning? Chin Sun stretched out his hands to Yilan, smiling too sweetly. Mr. Yi, you want to lend me 300 million? Yilan was frightened and took a step back, looking at the handsome Chin Sun. She felt strange and said, That, what was it? She was incoherent, quarreled several times, and finally remembered. I have a concert in Beijing in 3 days. If you are willing to be a special guest, I am willing to lend you 300 million. Chin Sun held Yilan's hand tightly and shook it up and down. Mr. Yi, as long as you lend me 300 million, I will not hesitate to sing, let alone make a fool of myself. Yilan was amused and said, That's a concert with 60,000 people. Can you handle it? She had seen Chin Sun's singing skills before, but Chin Sun had only sung in the live broadcast room before. The biggest offline venue was Perfume is Poisonous sung at the opening ceremony of Fatal Identity. But there were less than 1,000 people in that square. There is a world of difference between 1,000 people and 60,000 people. Some people are more excited when facing a big scene, while some people feel a sense of oppression. Chin Sun let go of Yilan's hand and made an okay gesture. 60,000 people? A small scene. Chin, am known as a walking CD. Even if someone puts a gun to my head and asks me to sing, I will not sing out of tune. Yilan smiled lightly. Then it's settled. 3 days later, I will lend you money after you finish singing. Don't mess up my concert. If you mess up this one, it will affect the ticket sales for my next concert. After saying that, she turned and left. Chin Sun looked at Yilan back, thinking, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and asked, Hey, wait a minute. How much money can you make from a concert with 60,000 people? Chapter 1163 The price is in place. Gods are useless. Hearing the shout, Yilan stopped and turned back. For Chin Sun's question, she was very happy to answer. She cherished every opportunity to show off in front of the king of force Chin Sun. Yilan smiled. Do you want to ask how much money can be made from a concert with 60,000 people? Or do you want to ask how much money can be made from holding a concert with 60,000 people? Chin Sun smiled faintly said, I want to know, how much money can I make from holding a concert with 60,000 people? As soon as the words fell, Yilan was stunned. Damn. I haven't even started to install it yet. And he installed it first? Xia Ning, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Su Lulu, and Wang Chui all looked at Chin Sun. Xia Ning was the most shocked. She didn't expect that this person, who was always proud of slacking off, would actually take the initiative to expand his career. He was about to hold a concert? He used to look down on the money he made by showing up in public. In the past, many companies had offered olive branches to him, but he rejected them all. Yilan said, How much money a singer can make from a concert depends on his popularity and the box office appeal of the concert. How much attendance is there? How much a ticket can be sold for? How many advertising sponsors can be attracted? And the sales of peripheral products. All of the above determine how much money a singer can get from a concert. Chin Sun roughly knew this, and also knew that singers have to share the profits with the organizers. The bigger the name, the more they get. However, he keenly caught a bright spot. How much did you say a ticket could be sold for? He emphasized the word sell. Yilan admired Chin Sun's sharpness and told him some inside stories. Yes, it was sold for a certain amount. How much are the concert tickets priced for? In fact, we singers don't have much pricing power, but the organizer, and we definitely want the price to be as high as possible. However, it's not convenient for us to set the price too high. First, the relevant departments don't allow it. Second, it's not good for the singer's reputation. Third, she smiled bitterly. Third, they are afraid that they can't sell the tickets, not making money, and losing face. So, sometimes even a large part of the tickets for a concert are sold by scalpers. They will give a market price based on the popularity of the concert. If the tickets for my concert sell well and are sold at a very high price, then the organizer will raise the price for my next concert. I can also ask for more share. Shin Sun is not a simple person. He knows that some shameless organizers and scalpers are actually in the same group. One plays the good guy and shouts on the stage, "Scalpers, go to hell." The other plays the bad guy. "This is the price. Just tell me if you want it or not." When the noise died down, the two parties clinked their glasses in the club and laughed. A bunch of idiots. There is a saying circulating on the internet that the largest scalper in China is the largest ticket purchasing platform in China. However, although he has not watched the concert, he remembers that Country C seems to have issued a real name ticket purchasing bill. Shin Sun asked, "Isn't it real name purchase now? Can it still be speculated?" Yilan explained, "Although it is real name purchase, but in order to facilitate people who bought tickets but cannot come due to something, there is a rule that each ticket can be transferred once. But where in the world can tickets be transferred for free? With the ability of scalpers, do you think they can't get tens of thousands of ID cards?" Shin Sun thought of the news about some ignorant girls who gave their blood for a ticket and smiled with a hint of sarcasm. Men have waste machines, women have blood tickets. It is easier for women to make quick money than men. Shin Sun looked at Yilan meaningfully and asked, "Have you cooperated with scalpers?" Yilan raised a middle finger to Shin Sun. "Don't judge people through the cracks in the door. Not everyone will make those dirty money. Although we artists will feel a little proud when we see scalpers drive up our tickets to a high price, but they are really annoying. There are still people who really use concerts to thank fans. For example, me." Shin Sun nodded, thought for a while, and suddenly found a problem. "Hey, you've been pretending for so long. But you didn't answer my question. How do you think I can make a concert with 60,000 people?" Yilan still raised her middle finger and said, "How should I know? Although you are good at writing songs and singing, you have never proved your concert box office appeal. You are full of scandals. Who knows how much you can make?" Shin Sun asked back, "How much do you earn?" Yilan frowned. "Hey, why are you asking me such a private question?" She smiled slightly. "However, I can tell you that the tickets for my concert in 3 days are selling well, with an attendance rate of more than 80%. And the ticket revenue is about 40 million. Shin Sun frowned slightly, and nodded subconsciously. Very good, very good. Just a little less money." "Yilan?" She felt greatly insulted. A concert with 60,000 people is almost impossible to be full. The expensive places can almost all be sold out, but there will be some seats left in the corners. For a stadium with 60,000 people, her attendance rate can reach 80%, which is already very gratifying. This bastard actually said, "The money is a little less?" Yilan turned around and left, ignoring Shin Sun call behind her. "Yilan? Yilan? Don't leave in a hurry. I still have something to ask." Shin Sun looked at Yilan as she walked into her bedroom, turned to look at Xiaoning, and asked, "You were fine. Why did she suddenly get angry?" Xiaoning sighed. "As a bystander, I am also a little angry." Niu Xiaojun mocked. "It's because you are too pretentious." She took Wu Yu and Su Luolu's hands and ran away, running very fast, as if running away from a plague god. Wang Chui followed her and left. Shin Sun lowered his head listlessly, turned back to his room, and silently calculated in his heart. The ticket revenue of a concert is only 40 million. There are only 30 days in a month. Even if it is open every day, it is only 1.2 billion. And there must be such a big venue every day. And it must be full every day. Just singing and dancing for a month. Earning 1.2 billion hard. And you have to share it with others? No wonder singers are not as popular as movie stars. It's too hard for them to make money. Suddenly Shin Sun heard Xiaoning ask himself, "Shin Sun, what are you thinking about?" Shin Sun came back to his senses, looked up at Xiaoning and said, "I was thinking, it's too hard for singers to make money. Like begging." "Xiaoning?" She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, after a while, opened her eyes, clenched her fists and beat Shin Sun. "Still pretending? Still pretending? I let you pretend. I let you pretend." The next day, after breakfast, Shin Sun didn't go to boxing with Lu Xiaoquan, but walked towards another villa in the manor. Xiaoning asked, "What are you going to do?" Shin Sun, "Write a song." Xiaoning, "What song?" Shin Sun saw Yilan standing not far away and peeking at this side, said, "Didn't I say this before? I won't sing a song a second time. I will go to help Yilan sing in 2 days, so of course I have to write 2 new songs." Yilan smiled. Shin Sun looked at Yilan and said, "The price is right. Even the gods can do nothing. Yilan, if I perform well, you find me a rich organizer. I want to hold a concert too. Let them advance me 1 billion. And I will sing and dance for them. The smile on Yilan's face disappeared. And she turned and left. Damn it. You are sick. Don't say the price is in place. Even gods can do nothing. You can't ask others to advance 1 billion. Even gods can't do it. Jin Sun was dissatisfied, frowned, and whispered, if you don't give it a try, who will know? Chapter 1164, I seem to be able to witness the birth of a sweetheart leader. In the villa, Jin Sun temporary studio. Jin Sun sat behind his desk, opened the songwriting software, and started writing songs. Compared to the traditional songwriting with pen and paper, the songwriting software has many fancy functions. However, Jin Sun doesn't need those extra functions. He just writes out ready-made songs one by one. He doesn't want to use pen and paper first. It saves effort second. The handwriting is ugly. Jin Sun stared at the computer screen, selecting songs in his mind, in order to impress the powerful organizers and get them to pay a 1 billion advance. He must shine at Yilan concert. The songs must be selected well. Some songs that can be sung and danced to, can ignite the whole audience, and have high standards. After a while, Jin Sun showed a resolute look and said to himself, for this high-end game, Brother Bailey must be invited. He typed a line of words on the computer. After deciding on the song, Jin Sun's hands flew on the keyboard. In less than a minute, the lyrics were finished. He began to compose the music. Suddenly, Jin Sun heard the door open and looked up. He saw Xiaoning, Yilan, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Su Luoluo, and others file in. They stood behind him one by one, staring at his computer screen. Jin Sun turned his head and looked at the women standing upright behind him, like bodyguards, and frowned. Xiaoning was embarrassed and said, I just told them that you wrote an album of 10 songs for songing in less than half an hour. They didn't believe it, and insisted on coming in to see you in person. Yilan glanced at the computer screen. Write the lyrics first, and then compose the music? You like to challenge difficult compositions. Oh, it's in English. She looked at Jin Sun and said with a smile, don't worry about us. Please continue. Jin Sun turned his head and typed the next line of notes, but still felt awkward. Turned his head and said with an unhappy look, you haven't written a song, but you haven't written an essay yet? I can show you when I finish it. But if someone stares at you while you're writing, you feel ashamed as if you were taking a shit and someone was staring at you. Don't go too far. Xiaoning and Yilan looked at each other with embarrassed expressions on their faces. They all agreed with Jin Sun's words. If someone stares at you while you're writing an essay, you really won't be able to write a single word. However, they thought Jin Sun was thick-skinned enough. So, it's just like that. Jin Sun said, if you have nothing to do. Songing just sent me a demo of her album songs, but I haven't had time to listen to it yet. Please trouble Queenie to listen to it and give her some guidance. Upon hearing this, Yilan became interested. A few days ago, she heard Jin Sun say that songing could replace her position as queen with this album. She has always been curious about this album, but she was entangled in the Qian family's affairs before, so she didn't ask any more questions. Now Jin Sun took the initiative to let her listen to the album demo. She was more than happy to do so. Yilan strode to the door. Send it to my email address. I promise to listen carefully to each song, give the most professional advice, and never disturb your creation. Xiaoning and the others followed him out. Jin Sun looked at the backs of a group of women queuing to leave, and cursed in his heart. Like the babies in the garden, they have to form a group to do anything. Childish. The door closed. Jin Sun lowered his head and began to type on the keyboard, and soon, he got into the state. He was very serious, slowly picking songs, carefully composing music. Time passed by minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. Jin Sun finished writing the song, exported it from the software, created a new document, wrote a catalog, and printed it out. He stapled the sheet music together, smelled the scent of ink on it, and smiled. I'm awesome. Suddenly, bang! The door made a loud noise. Jin Sun looked up suddenly, and saw the door was kicked open. Yilan was the vanguard, and she came back with several other garden babies. She waved her phone and asked loudly, Jin Sun, is this the album you wrote for songing? You call this Half-Life favor? No wonder you said a few days ago that my position in the music industry would be replaced by Song Ying. Am I going to be replaced by her? I am being replaced by you. She became more and more anxious as she spoke, and kept approaching Chin Sun, with her eyes wide open, said, I dare not say that this album is unprecedented and will never be repeated, but it will definitely be among the top 3 in the Chinese music scene. This is not Half-Life Favor. This is Song Ying's pension insurance. What are you going to do? What do you want to do? Chin Sun was scolded, and his head was buzzing. Luckily Yilan was a qualified troll, and did not spit nonsense. Otherwise, it would be so disgusting. Chin Sun ignored her unreasonable trouble. After she met more women, she found that it was almost impossible for women to truly coexist peacefully. The most vicious people who besiege women are women. Even Yilan, who is the queen of heaven, smells of jealousy. Chin Sun is not her boyfriend, so he has no responsibility to coax her, and asked back, Have you listened to this album? Yilan said loudly. I have listened to it. Chin Sun, did you listen carefully? Yilan's eyes were like knives. Very serious. Chin Sun, did you get professional comments on each song? Yilan. No. Her voice became softer, and Chin Sun's voice became louder. Then why are you yelling here? Who said just now that he would listen to each song, and give good comments, and never disturb my creation? Yilan had nothing to say. After receiving the email forwarded by Chin Sun, she did feel a little superior. Commenting on other singers' performances is very enjoyable and pretentious for singers. But when she heard the prelude of Pure Land of Bliss, she realized that something was wrong. After listening to the song, she savored it for more than 10 seconds, and immediately clicked on the second song, Blue Bird. Her face changed slightly, and she was full of praise. Good song. Yilan smiled when she turned on the third song, Love Cycle. Song Ying's personality is sweet, lively and playful. With the blessing of this island song, I seem to be able to witness the birth of a sweetheart leader. Country C will have its own otaku goddess. Then, Yilan clicked on the fourth song. Love You. Yilan laughed. Another super sweet song. Yilan clicked on the fifth song, When You. The sixth song, Memorial. The seventh song, Traveler. Her face became strange, and she listened to the eighth song maybe without saying a word. The ninth song, If the Moon Didn't Come. And the 10th song, The Girl Told Me. Yilan was silent. She had forgotten to comment on Song Ying's singing. Her mind was buzzing with the melodies of these 10 songs. After a long while, Wu Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Invincible. Song Ying is going to be at the top of the music world. As soon as the voice fell, Niu Xiaojun said to Yilan, Sister, Chin Sun is fucking partial. When Chin Sun was in prison in Country J, you obviously contributed the most, but he spoiled Song Ying to the sky. Let's go and kill him. When Yilan heard this, she stood up with a dark face, and rushed to Chin Sun's temporary studio. Chin Sun saw Yilan was silent, and handed the bound sheet music to Yilan, saying, This is the song I will sing at your concert, including a few chorus songs. You should practice them well in the next 2 days. Yilan reached out to take it, feeling it thick, and was startled. So thick? How many songs are there? Chapter 1165. That was my concert. You sang more songs than me? Yilan looked down at the music score catalog, and found that there were a bunch of song titles written on it. Happy Worship. Night Color. Kisses Everywhere. It's You. Cool. Under the Flying Clouds. Pointing to the moon with the left hand. Drowning. Bewitched by Ghosts. Happiness. Loving You Is a Lonely Matter. Clouds and Smoke Become Rain. Yilan was startled, counted them from top to bottom, and exclaimed, 13 songs? 13 songs in total? Chin Sun smiled slightly. You're welcome. He carefully selected these songs. He selected a few songs that could set the venue on fire and turn the concert into a disco. He also selected a few high-end songs that could show his singing skills. Finally, he selected a few tear-jerking sad songs. He was determined to make the audience's tickets worthwhile. After crying, they would laugh. After laughing, they would kneel. After kneeling, they would cry. Not crying? Then he would use 11 as the finale, so that when they left the stadium after the show in the middle of the night, they would always feel like there was someone more around them. Scare them to tears. Yilan heard Chin Sun actually say, You're welcome, stared at Chin Sun in disbelief. Is this still a human? I didn't say thank you to you. He doesn't understand human language? Xia Ning, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Su Luoluo, several people squeezed over to look at the playlist in Yilan's hand. They were amazed. So many songs? Have you written the lyrics and music? Less than an hour? He wrote so many? I can't copy them so fast even if I copy them. Sister, it seems that I was wrong just now. Jin-sun still loves you more. You have 3 more songs than Song-ing. Listening to everyone's praise, Jin-sun smiled and waved his hands. Hey. Hey. Hey! Don't make a fuss. Basic exercises. Basic exercises. I will arrange the music for these songs myself later. It will only take 7 or 8 hours at most. Jin-sun was playing happily. Yilan slapped the music score on the table, making a pop sound, which scared everyone. The room went quiet. Everyone stared at Yilan with confusion. Yilan pointed at the sheet music and said, Jin-sun, what do you mean? The concert has a time limit. If you exceed the time limit, you will be fined. I only have 25 songs in a concert. Now you want to sing 13 songs, so do I have to delete some of the songs I have already planned? You sang more than me? Jin-sun said a little embarrassedly. Aren't there 4 songs that are chorus? That can also be counted as your singing. So your 12 songs plus the 4 chorus songs, aren't they 16 songs in total? Yilan was stunned, thought about it, and became even more angry. I was almost fooled by this grandson. If it is counted this way, then his 13 songs plus the 4 songs still make 17 songs. Yilan stared at Jin-sun angrily. Is this your concert or my concert? Jin-sun, yours. Yilan? Jin-sun's honesty was like a heavy punch, hitting Yilan's chest, making her almost breathless. Yilan took a few deep breaths and said, the concert song list needs to be submitted for review. You might be able to get away with it by secretly singing 1 or 2 songs at my concert. You don't think you can get away with it by singing 13 songs? Do you? You will be punished? Jin-sun looked at the furious Yilan, smiled, looked at Yo Xiaojun, and asked, That in Yo, in the capital, is there any cultural department official who dares to punish Grandpa Nyo goddaughter? Yo Xiaojun puffed out his chest proudly, and snorted coldly. I give him 2 courages. As long as you don't run naked on the stage, you can sing as many songs as you like. And sing as long as you want. When the time comes, I take some tickets to honor my grandfather, and let him bring some friends to watch you sing. Come on! Jin-sun knew that every time a star's concert, some tickets would be sent to the local relevant departments, and they were all in some areas with better locations. These tickets would become employee benefits of certain units. This is why Yilan was so nervous just now. She couldn't possibly fool around with the 13 songs that had not been submitted for review in front of a group of relevant department personnel. Yilan looked at Jin-sun, and then at Yo Xiaojun, and suddenly felt dirty, and actually enjoyed the convenience brought by this power. She said coldly with a stern face. Okay, let's not talk about the review. I have to be responsible to the audience when I hold a concert. They spend money to buy tickets for me. If there are too many guest performers at a concert, and I sing fewer songs, the fans will be very dissatisfied. Even if I sing all the songs, as long as I sing some unpopular songs, the fans will still shout for a refund. You insert 13 new songs that haven't been released yet? The song list changes so much. I'm worried that they will smash the show on the spot. And they will really pick up benches and smash it. Jin-sun understood Yilan's concerns. What songs a singer will sing at a concert is usually decided by the singer and the management company, and is selected based on market response. However, some singers are too famous, and the management company does not have enough control over them, because they are tired of their own popular songs. They will choose some unpopular songs that they personally like. The results are often unsatisfactory. The tastes of professional singers are sometimes very different from those of their fans. Fans cannot resonate with these songs, remain silent at the concert, and complain online after the concert. This will affect the singer's concert box office appeal, and will also hurt the fans' feelings. Yilan is a rich woman. She entered the entertainment industry to pursue a sense of value. She cares about the feelings of her fans. It is understandable that she does not allow others to tamper with the playlist at will. Jin-sun picked up the sheet music on the table, flipped it casually, and turned to the song It's You. He handed it to Yilan and said, The world is always changing. You have to learn to accept changes. Changes are not necessarily shocking, but may be surprises. Don't you want to give your fans a surprise? Yilan saw that Jin-sun was as confident as a Pua master, and thought of Jin-sun's terrifying strength. She became a little unconfident. She took the sheet music and said, It's not that I don't believe in your strength, I just think this is not good. It's also my first time to hold a concert for 60,000 people. She became more and more embarrassed, and finally sighed. Chin Sun comforted her at the right time. Your representative works are all written by me for you, and the other songs, I haven't heard them. But before you kidnapped me, you sang your masterpiece to me in the car. That's shit. If your previous masterpiece is shit, then aren't the others worse than shit? Since you respect your fans, you can't feed them shit. Right? Yilan stared at Chin Sun with wide eyes. She never expected that this bastard would say such a thing. She glared at Chin Sun fiercely, and picked up the sheet music to look at it. You are the only one who can do it, and the songs you write are not shit. Let me see first. Yilan saw the male and female characters marked in front of the lyrics of this song, and knew it was a duet song. She had a high level of musical literacy, and the melody would come to her mind when she saw the sheet music, and she couldn't help but sing softly. We chase the dream in our hearts together. We try to put the sun in our palms. We laugh at each other's impermanence of time. We firmly serve as each other's light. Chin Sun immediately continued to sing in a low and magnetic voice. I can't remember how many winds and waves we have crossed. Be your oar and you are my wings. We remember each other, your immature appearance. A face full of pride. It is an ice window that light cannot melt. Yilan glanced at Chin Sun, hesitated for a moment, looked down at the music score for a few seconds, looked up and stared into Chin Sun's eyes, stretched out her hand, sang affectionately. It's you, it's you. The youth behind me is all you. Painted my mountains and rivers. Let it rain for me. Wash off the mud. Wake up your true self. Chin Sun stretched out his hand to Yilan. Not quite holding it, but with some distance between their hands. Singing with deep affection. It's you. It's you. Plant a forest full of courage. Erase the desolation on the cloak. Let me become a flying one. Hey. 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 Chin Sun suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ears, and was lifted up. He turned around, and saw that it was Xia Ning with a cold face. Xia Ning smiled. It's you. Uncle. Yilan chuckled, and walked out the door with the music score. Chin Sun. Arrange the music well. I'm going to practice the song. She walked to the door, turned her head and looked at Xia Ning. Provocatively. I don't believe that you can rush to the stage and pull his ears the day after tomorrow. Chapter 1166. No one knows how to control otakus better than me. Yilan left. Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Su Luoluo saw Chin Sun's red ears, and then looked at Xia Ning, and found that she seemed to have murderous aura. The three of them ran away. The door was slammed shut with a bang. Xia Ning stood in front of Chin Sun, staring down at Chin Sun in his seat, and said coldly, Will you really be as horny as you are today at the concert the day after tomorrow? Chin Sun covered his ears. Is it a woman's innate skill to pull her ears? Why are you as dirty as my mother? I will put peanut oil on my ears the day after tomorrow, so you can't pull them. Xia Ning? She didn't bother to pay attention to Chin Sun, for fear that her breasts would become blocked due to anger, so she walked away with big strides. Chin Sun locked the door and began to compose the song in the studio. This studio was temporarily built to pretend to modify the bug of Genshin Impact. The equipment inside is very complete, and all the equipment needed for composing are available. He has the skills of an all-round filmmaker. It is not a problem to compose music for movies, not to mention composing songs. Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts a piece of cake. In order to shorten the time, Chin Sun turned on the overclocking mode, and kept working himself to red temperature. His body kept shaking, and he almost foamed at the mouth. Finally, the arrangement of the 13 songs was completed. Chin Sun did not send it to Yilan immediately, to avoid them making a fuss. He walked out of the studio, went to the practice room to pull out Niu Xiaojun, who was playing cards, and asked her to take him to Grandpa Niu for a cup of tea, and talk about the approval of the original game. Niu Xiaojun sighed, feeling heartbroken for losing a bad hand. You came at the wrong time, I was about to win. After saying that, she turned and rushed out of the practice room, leaving a room full of astonished eyes. Grandpa Niu home. Grandpa Niu was very surprised to see Chin Sun. The two chatted for more than an hour, and Chin Sun, like a shy little wife, twisted and timidly told him about the application for the version number of Genshin Impact. Grandpa Niu agreed readily. It's all for the purpose of enriching people's spiritual life. Good things should be seen by everyone as soon as possible. After that, he called his secretary to give him instructions. His tone was as relaxed as if he said, Add a fish to lunch today. Old Master Niu invited Chin Sun to have lunch, with Niu Xiaojun and Jingwu accompanying him. After the meal, Old Master Niu had to leave on business, and asked Niu Xiaojun to entertain Chin Sun. Qin Sun saw that there was no one around. So he asked Jingwu, "Hey, master, last time I told you that you need to have sex once to truly achieve enlightenment. What do you think about it?" Jingwu put his hands together. "Amitabha, sins. Qin Sun came forward and said, "Let me tell you, I have read about a great monk in an ancient book, a man named Gandhi, who is called the Mahatma. He practices abstinence by lying on the same bed with a group of young and beautiful girls, but insists on sleeping without having sex. This is the real master?" Jingwu lowered his head and was silent. Qin Sun asked Niu Xiaojun to find paper and pen, wrote a line of words on the paper, folded it, and put it in front of Jingwu's desk. Jingwu came to his senses. He thought about it and couldn't remember the master named Gandhi. So he asked, "He is called the Mahatma?" Qin Sun, "Yes." Jingwu, "His ascetic practice is to sleep with a group of women?" Qin Sun, "Yes." "A group." Jingwu put his hands together. "Amitabha, maybe this is a real master. But I can't do it." Qin Sun pointed his finger on the paper and said, "One can polish jade with stones from other mountains. Life is short. Why not give it a try?" Jingwu opened the paper and found a website on it, and asked, "What is this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted pretending to be innocent. Pretending to be innocent is another form of lying. Qin Sun smiled and said, "Pornographic website." Jingwu quickly closed the paper. Sin. I know that my concentration is not enough to reach the level of Master Gandhi. This kind of evil practice method is not suitable for me. Qin Sun patted Jingwu's shoulder and comforted him. "Hey, it's okay. Gandhi couldn't help it either. He slept with almost all the women who slept with him." However, he was not discouraged. He challenged his weakness again and again, and even made his niece pregnant. As soon as the words fell, "Fuck," the sound of the national quintessence rang out like a bell. Niu Xiaojun sprayed tea all over the table. "Qin Sun, are you a fucking human being? You are messing with Master Jingwu's Taoism." Jingwu was stunned. His calm face turned red, and he was so angry that he tore the paper in his hand into pieces. Sin. He put his hands together, closed his eyes, and ignored Qin Sun. How could there be such a boring person as Qin Sun in the world? If I could beat him, I would have to let him learn my profound Buddhist teachings. In the afternoon, it was a little after 4 o'clock. Qin Sun and Niu Xiaojun returned to the manor, and went directly to the practice room. Xia Ning, Wu Yu, Su Luluo, Wang Chui sat cross-legged on the floor playing cards. Yi Lan was practicing singing in the family KTV at the end of the floor. Qin Sun pulled Xia Ning, who was addicted to playing cards, out of the game, and asked Niu Xiaojun to replace him, picking up a good hand. Seeing Qin Sun and Xia Ning leave the room, Su Luoluo looked tangled and said, "I am Mr. Qin's life assistant. I have been slacking off these days. I feel bad. Should I go over now?" Wu Yu threw down a card. "No. They have a conflict. Let them solve it themselves. Why are you going over there and being a light bulb?" Niu Xiaojun chuckled. "What contradiction is there? I think Qin Sun just wants to be a saint. Play a card. The next room. This is also a practice room, but it is for dancing. According to Xia Ning, Wu Yu, Lu Yisan and others used to dance here, and then fight by pulling hair. Wu Yu kept his hair short to increase his chances of winning. Qin Sun handed the phone to Xia Ning and said, "Ning, you take a video for me later. I choreographed a dance for Song Ying's love cycle. She's almost done practicing her song, but she still needs some body movements to please the otakus. When I hold a concert, I will invite her to be a guest singer. Use my popularity to increase her fans. Make her a goddess for otakus, and promote Genshin Impact better." Xia Ning looked at the tall and mighty Qin Sun, frowning. "You said you have choreographed another dance to please the otakus?" Qin Sun walked to the big mirror on the wall, turned around, faced Xia Ning, and said with a smile, "No one knows how to handle otakus better than me." After saying that, he sang and danced at the same time. "Say no. I send you home, and you be in big trouble. I send you home, and you be in big trouble." Qin Sun reached out and did it, without any idle baggage. Xia Ning opened her mouth wide, watching him dancing with a girl whose innocence was full of charm, and the tea was full of tea. She believed that the current Qin Sun would definitely be on the list of must-eats in Chengdu, and she was a top-notch girl. Qin Sun was fully immersed in the artistic performance, swaying his limbs gently, acting coquettishly, acting cute, and dancing more and more vigorously. Fuali. Fuwa Road. Ah. That's it. Do you have any? Xiaoning got goosebumps all over her body. It's unbearable to watch. How can this be used to manipulate otakus? This is so lively, clearly trying to manipulate gay men. The dance was over. Qin Sun bowed to Xiaoning to thank her, stood up, and said, "Send it to Song Ying, and let her practice well." Xiaoning glanced at the phone she was holding up, and found that the screen was black, showing an embarrassed look, and said, "Well, do you dance again?" Qin Sun frowned. "Did you forget to record it?" Xiaoning hesitated, and said seriously, "I love watching." Chapter 1167. If you are guilty, turn yourself in. Don't just let him go. Qin Sun was skeptical, and danced again. After Xiaoning finished recording, he pressed the stop button and breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. It's really torture. Xiaoning saw Qin Sun coming over happily, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Little brother, although you have the identity of an artist, there is no need to sacrifice yourself for art to this extent. Right?" Qin Sun stopped and walked 2 or 3 meters away from Xiaoning. "Is this what you call dedication? I haven't danced to New Treasure Island yet." Xiaoning, what New Treasure Island? As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it, because she saw Qin Sun turn around and stand in front of the big mirror on the wall, looking like he was about to dance. Qin Sun opened his mouth and danced with his hands raised. Xiaoning watched Qin Sun cross his arms up and down in front of his chest, twisting his body, and there was a sense of greasy in his smoothness. She was shocked. How did Qin Sun learn to dance? And he is also proficient in so many different styles of dance? Just now, he was a girl, now he is a greasy man. So disgusting. Xiaoning couldn't stand it anymore, rushed over, pressed Qin Sun against the mirror on the wall, said, "That's enough, that's enough, that's enough. I'm really scared of your artistic bacteria." Qin Sun snorted coldly. "It's good to be scared. See if you dare to pull my ears again in the future, I can disgust you to death with my dancing." Xiaoning. She let go of Qin Sun, worried that he would suddenly grab her and strip her clothes, and turned around and cursed her when she reached the door. Idiot! After that, she ran away. Qin Sun spread his hands and shouted, "Where's my phone? Where's my phone? You haven't given it back to me yet." Qin Sun went to the practice room to arrest Xiaoning, took back the phone, and went to the temporary studio to start drawing. After a while, he drew several sets of clothes. Several sets of sunny and handsome performance clothes. Several sexy costumes that can make female fans scream. A set of classic Michael Jackson outfits, black top hat, white shirt, black jacket, and black gold-threaded trousers. Qin Sun sent the pictures to Xiaoning, with a sentence. "Buy these costumes according to my measurements. If you can't buy them, find a tailor to make them. Don't be afraid to spend money. I have borrowed a lot of money now very quickly." Xiaoning replied with a middle finger emoji, and then it was withdrawn again, changed to a beating head expression. "Do you have to be so coquettish?" Qin Sun replied helplessly. "Life is not easy. Strong men perform for money." On this day, Yilan practiced singing in the family KTV all day. After dinner, Qin Sun dragged Xiaoning to the manor for a walk, and stole an old hen to make soup, but was stopped by Yilan. "Qin Sun, you." Qin Sun turned around, and saw that Yilan's face looked a little strange. "If you have something to say, just say it." Yilan did not dare to look directly into Qin Sun's eyes, for fear that he would see her greed, said, "The day after tomorrow is my concert. After all, why did you only write 4 chorus songs?" Qin Sun explained, "With your ability, you have to practice songs urgently these 2 days. It is your limit to practice these 4 songs. Yilan was silent. Qin Sun was telling the truth. Most people who can hum songs always think that they can learn a song in 1 or 2 hours. In fact, it is because the standards are different. Just like playing MOBA games, the audience always criticizes the hero pool of professional players, saying that they can't practice a hero in a season and play like shit. But in the eyes of the audience, their hero proficiency, which is not good at pulling and playing like shit, is a dimensionality reduction attack to domestic high-level players. Not to mention ordinary players. Because the standards are different. The audience is always blindly confident. And they think that if they have seen it, they can use it. If they have used it, they can use it. And if they have won, they can use it. But in the eyes of people in the industry, it is a joke. The same is true for singing. The difference between professionals and non-professionals can be heard at a glance. Even in music variety shows, those long-established artists have to practice for a whole week for a song. Are they just bored? Although Chin Sun was telling the truth, Yelan still felt looked down upon and said unhappily, "Why do you write so many songs for yourself? I haven't seen you practice all day. You should practice singing with me now." "I just tried singing You're Pointing to the Moon with the left hand. This song is not easy to sing." Chin Sun quickly stepped back a few steps to avoid being forced to practice singing, and waved his hands repeatedly. "People have different physiques. I wrote the song myself. How could I not be able to sing it?" Yelan was stunned. Xiaoning also turned to look at him, wondering how he could say such a thing with such confidence. This statement made sense at first, but it was actually nonsense. If a melody came to mind and was written, the composer could sing it? The pitch, rhythm, timbre, sound quality, emotional expression, skill application, stage performance, song interpretation, and coordination with the accompaniment of a song. These all require a lot of practice. If it's really like what Chin Sun said, if you can write it, you can sing it, then just write 10 beats E6 and it will be a hit. There's no such easy thing in the world. Yelan Chin Sun has been talking nonsense all the time, and was about to scold him. But suddenly, she remembered that he was Chin Sun, and he really couldn't be judged by common sense. She sighed. People's physiques are indeed different. Chin Sun smiled slightly. Yelan continued. You are thick-skinned. Chin Sun? Yelan turned and walked towards the family KTV. Give me the accompaniment tomorrow, and I take you to the live rehearsal the day after tomorrow. Time is running out. You have to work harder. Chin Sun looked at her leaving backside and said, I've never worked so hard in my life. Chin Sun and Xia Ning took a walk in the manor until the sky was dotted with stars, and went into the grove and stole the hens. He grabbed a hen that was flapping its wings and jumped out of the chicken coop and said to Xia Ning with a smile, Ning Ning, how about making a beggar's chicken as a side dish? Xia Ning looked around. The street lights outside were shining through, and the grove was dim. Why did you have to steal the chicken? You could just tell Grandma. Chin Sun laughed. Have you ever heard of the saying, a wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a whore, and a whore is not as good as stealing? Can what is stolen be the same as what is asked for? Xia Ning. She thought of Qin Fengshu for no apparent reason, and felt that she was the kind of person who would cooperate with others to steal. Xia Ning snatched the hen from Chin Sun's hand, threw it into the chicken coop, and said coldly, Nonsense! Release it. She turned and left. Chin Sun looked at her back and said unhappily, Turn yourself in if you are guilty. Don't release it at every turn. As soon as the voice fell, Xia Ning stopped, turned around, and walked towards him slowly, getting faster and faster. Chin Sun turned and ran, running deep into the woods. He finally got fooled. Late at night, bedroom. Chin Sun slept like a dead pig. Xia Ning lay on the bed with her back to Chin Sun. At night, she chased Chin Sun to the depths of the grove, and found that she had been tricked, and had been taken advantage of, and was now furious. She was not a conservative person, and could accept some embarrassing things happening in the bathroom, bathtub, balcony, sofa, swing, and outdoors. But she had been determined to be a cool female CO since she was a child, and did not like these things to be initiated and controlled by Chin Sun. She wanted to be on top. Xia Ning was full of anger, wearing a Bluetooth headset in her ears, and quickly scrolling Douyin. Suddenly, she saw a piece of news. Refund the ticket. Yelan was being a big shot, did not respect the fans, and even changed most of the songs in the concert at the last minute.